Welcome back to IVA, the final day, everybody. I am your co-host. I am your host, BK Boydle, with my lovely co-host, Kiera. Kiera, you are looking very dressed up today. What prompted this, may I ask?
It's a special occasion. I mean, it's IVA, it's the last day. Something just to pop off like a celebration of what could be the final few matches for IVA. Just to wrap things up a little. So, going to a little bit of wrap up yesterday, we have Vietnam winning over TNG, so they'll be proceeding on to the final rounds this time. I'm a little surprised because if you notice, Venom is partially made out of Hunter mains as Survivor mains this time.
Yeah, that is true. You have God J as well as 72S, who are very well known for being Hunter mains. So it's very surprising to see them on the Survivor side instead. They have given their Hunter position to, I believe it was Seichu, who we will not be seeing for this half, but we will be seeing in the upcoming matches instead, as it will be Venom Survivors versus AR's Hunter first and foremost. But let's talk more about AR. They've really been the kind of dark horse of this tournament so far. They're a brand new team. We've never seen them before. As well as like the members are, well, we've not seen a few of their members before either. So it's very surprising that they've actually managed to crawl and reclimb their way up to even the grand finals of this tournament. So I'm interested to see what you think of it, Kira.
Yeah, they're definitely very mysterious. We don't know what to expect, but definitely see their potential. I'm very excited to see what they can offer for this final few rounds. However, I'm also very intrigued by the fact that their opposing team for the first match is, even though they're pro hunters, I mean they specialize in hunters, so it's a little surprising to see them playing on the survivor side. So it's a little like, okay, you're on your opposing faction. You may do a little better, I don't know, or maybe because it's not what you mean for the hunters of Venom. They are the hunters of GH, I believe, and now they are playing as Survivor this time. So it's kind of funny, it's kind of exciting, and also going against era that we don't know what to expect. So it's like two teams of like Kinder Egg surprises. Like as you mentioned, very exciting to see what these two teams can offer for the match this time.
Right, because you have first of all we have a very down the ground, or not down the ground, but very new team AR versus a couple of familiar faces in this new Venom team. So as we can see here, Venom, the Survivor side, we have S210, FS210F, God J 72S as mentioned before, Tartaglia and Yung K. And then on the Hunter side, we have SSSS, also known as Seichu, who we have actually seen before.
I think for this case, you may be saying Seichu only for this tournament because like his only name registered. And going to careers, for the Hunter side, we have two. One of them is Nanino, and the other one I shall shorten to OK because actually there are too many OKs, and there's a lot of multiple OK person on the Survivor side. So to make things less confusing, Hunters OK will be OK, Survivors OK will be OKK. And on Survivor side, we have Atlison, Ichigo, OKK, and Kurokawa. I believe that Kurokawa may also be a Hunter main from what we are actually seeing on the other casting screen. I'm not too sure what to expect actually.
Yeah, that is very true, because for most of the games on AR's Hunter side, we've mostly just seen Nanino playing, so it's going to be quite interesting to see how Kurokawa will try and replace Nanino in this way, see what kind of interesting and new strategies, and as well as some other characters that could come out with Kurokawa's Hunter here. So I can't wait to see this, but also do keep in mind that Venom Survivors as well, like you mentioned, full of half of them are Hunter mains. So it's going to be quite nice to be able to see these Hunter mains showing off their Survivor skill as well. They're not just, super hyper specialized in one. They are quite good at IDV in general. So I can't wait to see how they will show that off in these next matches.
Right, it seems like they're all-rounders because to make it this far into the tournament, I think that they definitely have a lot of skills when it comes to Survivors. I mean, being a Hunter main, you definitely have to run Survivors. You want to read your opponent well. So in that sense, I believe that they actually understand the concept of playing Survivors very well. it's just that all this while they've been playing Hunter, so maybe they have a bit of switch of mind. Maybe you just want like a little change in pace. That's why you're playing survivors. And it's a community tournament, so I feel that the main point of this is to also have fun, like venture in things that you have not had the chance to venture into because you've been so engrossed and focusing on like becoming a good hunter main. So I feel like, okay, this is a chance for you to show what your survivors are capable of.
Right. I myself am a hunter main, but there was once upon a time that I was a survivor main, and I must say that actually playing like both factions at once, not just playing one over the other, but playing both at once is actually not is actually quite not as hard as some people would think, because when you get a lot of experience with one, for example like Hunter, you will also get to learn like the tricks as well as like the things that your opponents, the survivors, will do. So then when you play survivor, you can apply that to your own gameplay as well. So we are going to be going into the band pick screen here with Venom survivors versus AR's Hunter here, and it's going to be on the Leo's memory map. This is a very interesting map because it's not really often seen, even in like regular matches like quick match and ranked matches, let alone in tournaments. So what do you think about this like map selection, Kira?
Oh, it's one of the small maps compared to what we've seen before. And right, going to the first selection, we have Antiquarian and Seer. Banning a mercenary means letting out a minion such as Antiquarian out, which I feel that will make like the match a lot more exciting. And also Seer, which is a very good team player. Having a Seer on a team can lead to early rotation, which can like snowball and kind of make things hard for the Hunter because you cannot find anyone at the start if the team rotation is good.
That is very true. However, do keep in mind that the mercenary being banned is actually quite good for Kurokawa. Even though it does let out the Antiquarian, like you mentioned, as well as the Seer, the mercenary is by far a very, very stable rescuer and almost like a must-have on your team if he's not being banned. So Kurokawa just getting him out of the way very early on is going to be very much in his favor, as well as the next few bans that we're seeing here, the Priestess and the Prospector. Priestess on a map like Leo's Memory, especially in an area like, for example, the factory itself, Priestess could prove to be very, very annoying. She's called the Roach for a reason. So, but then we also have the Prospector ban, perhaps trying to just lessen the amount of supporting that the survivors will be capable of doing. We already have the Antiquarian, so having another one on top of that, the Prospector, will be extra bad for the Hunter right now.
Right, absolutely. Kurokawa letting out a harasser means also having to ban a harasser, so like they have one less harasser to use on the team. And speaking of stable rescuers, BK, we have First Officer being put into the rescuer role on the survivor side. First Officer being a very stable rescuer right next to Mercenary. He can still rescue even though he may be double down because of his watch. It does not result in a failed rescue of use well because the watch has, I believe, it's a 5-second something like a tide turner effect. So like in that sense, you are able to get someone safely rescued even if maybe like a hard camping hunter such as a Bonbon or has such and such.
Yes, that is very true. First Officer is definitely a very, very underrated rescuer in my opinion. He is almost as good as the Mercenary, so having him replace the Mercenary on this team comp is going to be very, very good for the survivors here. But as you can see, the AR's Hunter Kurokawa banning the Psychologist instead, and last survivor on Venom side, the Composer. A very interesting choice. Composer is a decoder, which means that he can help to pick up the First Officer's slow decoding, as well as helping to pick up the decoding progress if the Seer or Antiquarian go to help support whoever is kiting. But the Composer himself is quite a fragile kiter in my opinion, don't you think?
Right. Besides having like a bit of a speed boost from his little reading game thing, he doesn't have much to help with his kiting, and there's also a cooldown for his skill. Not to mention for the Composer, when you play Composer, you have to be a little extra careful because you're kind of like focusing on your little reading game and also like IDV at the same time. Like, how do I say this? It's like having two games in one when you play a Composer, so you have to be extra careful of surroundings, especially when the Hunter teleport towards you, might kind of catch you off guard. Yeah, so yeah, I feel like Composer as a decoder in general can be a little hard to manage.
Yeah, that is very true. Like you said, it's like playing two games at once. You have to watch out for what the hunters are doing, what your teammates are doing, and also focus on your own rhythm game to make sure that you don't fail the skill check, make sure that your decoding is on point. But it's going to be very interesting to see how and who Furukawa is going to be playing here, because this is actually a fairly well-rounded and quite balanced team composition overall. You have the Seer and Antiquarian for supporting and kiting, and if we see there for a split second, we could see that Kurokawa actually did pick the Bonbon. That was very, very interesting. So moving into the positions here, we can see that Antiquarian in the middle to perhaps support and harass the hunter very easily from no matter where the hunter spawns. The first officer at the top and the composer safely in the factory down there.
Right. In this spawn location, I feel that the most optimal chase is definitely Antiquarian, because Antiquarian being a kind of like short range attack survivor. Can I say short range attack? She has to get close to the hunter to get that flute hit. So with Bonbon, what you can do is to actually play some bombs, so it makes things very hard for her to get closer to you. Yeah, so in that sense, it makes things very hard for the Antiquarian, and if you were to get the Antiquarian down, it kind of cuts off any form of harassment and later in game. So you can kind of snowball into a good end game or mid game for the Bonbon. Right now, going to a match where Kurokawa just marching into the middle, I believe that first target would definitely be the Antiquarian. It seems no, it looks like Bonbon is going straight into a factory.
And it seems that trying to find the composer as fast as possible. He is the fastest decoder on the team, so getting rid of him will be good for Furukawa. But seems that trying to dodge these bombs very well and trying to use his speed boost to get away from the Bonbon as soon as possible, getting into the window here to try and get away and put as much distance between him and the Bonbon as possible. But getting those two bomb hits means that he is now going to be one regular hit away from being incapacitated. And so 72S here really has to try and make advantage of the few resources he has in this factory area as much as possible in order to try and extend his kite, but will be unfortunately getting a bomb hit and perhaps even a regular hit. Yes, a regular hit going down quite early on. This is actually quite a bad turn of events for the survivors.
Right, there was a very fast down, like the composer got down even before Blink was ready. And also not to mention the composer spawning at the factory was a very safe spawn spot. Usually hunters would like to avoid that. But it seems like Kurokawa has a lot of confidence in chasing, hence choosing going straight to the factory, knowing in full confidence that he could get the composer down fast, and yes he did. And just disturbing Cypher in the middle, which I believe is a Antiquarian Cypher, just doing so much map Cypher control, even though he's more of a camp hunter.
Yeah. It seems that neither the Antiquarian or the first officer is coming for the rescue here, which is a bit of a surprise, but also not really at the same time, because even though they are rescuing and very good for rescuing other characters off of the rocket chair here, but the Bonbon is a very, very deadly chair camper character. He's very, very notorious for having very good camping skills, so it's going to be a huge risk if they were to come and rescue. But as we can see here, Kurokawa overextending, allowing the Seer to come in and do a sneaky rescue out from under his nose and able to pull off the rescue, putting the chase back onto the composer. But composer has a huge head start because of his speed boost, as well as the fact that Kurokawa was far from the chair when the Seer actually managed to rescue him. Plus, he still does actually have his broken windows available, meaning that he will get an even bigger speed boost. But it seems that Kurokawa has other ideas, trying to use the blink to get a fall hit, but unfortunately misses, and 72S looping back around through the window here, trying to make full usage of everything he has in this area. This is a very, very intense chase, but dropping down and will be almost going for the regular attack, but missing, unfortunately, getting a time bomb on him, and now just trying to chip him down as much as possible.
72S making that redemption kite. 72S, as mentioned before, he was a hunter main. I believe he was a very good Dream Witch main too. And as a hunter main, I believe that you can kind of read what your opponents are up to, because you've been playing the hunter for so long. I think he kind of predicted that blink. It was a little unexpected, but it's also a very popular blink spot for hunters to do that. It was a kind of common trick, as you kind of get exposed to as you rank up. And Composer being sent back to Meta and Sia being the second chase. Not to worry, he has an owl hand. If he can use the owl well, I believe that the kite can definitely last.
Yes, do keep in mind the Seer does also have broken windows as well as the owl. So if this chase is going to be it may be quite prolonged, especially if you keep in mind the cipher progress is quite a lot. They do have 2 ciphers left, which means that FS here doesn't have to kite that long in order for these ciphers to be primed. So Kurokawa here, as well as the fact that he doesn't have his blink available, he's just going through the palace, and the cipher pop as he destroys the pallet. It seems that we are going to be going into the endgame right now with 3 survivors up and running. The Seer also has his owl, the first officer has his Titaner, and watch is going to be a very, very hard fight for Kurokawa to be able to get. But the Antiquarian coming in for the harass, pushing the Hunter around very skillfully, using her abilities to try and get the Seer safely over to the gate, using the flywheel as well to avoid the bombs. And the first officer now body blocking for the Seer and the Antiquarian, and allowing them to escape all from the gate, resulting in a 1 elimination 3 survivor escape.
Wow, what a match! Considering that the Composer went down very fast, like before Blink was even over, they actually happened to get a 3 escape. Like as mentioned before with Veronica, I think it's like a joke I like to bring up again. Teamwork makes a dream work. Friendship is magic, and it looks like with the help of teamwork, they are able to get the Seer, escort the Seer safely out with 3 survivors out. It's a little unexpected given how fast the Composer went down. So like in that situation, in that tempo, usually we might expect high. But no, we got a 3 escape this time, which kind of shows how well bonded their teamwork is.
Right, and as you can see here from like the decoding progress as well, they were able to really get a lot of ciphers out from under Kurokawa's nose here. 200% on both the first officer and the Antiquarian, plus the 100% on the Seer. That was a lot of decoding progress spread quite evenly amongst the team. I do think that one of the places where they were able to get a lot of decoding progress on was when they were trying to rescue but not really rescue the Composer. Having him be on the chair and Kurokawa just sitting there waiting for someone to come, but unfortunately no one did actually come, and when Kurokawa was just about to give up, the Seer did come and pull off the rescue, and that did buy a lot of time for the decoding progress of the team.
I feel like the Bonbon didn't quite expect that because Antiquarian and First Officer were not really coming to make the rescue. Instead, it was a Seer. And with the team test triggered from the Antiquarian side, I feel like the Bonbon was not really expecting someone to come, because Bonbon being such a strong camp hunter, usually the strategy is to sell the survivors to get as much decoding progress as possible. But Seer just sneakily making that backdoor rescue happen, like buying so much time and trusting his teammate to make that second kite happen. I feel that in that sense, it really turned the game around.
Yes, definitely. The Seer pulling off the rescue was definitely one of the highlights of that round. Kurokawa here just trying to camp as much as possible, trying to make full usage of his abilities, and ended up not controlling these, and ended up neglecting the ciphers, not controlling them enough, allowing the survivors to get a lot of cipher progress down. Not to mention the fact that a lot of these survivors still had a lot of their resources available to them by the end game. The first officer still had Titaner plus both his watches. Antiquarian had not used any of her flute or bamboo stick, whatever you want to call it, yet. The Seer still had his owl as well, the Antiquarian's flywheel. They just had a lot of resources at their disposal by the end game, allowing them to just use it all up at their end, trying to force everyone out of the gate, resulting in that 3 escape for Venom.
It was a very smart boost though, because when the ciphers were primed, they didn't wait for the Seer to get hit. Instead just like waiting for Bonbon to destroy a pallet and just going for the pop to make sure that everyone has resources on hand by endgame, and they actually worked out very well in that favor. It was a little unexpected given that from the start I kind of like thought it would be a tie situation, because yeah, like as mentioned before, Composer went down fast. However, I feel like one of the factors that actually contributed to it being a 3 escape was that Bonbon kind of trying to play a little mind game with the Composer by using a blink, but the blink didn't quite work out well because the Composer actually doubled back and got a speed boost through the window vault.
Yes, that was also another one of the highlights of the game, I do think. Like you said, the Composer making the blink prediction and not really wasting, but definitely hindering Kurokawa's ability to take full advantage of the blink. A very, very smart play by the composer. However, we will be getting more of these plays soon enough after we cut to a short break right now. So we will be seeing you guys after the break. See you in a bit.
いい子だから怖くないよ。
今だけ俺に殺されるな。その目をよく見せてくれないか。
だからイエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の信徒だ。
Hello everyone and welcome back to IVA. We are in the first round of Venom vs AR, going to be going into the second half soon-ish enough. So, how was that last match for you, Kira? Just as a catch-up for those who are new in the audience.
It was a little unexpected because Kurokawa as a bonbon, he actually got the first survivor down very fast. However, things kind of like turned around towards the end game because the Sia being a second kite actually made the kite last for very long till the gates are open, so which kind of resulted in like a 3 escape because the other two survivors and Corinne and first officer, they didn't really come to assist early game or mid game, so they had a lot of resources to use, which resulted in a 3 escape.
Yeah, they just like their ability and resource management, I do think played a crucial part of the game. Not to mention the fact that they were able to get that very, very sneaky rescue and also decode a lot of the cipher progress while Kurokawa was trying to guard the chair. I do think that Kurokawa was expecting the first officer or the antiquarian to come and perform the rescue on the composer, but it ended up being the seer instead catching him off guard, which resulted in the composer being able to extend his kite. So very, very well played by the Venom survivors, and also a very good try by Kurokawa, especially with that early down. So we will be moving into the next half here. So I'm very excited to see what Venom's Hunter Seichu will have in store for the AR survivors here.
Right, this time we Venom as the hunter and Era as a survivor, I believe. Seichu having brought many hunters before. I believe he was also competing in COA, like under another team, I think quite some time back. So yeah, I have a very strong impression that he's a really good hunter main, given from those impressions that I have of him so far. His hunter pool is quite big, so I'm not too sure what to expect for now, but I think we shall see. And so Era's, I feel like that, like mentioned before, the Dark Knights of this tournament, they are really good. We didn't know much about them. They are very mysterious. There's a lot of things about them we are yet to know, but yeah, as the match plays on, I think it can kind of like cover what the survivors each specialize in.
Yes, definitely. Because as you said, the survivors are very, very mysterious. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how they will play out. But moving on to the band pick phase here, we can see on the Leo's memory once again, and Seichu immediately going for that priestess ban. This is honestly kind of a standard ban for a map like Leo's memory, because like I mentioned before, the priestess in a place like, for example, the factory on Leo's memory is an absolute menace. Like, she is just very annoying to have to deal with, so Seichu just getting her out of there from the first place. So I wonder what we will be seeing from AR's survivors here.
Banning a priestess, however, lets a good support such as Seal out, and also a good harasser such as Antiquarian, and also the mercenary out, as mentioned during the previous rounds. Those are one of few survivors that you want to go for when you go for the first, because they are definitely game changers. They are very good team players, I must say. They may not be very strong on their own, but as a team, yeah, they are good. As mentioned, like we have the mercenary and Antiquarian as the first survivor picks.
This is actually quite a deadly combo, I do think, because if you think about it, the mercenary, very, very stable rescuer. There's a reason why Kurokawa just got rid of him, banned him in the last half there. So mercenary, very, very good for rescuing. And then we have the Antiquarian, a very, very good supporter, as well as a quite decent rescuer, especially depending on who the hunter is. I do think that if Seichu were to play someone like a Bonbon or a Sculptor, someone who's more dependent on their abilities and like resources to be able to injure survivors, Antiquarian becomes less effective. But she is still a very, very good harasser because of her stunning and her pushback and her slowdowns. So AR here just locking in these very meta survivors here is going to be quite tough on Seichu.
Right, and going to the next band, so we have Sia, which is one of the staple bands. However, we are seeing a Toy Merchant. Toy Merchant being extra annoying on double story. She's kind of like dubbed as the something like a substitute for Priestess, and Priestess is banned. However, like banning those both just means that you don't really have too much support around the factory side, because like when it comes to support with double story areas, the Priestess and Toy Merchant are absolutely pesky. You just want to like cut off the support from them. They may not be too much of a pressure when as a first chase or by themselves, but however, under like a situation such as this where like teamwork can come to play, both of them can prove to be quite menacing.
Definitely. Plus, as you mentioned, the Seer ban as well. Seichu just really does not want to let any kind of supporting happen by the AR survivors. He wants to mostly just like isolate, leave them on their own, making sure that they do not do any kind of like teamwork or shenanigans together to make his life more difficult. So as you can see, the AR survivors locking in the Barmaid now. This is going to be quite interesting because the Barmaid is a very, very, very glass cannon kind of survivor, similar to like the Perfumer if you think about it, because if she gets, if the Barmaid gets injured, she can heal up with the alcohol, the Dovlin, right? But if she is injured again, or if she is hit twice during that time, regular hit or bombed or chip damage twice during that time, the Barmaid will just go down immediately, making her Dovlin completely wasted. So like, if she is like interrupted during her healing time, it's going to be very, very hard for her to recover from a kite. But if she is able to get it off, it's going to be very, very, very good for the AR survivors to extend that kiting time.
Yes, I agree. Babbitt can be definitely a very good game changer, and also for BOY is very commonly expect to see a drill witch on the screen, especially like this is Seichu they're talking about. I'm under very strong impression of a dream witch, I believe, and also not just dream witch, not just limited to dream witch. The barmaid under the teamwork situation can work well against many hunters. And here we see the final survivor being picked. I believe, yeah, it's a cowboy. Cowboy being a really good support, played well. However, he's a very risky character. He's something like he's close to a forward or better without but a little more long range, I believe, with his like hook and all. And going to the final survivor event, we have the mechanic. I believe Seichu is trying to cut off any form of cipher rush.
Yes, I do think that the cipher rush, especially on a map like Leo's Memory, where the ciphers can be kind of scattered, is going to be very important for Seichu to be able to control. As you can see here, Seichu choosing the Naiad, the water lady, as John likes to say. She is a very, very strong chasing and camping hunter. However, her cipher and control, as well as general map control, does leave something to be desired. So Seichu just getting the mechanic, making sure that they don't get any sneaky ciphers decoded out from under his nose is going to be very, very important here. However, he does have to watch out for, I do think, AR's cowboy here, as if they are given the right chance, he could be a very, very big nuisance and a pain in Seichu's backside.
I agree, and especially in such a dark map, having a mechanic around her bot kind of like camouflage into snow, I feel that in that sense kind of plays into the game. And also, as for the Naiad, she is proven to be one of the most stable Thai hunters, I must say. The meta kind of shifted over years. It used to be for BO1, you want to get as many survivors down as possible, like on the offensive side. But right now, the meta is kind of shifting into trying to like maintain a tie, so neither of both sides lose out. And for upcoming matches, your survivors will feel like less of pressure to try to get like a tree escape, because with the tie, it kind of like serves as a cushion. So with the changes in meta, I feel like, yeah, Naiza is very good. BO1 hunter, and going to the spawn selection, we have Mercenary taking the middle, Kawa taking the factory, and Barmaid is the shack, and the Antiquarian just spawning at the ruins beside the Mercenary.
Yes, it's going to be quite an interesting choice here. The two main harassers, the Antiquarian and the Cowboy, are kind of like on the edges of the map. So, and you can see the barmaid taking the shack area. It's going to be a not necessarily bad kiting area, but I do think that the factory would have been a safer option, especially for a kiter that's as fragile as the barmaid here. So Seichu here coming in with the Moongate spawn instead. I do think that the Mercenary in the middle is going to be prove quite the trouble for Seichu, as he is the closest survivor, but he's a very big first chase survivor. Like, no one wants to chase a Mercenary as the first survivor, so Seichu will either have to like man up and like just go all in, or have to find another survivor to chase.
Right. I feel that his most optimal chase would be the barmaid at the shack, even though like shack is a good kiting spot. However, this is a Naiad that we are talking about. She can definitely circle and close up the shack with her skill, and this kind of forces the barmaid to out the shack to avoid the water circles. And going into the match, it seems like Naiad is throwing her harpoon and going for, I believe it's a barmaid.
Yes, the barmaid in the shack area. This is actually quite a bad area for the barmaid to be kiting in, because it's very easy for Seichu here to be cutting off the area. As we can see, Seichu is doing, forcing the barmaid out to another kiting area here, but instead circling back into the shack area. No, not going in, going inside and slamming the pallet. However, do be careful, the water is rising, and it's rising very, very quickly. Not to mention the basement is right here, but the barmaid barely managing to escape from the water, and instead escaping over to this Christmas tree area, but unfortunately getting a water damage and using the Dolphin, but it's not enough, and is going to be going down fairly early into the game here.
Look at it fast down, and I believe that the Knight is bringing the barmaid into the basement, though she tried so hard to pull away from the basement. We all know that the Knight in the basement makes an extremely scary camping hunter, because once she throws a harpoon and like cover everything with water, you may be able to get a rescue, but it's very, very hard for you to get out. Especially like this is the Knight they're talking about. Her water circle can affect not just one but multiple survivors at the same time, making Knight a very, very scary hunter when it comes to basement rescue.
Exactly, but we can see here the mercenary going in using the elbow pad to rush into the basement, making sure that there is no drop hit shenanigans going on, and going in for the instant rescue, but popping with the water effect, and now the barmaid taking the hit. But it does seem like the plan here for AR survivors is to just use the Titan effect and just get out as fast as possible, make sure that there is no possible chance of getting another basement chair, trying her very best to get away from the basement as far as possible. But it seems that the hunter here is going to be chairing here at this container area.
Right, even though Bame has pulled away from the basement, she does not really have anything on hand for a second kite. And not to mention that the blink is up in the air, which means that even if she gets rescued, she may be knocked down back pretty fast. And however, we see someone in the area just sneakily coming up. It's Inskari just going for a rescue, and she gets the hit and gets the Bame off the chair. However, as mentioned before, she sees a blink, and no, Endocrine just getting a hit on the Knight just banks so much time for her.
But unfortunately, it's not enough, as the barmaid is going to be going down here despite the Antiquarian's best efforts to try and force her away from the barmaid. However, if we look at the bottom, but the Antiquarian is not done yet, trying to get that last hit in, but unfortunately is not enough to rescue the barmaid fully. And now going to be going straight for the Antiquarian, who does have a rather high water level, it seems, and going to be using the dash to try and increase the water level even further, and going to be going down to a regular hit. However, do keep in mind, Seichu still does have his blink, which could make quick work of the Antiquarian should they rescue her and she tries to do a recovery kite. That blink is going to be very, very crucial.
Things are not looking too good for the survivors. They're down to last two ciphers, I believe. Mercenaries on the second last cipher. However, Cowboy has to go in for a rescue, which kind of puts in a risk, especially this is the second presence night that we're talking about. Gets the hit and gets the rescue. However, this kind of puts Cowboy half health, so Antiquarian to get down fast. Both of them cannot rescue that down without. Mercenary can surely go. However, with his current half health and also with blink and also like second presence night, I believe that it may result in a double down. In this situation, the best bet is to have Cowboy to try and support Antiquarian for as long as possible.
Yes, but as we can see here, trying to use the blink to get through the pallet and downing the Antiquarian, even though the Antiquarian tried to slam the pallet on Seichu there, and we can see the Cowboy behind there tried to go for a little bit of a balloon rescue, but then ended up changing his mind and turning back around. It seems that right now the mercenary is coming over to the rescue, like you mentioned, but like you said, it may result in a double down if the mercenary does get hit. He can pull off the rescue, but he is going to go down, and the Cowboy decoding the last cipher, it may not be enough progress for them. However, the mercenary is trying his very best to rush over to the cipher and trying not to get hit before he manages to get to the chair, and but Seichu here trying to water the mercenary, but manages to pull off the rescue, trying to hit the Antiquarian, and ends up falling behind a bit due to the Antiquarian's knockback effect, but getting a hit on the mercenary instead.
Mercenary just buying so much time for Antiquarian to leave. I believe by the time that she's down, ciphers may be already primed, because this is a Cowboy decoding. It's no longer a mercenary. His decoding process is a lot faster, and Antiquarian just trying to buy a little more time so ciphers can be primed. Gets a little bit of a water. Ciphers are already primed. I believe that they may go in for a pop anytime soon. However, I feel like Nayat has other plans. I think she knows that the ciphers are primed. She's trying to circle the Antiquarian so that when Antiquarian gets down, she doesn't have to. Goes for the cipher pop instead, not giving the Nayat any chance. Antiquarian just kiting a little too close to comfort to the dungeon for Seichu right here.
And as we are approaching the end game here, it is going to be 3 survivors up. However, Seichu hot on the heels of the Antiquarian here, really trying to make sure that the AR survivors do not match up with Venom's survivors 3 escape. So Seichu's objective right now is to just get this Antiquarian down and on the ground and trying to get her down, watering her down to incapacitation instead. She does not have the chain trade ability, so she will not be able to head over to the other gate to get them in time. So it is going to be ending here in a draw. 2 escape, 2 elimination, and as such, Venom and AR are going to be 2 points up each.
Right, as mentioned previously, Knight is a very very strong TIE hunter. Even though the meta of like survivors have changed with like heresies such as Antiquary and Prospector that are commonly seen in tournaments trying to assist and buy so much time for teammates. However, with Knight, it kind of changes things around because of her water circle. Kind of makes it hard for you to get close to her. Like if you were to get close to her, they get a bit of harassment. You're actually putting yourself at risk. Like this is why Knight is such a good TIE hunter.
Yes, and it's actually very much in Venom's favor to get a tie. Normally, ties are not what you want to be aiming for, but here it is what Venom needs because they need to keep up that point advantage. But as you can see here, the Antiquarian with the 150-second containment time, really trying to stretch out the kiting time, buying as much time as possible against Seichu's Naiad here. It was a very, very close game, but unfortunately it wasn't enough and it did result in a draw.
However, Antiquarian did buy a lot of time with a flute, and Antiquarian being main kiter, yeah, I believe that she's the one who made the second kite last till end game for the tie to happen. So kudos to Antiquarian for lasting so long, and also the cowboy and mercenary for that risky rescue. It was a little scary. It was a little too close for comfort because with the mercenary going in, and if he were to get a hit before he gets a rescue, that could easily result in a double down because second presence Knight that we're talking about, you have to be careful of like the dashes or water circle and also her regular hit.
Yes, her full presence is actually very, very scary. It adds like 50% of the water level to the survivors who get hit by the dash or encircled in the area. So that means unlike the first presence where you need like 4 full circles in order to get a full hit on the survivor, you only need 2. So now it's a full presence Naiad is very, very scary. So like you mentioned, it was very, very intense seeing the mercenary go in for the rescue. However, he did manage to pull it off, resulting in that draw for Aquarius, bringing the score up, as we can see, to 5-3. However, Venom here is in the point advantage. So going into the second round, they are going to be at a point advantage. So it's up to AR to pull back the advantage and trying to get back the high ground against Venom.
Right, Venom now at a 2-point lead. I believe that Aquarius have to buckle up and try to like close up the lead as much as possible. It's not too much of a stretch. I believe that Aquarius can do it given like how we have seen their abilities, what they're capable of. I believe that let's give a little. Let's kind of put your heads together for Aquarius and turn them on, and hopefully they may be able to make a bit of like redemption for round 2. Who knows? It's still a little too early for us to say.
Yeah, exactly. Like, even though AR has so far lost this BO1, they still have the BO2 and potentially the BO3, and maybe even over time, if they reach there, to really claw back as many points as they can. So it's going to be AR does have a lot of time left and a lot of time and chances left to try and win back this spot at going into the grand finals matches that we're going to be having later on.
Absolutely. Right now, I think we'll be going to break, and don't go anywhere, and see you in a while.
子だから怖くないよ。
今だけ俺に殺されるな。その目をよく見せてくれないか。
だからイエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。
俺だぞ。俺の欲しいもん逃がすわけねえだろ。3、2、1。俺は嘘は嫌いなんだよ。
ザック、忘れてない。忘れてなんてない。だって誓ったもの。ザックと私二人で誓ったもの。レイチェル・ガードナー、これはいらない。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
Welcome back to IVA, everybody. I am BK Boy Rule with my lovely co-caster Kiera. We are going to be going into the second round of Venom versus Aquarius here. Kiera, how have the matches been so far?
Right now, Venom is in the lead by 2 points. I believe that Aquarius have to really buckle up to try to close in the lead. However, we've seen what the Aquarius, what members of Aquarius can capable of, seeing how fast the bomb actually got summoned down during the first match. I feel that it was just a little misjudgment of time. I believe that for BO2 can see a better display of the skills, because I believe that Aquarius has a lot more potential. They're the Dark Knights of this IVA tournament. We don't know what to expect. However, can just see that like the Aquarius, the members of Aquarius definitely have a lot of trump card and like potential that are uncovered. However, for the Venom side, they have quite a few veterans on their team who are the hunter mains of GH. So they are not new to tournament scene. However, it's our first time seeing them as survivors, I believe.
Yes, that is very true. I believe those two hunter mates would be God J and 72S. So seeing them on the survivor side rather than the hunter side will be very interesting for the new members of the audience. So welcome, welcome. And also seeing how they will try and interact with their new survivor teammates as well. That's a very good important thing because it's one thing to have a very good veteran player on your team as a survivor, but it's another thing entirely to see whether or not they gel correctly and seeing whether your teammates can get along with them, seeing how they interact. Because if there's any kind of clashes, it will kind of undermine the team as a whole. So working together, communication, coordination is very important as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Teamwork makes the dream work. Friendship is magic. However, I feel that for this current matchup, Venom is not the only one who has hunter mains playing as survivors. They are not the only like dual faction in place. I believe that we kind of saw a small swap in inquiries. I believe that Kurokawa was the one of the survivors for one of the previous matches. However, he's playing as hunter now instead of OKK. So yeah, we are seeing like quite a few dual faction players in this matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting because as I and you mentioned beforehand and before the break, it's not just about being very good in one specific faction. Being good at both factions is very important because if you're a hunter main, for example, you want to play survivor as well because then you kind of know the tricks and the things that survivors will be thinking and what their thought process is, what they'll be doing throughout the match, which can help you predict what the survivors will do when you're playing hunter, as well as vice versa. So I do think that playing both hunter and survivor will be very important. So God J, 72S, Kurokawa are going to be very interesting to be keeping an eye on for you, for me, and for the audience as well.
I agree. Yes, in this game of ITV, you want to be able to read your opponent as well. And by being dual faction, you're kind of like a jack of all trades. You're not just good in one area, and by being good in other areas, kind of plays in your advantage because like you're familiar with what to expect and you know what to expect. You read your opponents well. You know how the game works. I think there's kind of those factors in consider in playing ITV. And right now, going into the peak, who do you think Kurokawa picked to be banned first?
I do think that on a map like the Red Church, we have seen quite a lot of Priestess bans and Mercenary bans so far, but I do think that on a smaller map like the Red Church, Priestess is less of a problem. I was gonna say, we might see a Mercenary ban because he still is quite a threat in terms of rescuing capabilities, and we do see here Kurokawa getting the Mercenary as well as the Seer out of the way very early on, just does not want to deal with these two survivors at all.
However, these two bans actually lets out the Antiquarian, who is a very pesky survivor ever since she was introduced to Mello. She can kind of be considered like a hunter's hunter given that her skills are so if played well, she can actually rescue without damage and without Titan. This is how strong her flute, if played well, can get. This also kind of lets out the Priestess, even though she may not be super strong compared to other bigger maps. However, if placed in the middle, her support portals can actually buy a lot of time for the teammates who's being chased first.
Yeah, that is very true. I did mention that the Priestess is less effective on a smaller map like Red Church. There's less places to put really, really long portals. However, she is still she's not bad by any chance on a map like this. And as you can see here, like you said, Venom instantly locking in the two survivors that you said, Antiquarian and Priestess. I think we need to check if our channel here is secure. I think they might be eavesdropping on us here, Kiara.
Absolutely. However, those two survivors are kind of like a staple to expect given that this is a tournament scene. You want to log in the best team player characters in your character pool, and in this situation, definitely Mercenary, the most stable rescuer, as mentioned many times, cut off all forms of stable rescue, and also the Seer, who is a very good team player. Priestess is a very good support, so okay, that's a very justifiable pick, and also Antiquarian, even to be the best harasser in the game, I believe, ever since she got introduced. This kind of lets out the possibility of a prospector being banned, I believe.
Yeah, that is very true. A prospector is actually a quite common pick to have in tournament situations such as these, especially when the antiquarian is not available. But instead, we are going to be seeing the first officer and psychologist banned instead. It's like Kurokawa has actually banned the psychologist in the past, in the previous round, I do believe. However, the first officer is actually very interesting because that combined with the mercenary ban seems like Kurokawa really does not want any stable rescuers on the team. He's very scared of potential rebound kites as well as just the survivors getting rescues off in general. So I do think that is something to watch out for when discussing what Kurokawa may be picking here.
Absolutely. When it comes to rescuing, a good rescue can turn the entire game around. And if a bad rescue, it'll like turn the game around too, but in like a more detrimental way. Here you see 72S actually locking in with a dancer. I don't think we've seen a dancer for a very long time. She's a very good team player. She's also one of the top bands. However, I feel like for this IVA, she is a little underrated here. Going into the character band picks, you can see Bamit being sitting on the bench right now. It seems like Kurokawa does not want to work with any form of support after letting Priestess out.
Yeah, the Barmaid actually quite a fairly common choice for survivors in general throughout the tournament, as we have seen. She's a very, very good Kaita character as well as a supporter character. But you also did mention the female dancer being quite rare. Speaking of rare, the Gravekeeper coming in here. This is very interesting. It seems that the mercenary and the first officer bans have forced Venom's hand into picking any rescue at all, and it seems that they have settled on the Gravekeeper instead.
I believe for this current IVA, we haven't seen much Gravekeepers. We've seen Mercenaries, and if Mercenary gets bad, it's the first officer. However, going into one of the final matches, we see both Mercenary and first officer on the bench. I feel like in this scenario, I'm kind of expecting more of a forward because forwards are more kind of like expected when it comes to IVA. We've never seen forwards around. Gravekeeper not so much, so it's kind of refreshing to see Gravekeeper being selected. And going to Hunter selection, we have Clerk.
This is a very, very interesting pick here. We haven't seen Kurokawa's Hunter throughout this tournament at all, I believe. So seeing AR Survivor transitioning over to a Hunter and picking the Bonbon in the first round was very interesting. But now that the Bonbon has been banned, seeing the Clerk instead, this is a very, very interesting choice. And I do wish that hope that we get to see lots of good action by both sides in this coming match. However, do keep in mind, the Clerk is a very, very powerful hunter in the right hand. She's kind of like, I'd say that she's kind of like a Dream Witch, but a bit more accessible. She's very, very good in map control and controlling the ciphers, as well as in certain cases camping as well as chasing. But she's a bit easier to use than a Dream Witch, I would say. So it's going to be very interesting to see how Kurokawa is going to be playing the Clerk here. So going into the spawn locations, we can see that Godji's Antiquarian on the left, trying to make a accessible harass to anyone who wants to kite, and 72S's female dancer on top, Tataglia's Gravekeeper on the bottom, with FS's Priestess in the middle, ready to provide portal support. Kurokawa just taking the closest position, completing the cross formation. As we can see here, it's going to be very interesting to see who Kurokawa will be chasing first.
Right, I believe that a lot of them make actually good targets except for the Gravekeeper. And also for the Clerk selection, I would say it's a little unexpected because when you choose Clerk, you want to cut off as much harassers as possible. However, Kurokawa chose to go in for the support cutoff instead, and going into the match, it seems like Kurokawa is going to middle. I believe going after the Priestess because I think he just want to cut off any form of support, and just breaking the speed boost pellets in the church. I believe my first choice would be the Priestess, who I believe only has 2 portals on hand. Just not too much to work after missing portals.
Yes, however, do keep in mind that the female dancers' music boxes here actually being very, very annoying, and it seems that actually going to be switching over to the female dancer instead. Female dancer stacking all of her slow music boxes down in this corner here, really wasting a lot of time for Kurokawa. However, this does mean that the female dancer is left with very little resources to work with. It did waste quite a lot of time, but now the female dancer is very little to work with. But instead going to be going over to the Antiquarian here in this this ruins area here, and Gojj getting a very good stun off of Kurokawa here, and being very careful with the pallets, but using that recording to break the pallet and getting a very good hit off of Gojj here. Plus, do not forget, Kurokawa does have the blink up and ready now, and going to be getting a recording on Antiquarian and dodging that hit very skillfully and getting a regular hit on the Antiquarian and immediately going for that Cypher control. What a series of plays there.
Right, after switching targets twice, that was an incredibly fast down. And when it comes to the clerk, what the clerk is most scared of is definitely harassers, because harassers can buy a lot of time, and by cutting off the only harasser in the team, I feel that this will play very well into Kurokawa's hand. And yeah, like Griffkeeper just around area trying to trigger Tinnitus little, going a little closer so he can get a better rescue when time comes. And yeah, just going for a rescue now. Gets a swing on the Gravekeeper, forcing Gravekeeper to make a little bit of an early rescue. Gravekeeper just getting in the ground, not giving any chances. However, the clerk just getting a swing on Antiquarian. Antiquarian just making a little dash towards a big portal. Will she make it? The princess is there to support, and no, she does not go into the portal.
It seems that the Antiquarian is not going to be going into the portal and instead sticking around with the priestess here. It seems that Kurokawa trying to fake out Kurokawa here, but Kurokawa catches on very quickly and is able to get over to the Antiquarian here very quickly. However, the priestess is around and is available to rescue. Do keep in mind, however, there are quite a few ciphers that are remaining, so there is a lot of ways to go before we reach the end game. So the Antiquarian here really has to stall for quite a long time, not to mention the priestess as well, trying to get as much time wasted out of this chair rescue as possible. So the Antiquarian, the priestess here coming for the rescue and forcing an early hit, but using the flywheel to try and escape through the portal as soon as possible. Kurokawa is just not having it, getting the priestess down as fast as possible. But now, do keep in mind that recovery plus the Antiquarian, the priestess portal that the Antiquarian took, buying a lot of distance for Gojj to be able to keep on kiting here. Not to mention that he does have quite a bit of flute left in his hands here.
Yes, this is why Princess is such an amazing support, because with that one portal, it actually brought so much time for Antiquarian. Oh, using the block to block off the Antiquarian's way, she was unable to get the flip off the pallet. It looks like Antiquarian will be sent up to Menace soon enough. Recordings and Gravekeeper is unable to touch the cipher. You can see Dancer just trying to get Priestess here out to keep as many healthy survivors as they can on the field, as the game is still early and there's only 3 ciphers left on.
This is looking to be a quite tough situation for the survivors here. Kurokawa really trying to go for as many eliminations as possible to try and bring his team's score up, to try and even out with Venom here. The Gravekeeper forced to use his shovel, and now we're going to be faking out, possibly recording the priestess instead. But now going to be chasing in the church area. However, priestess is just not having it and gets out immediately, because do keep in mind the basement is right there. So now Kurokawa standing still, taking his time, just choosing which targets to chase next, because he does have quite a lot of cipher progress to work with. He can take his time and choose to be very careful about who to chase. So now deciding to go for the female dancer instead.
Right, I believe the switch in Gravekeeper is because he's in half-elf, he's just trying to waste more resources. Gravekeeper, unlike a mercenary or first officer, like you mentioned, those are very stable rescuers. Even at half-health, they're able to make their rescue happen. However, this is not the same for Gravekeeper, so Gravekeeper definitely have to get a heal up. Gets a heal up. Female Dancer just playing mind games with the clerk and ultimately getting the swing on the Female Dancer. Female Dancer really has to make this kite last. There's 3 ciphers remaining. This cipher is being recorded when it's almost done, so it's like the clerk is making a lot of like cipher control even when she's on a chase on the Female Dancer.
Oh, but using the blink, but dodging it with the flywheel, standing there very patient by Kurokawa and managing to get the female dancer down. A brilliant series of mind plays there, from the blink and then dodging it with the flywheel and then heading over to the pallet, but then managing to psych out the female dancer here. Kurokawa really trying to get into the brains of his opponents and just exploiting any single weakness he can.
Right, and it gets a long portal and gets the Dancer safely down and gets a hit on the Priestess. Dancer having a lot of time to like actually make a decision. Him and Hunter, he has to make the cut last. However, this is the clerk they are talking about. However, the clerk does not have Blink to work with, so this might play in the hands on Dancer. And not to mention that I believe the priestess have a support portal and is placing more support portals. Dancer have to get the support portals to make the kite happen, because this is a clerk that we are talking about. With one survivor on chair, it's actually very detrimental as she can do a lot of suffering, disturbing progress from afar.
That is very true. However, 72S unfortunately going to be going down here and not using that palette instead. So now it is all up to the Gravekeeper to be able to pull off this rescue if they decide to. Gravekeeper Cypher does have 72% progress, and the Priestess is going to have to pick up the decoding as she cannot rescue because she is half health and injured. So the Gravekeeper here has to come in for the rescue, but it seems that he is not going to be coming in for the rescue for now. Going to be just camping around that cipher, wasting as much of Kurokawa's time just sitting around the chair, not doing much, just trying to slow down the progress with the recordings. However, Kurokawa is going to be playing it safe and trying to camp around the chair, destroying the priestess portals in the area. But now that the female dancer has been sent back to the manor, now immediately going over to the Gravekeeper's area. But no, instead going for the priestess, as she is half HP, but just camping this cipher in general, so going back and forth, trying to make sure that the Gravekeeper does not get a lot of progress on this one, and instead managing to knock him out of the shovel, a very well-timed shovel there by Tartaglia.
Right, I believe the clerk's strategy now is trying to get a hit on the Gravekeeper, so when he gets on chair, the priestess cannot rescue. This may result in a very good chance of 4 kill, which is what Kurokawa needs to turn the game around. Oh, gets a hit on the Gravekeeper as we speak. Gravekeeper having to make this kite last. There's 2 survivors remaining. However, this is clerk they are talking about. She has the recordings on, so it can get pretty tricky for you to kite and also decode at the same time.
That is very true, but it will be tough for Kurokawa trying to control the cipher progress as well as get this Gravekeeper down, but using the blink to get the Gravekeeper down faster now that the Gravekeeper will be going onto the chair and the priestess is injured. It's going to be very, very tough as the priestess will have a choice whether to try and rescue the Gravekeeper and try and force the ciphers on her own, maybe try and escape from a dungeon. There's a lot of choices for the priestess right now.
I believe the priestess is sniffing around for a dungeon as we speak and setting up just support portals around the red carpet area so that she has a better chance of surviving when the hunter finds her. As we speak, the clerk is around the area. I believe that he has record wind of the priestess. Priestess having to make his kite last for the dungeon to actually open up, which is a very long time because considering that this is the Gravekeeper's first chair.
That is very true. The Gravekeeper's chair is first, but on the way to the dungeon is the Gravekeeper. However, the priestess does not have any portals to work with, not to mention that all these pallets have been pulled, so it is going to be a little bit tougher for this priestess to be able to work with this area. She does have the broken windows effect coming into play here, but this pallet being blocked means that she has nowhere to vault to, nowhere to escape, and now going to be going down at the hands of Kurokawa's here, surrendering, now going into a 4 elimination by AR. A wonderful play here on AR's side.
Wow, AR just turning the game around with just this one clerk match. That was a pretty good play, knowing that clerk knowing that sorry, Kurokawa knowing that clerks don't do well against harassers. That's why I changed targets twice, just going in for the cut of the defense. Cut of the offense. So like the clerk doesn't have any annoying harassers to deal with while mid to game, and this really played into his hands. As after the Antiquarian got sent into a manor, the survivors kind of sent in a scramble to try and kill up to keep their condition in health while dealing with clerk's recordings and all. And now looking at the stats, can see that Priestess is the main kiter of the game, lasting 130 something seconds with 2 rescues.
Yes, exactly. The Priestess getting those 2 rescues and the long containment time really pushed the game to being so close to the end game. We can see 1 remaining cipher. There's a lot of decoding progress spread amongst all the survivors here. However, I do think that the clerk's ability to really control the ciphers as well as injuring all of them, forcing them to heal up a lot, that was one of the things that really wasted a lot of their time, and a very, very well played map control and cipher control by Kurokawa. We can see here as well the Gravekeeper having 1 rescue as well as a lot of decoding progress, and kiting time also did significantly bump up the decoding progress, both kiting, allowing the priestess to get down to that 1 cipher, and the as well as the decoding progress himself, managing to almost barely cipher rush the clerk. That was very, very well played, and also very good team coordination in general by the Venom survivors.
Right, as mentioned, it was a very close call, and this is also why Clerk is a very good hunter. With a cyber disturbing skill, it actually buys a lot of time for herself to chase the survivors to get the survivors down. If you notice, the last cipher was, I think, 87 progress. It was a very good progress. Even if the cut were to last, it's a lot harder for the survivors to make the final pop happen, as the clerk has already called win of the final cipher and has recorded the cipher, making it very hard for the survivors to get a lot more decoding progress.
Yeah, that is very true. Like you said, it's why Clerk is such a deadly hunter to go up against. It's why she's been a very, very strong pick to have in your pocket for championships and tournaments like this, like your COAs, your IVAs, your IVCs, everything. You will see a lot of Clerks for this specific reason, for having very good map control, very good chase abilities, and very good very good in general abilities. She's a very well-rounded character, and that is, I do think, one of the reasons why she's a very, very good character to just for any hunter to be able to have and pull out. Like you can see with Kurokawa here, with the Bonbon originally, he was unfortunately only able to get one elimination. However, the survivors here in the second round were not able to withstand his clerk at all. I do think that this was AR's final trump card, just being able to pull out Kurokawa's clerk, really turning the tables on Venom here. So now the pressure is going to be on Venom's hunter to be able to return the favor and get a 4 elimination to try and bring the points back into their favor.
Absolutely, and also Era being a new team, and I believe that this is our first time seeing Kurokawa as a hunter instead of survivor. We don't know what to expect, and I feel that the clerk was a bit of like a surprise, because usually when you're about to choose clerk, you try to ban off as many harassers as possible. But if you notice the ban picks, the clerk actually went for the support characters instead. So I feel like the survivors of Venom were not really expecting that, so it kind of took them off by surprise. It kind of like affected them in a snowball kind of effect, because it's just not what they're expecting, as they know that Kurokawa has a bomb on him. But what about the other hunter pools?
Yeah, exactly. Again, this is AR's very mysterious background. They're a very new team. No one knows much about them. It's like a shonen protagonist tournament arc kind of a situation. This is like the mysterious newcomer coming in. So AR just having Kurokawa as like their trump card, with the clerk coming out and absolutely just annihilating the Venom survivors here with that 4 elimination. I do think that was part of the plan all along. Having just hiding hiding one of their stronger hunters behind Nanino, who is a very, very powerful hunter on his own, but him and Kurokawa being very, very strong hunters and hiding Kurokawa from the other teams, a very, very wonderful play by AR in general. But we will get more of AR versus Venom, as well as seeing how Venom is going to claw back in terms of points in the next half after this short break. So we will catch you in a little bit. See you in a bit.
3、2、1。その目をよく見せてくれないか。
イエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。グレイという。
ザック、どうして。いい子だから怖くないよ。
に殺されるな。その目をよく見せてくれないか。
イエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。
Welcome back to IVA, guys. We are in the second round of Venom vs. Era for BO2, and yeah, I'm Kira, and here's my lovely caster, BK Boy.
Yes. Thank you for introducing us, Kiera. As we can see, like you said, the second half of Venom versus AR, or as you call it, Vietnam. I think I like that name a bit more, honestly.
Venom, sorry.
I do think I don't know, it just rolls off the tongue a bit better. Whatever. So
Really?
we can see that right now Team Venom is 5 to AR's 8 in total, which means that right now Venom is going to be down by 3 points. So they have to get at least a 3 survivor in they have to get 3 points up in order to even get a draw to go into this BO3. So if they don't want to get a complete point deficit in going into like this third round here, they're going to have to even out the points. So I really do wonder what Venom's plan is going to be. So this next half is going to be Venom's Hunter versus AR's Survivors, if I remember correctly. So it's going to be interesting to see what Venom's Hunter Seichu is going to do to respond to this crisis they have here.
Right, Venom Survivors Venom's Hunters had to really buckle up to close in the point lead, as right now they are at 0 for round 2, but it's a little too early to say because we haven't seen what Venom's Hunter can bring out on the table. We have seen a Naiad so far, I believe also a Dream Witch. However, knowing Seichu, I think he has a lot more Hunter in his character pool that we have not seen yet.
Yes, definitely. I do think that it's going to be very, very interesting to see what Seichu has in store for us. We have seen that he has played a lot of Naiad in these past few matches, so seeing how he will be playing possibly without his Naiad. We don't know if the AR Survivors are just going to ban his Naiad outright, though it seems very, very likely, as we did see how deadly the Naiad was in these past few matches, as well as in the previous matches in the previous days. It's definitely not something to be underestimated, so cannot wait to see that. But then on the AR Survivor side, they have generally a very similar kind of team composition to most of the teams so far. They have the antiquarian and generally like a rescuer, like a mercenary, for example, or a forward, or they, as well as having a harasser like the prospector or the antiquarian. It's going to be very interesting to see how they will come up to try and maintain their point difference right now, because AR's in the lead. They have to maintain a point. They just want to maintain this point difference right now. So the objective for AR is to get at least a draw, because then it allows them to maintain this really big points difference that they have. If they get a 3 survivor elimination, like 1 survivor escape, then it will close in the gap, not completely closing it, but it will make it a lot closer. So I do think that Venom right now, they do have to get at least a 3 survivor elimination.
Right, and going to band picks, we have priestess and dancers right on the bench. I believe that Seichu just didn't want to work with support, especially in the middle of the church, because like dancer and priestess proving that they are good support in the church. Priestess with like the support portals can actually buy a lot of time. The thing about the church is it's stationed in the middle, so if you put like those support equipments around, such as the priestess support portals and also the dancer support boxes, this can buy a lot of time for teammates as being a facility in the middle. If you were to take a hit from any part of the church, you can use that one hit to transition to middle and get to where the supports are, and this can really buy a lot of time for the first kite.
Yeah, definitely. Like we saw in the previous half, how when Kurokawa was going up against, I believe it was 72 S's female dancer, just putting and stacking up all those like slow music boxes in the corner of the shack, really wasted a lot of Kurokawa's time trying to destroy them all. So female dancer is definitely not a force to be reckoned with. But as we can see here, AR really not scared of Seichu's Knight, instead going to be banning his Bonbot. Very interesting choice. And then going to be going ahead with the Mercenary and the Seer pick instead. Wow, I do think that they're really expecting for Seichu's Naya to be in play here, and they're trying to really prepare as much as they can for it.
Right, as mentioned before, AR is kind of in the lead for round 2 and Naya is a TIE Hunter. And I think that they just want to... they don't want... They believe that Naya is a TIE Hunter, so it's not too much of a fear to actually consider. Because like given like the current bans with Mercenary and Seer on hand, I believe that this can actually counter the Knight well. Seer having an extra hit on hand with Owl, and also allowing team rotation to happen with his skill. And also like Mercenary a very stable rescue. And what they want is to just keep the game as stable as possible, because all they need right now is a tie to win win round 2. And going to the next character ban picks, we have Mercenary and Barmaid on the chair.
Yeah, I do think that the Barmaid and the Acrobat is very interesting. We haven't seen too much of an Acrobat from AR survivors. However, we have seen like a Barmaid a handful of times from them. So having that out of the way for them is going to be quite good, just getting rid of AR's most comfortable survivors. However, if they seem to be going for a very stable team composition. They just need to keep the advantage they have right now. I don't think that they will be going for the Barmaid at all. So as we can see that Seichu here really trying to target AR's most comfortable survivors and trying to put them out of their element as much as possible, because he absolutely has to get more than a draw if he wants to keep his teammates' points up.
It looks like he's trying to go for the tanky strategy by having 3 hit survivors such as a Psychologist and Seer on the selection list. Even though Barmaid may be banned, Psychologist is also a very good choice because she can tank 3 hits. And if played well, if her extra health is not used up by the time she's on the chair, this can result in a very good rebound kite. However, it kind of like depends on how the situation plays out and how the hunter actually plays out by not letting the extra health take an effect after chair rescue.
Right? I mean, like, it's like, it seems that AR is just really going for like just like a really tanky group of survivors here. We got the Psychologist here and Mercenary, as you mentioned, and the Psychologist shield is actually really like very important, like you mentioned, allowing that little bit of like extra health to be healed up may be like the difference maker in this game. So AR securing in that Psychologist when they can is going to be crucial in this match, I do think. And then we can see Seichu banning the Antiquarian at last. I did mention how we have seen quite a few Antiquarian gameplays from AR, so getting rid of that from the get-go is going to be very tough for AR. However, now they do have a couple of choices in terms of, if they want to replace the Antiquarian, they do have a couple of choices, like for example the Forward and the Prospector, as I mentioned. I guess a few other choices would be like a Wildling. No, but actually we are going to be seeing the Prospector, like I said. However, the Prospector's harassing ability is not quite as potent as the Antiquarian, so AR's kiters are really going to have to kind of step their game up to try and keep that up if they are going to rely on the Prospector for support and harasser.
Right, also to mention that now that we have tanky survivors on the Inquiry side, which means that they take 1 extra hit each, if they were to pace out the time difference in between each hit, I believe that this can really come in play when it comes to the Cypher progress, because as mentioned before, because of the survivor skill, this can really play into buying a lot of time with how the extra are used, and this can potentially force out things like blink if the hunter chose to bring blink. If the blink is being forced out, this can result in a good second card. And no, Seichu going with the wax artist instead. I don't think we've seen much of a wax artist this IVA.
No, we haven't actually. We did see a wax artist like once before only yesterday by Kuga from FT, and I do believe that this is like the first time that we're going to be seeing a wax artist from Seichu. So it's going to be very interesting to see how he's going to be playing the wax artist. This map in general, the Red Church, is actually going to be very interesting because there is quite a few areas. For example, the wedding reception, red carpet, front gate, whatever you want to call it area, where it's very good for a wax artist because he has a lot of line of sight. His wax globs can kind of reach over the benches. But then you have like the ruins areas, like the top, bottom, middle breakable areas, the back gate area. A lot of places where the wax itself is not very good and survivors can just hide behind cover to avoid the wax spray. So I'm going to be looking forward to see how Seichu will try and overcome that obstacle.
Wax artist being a very interesting thing because, as you mentioned, this map has a lot of high walls which don't really do well with the wax artist. But I believe that Seichu might have the wax artist in hand as his strongest trump card. That's why he's bringing it out. Right now, going to the spawn location, you can see Prospector taking the safest spot, which is the middle. Which I feel like is a good choice because Prospector with only one magnet on hand, you definitely gonna put him one of the safest spot in the map. We can see Mystery spawning at, I believe this is a graveyard, and Seichu just spawning near the Prospector. I think he'll definitely go for the Prospector first.
Yeah, I do think that definitely his best choice right now because, as you mentioned, Psychologist and Seer very, very tanky, and as well, the Prospector is going to be a quite good choice because of how the wax artist kind of is better against stunner and harasser characters. So going into the match here, we can see that Seichu bringing the detention and trump card build and immediately going for the Seer instead of the Prospector in this backgate area. However, this again, a lot of high walls for Epsilon here to be able to hide behind. So Seichu may find that he's going to have a bit of trouble trying to get that first little bit of wax down, but missing that hit unfortunately and getting the Seer to drop the pallet and has the slow pallet breaking trait, so is going to be breaking the pallet very slowly, but with a very, very good timed owl right before he got frozen, forcing Seichu to not hit him to try and force out the owl instead, and now going to be going for the hit on this Seer, wasting quite a bit of time with that owl there, as well as the freezing with the wax. Going to be going into this area here with the Seer on half HP. However, the Prospector does have 2 magnets, but he's not in the area to be able to support the Seer. But with this area, a lot of high walls, as I mentioned, it's going to be quite, not necessarily easy, but easier for the Seer to be able to pull off a kite. But Seichu does have his blink available, so we will be seeing it here coming up soon and getting a hit on the Seer with a fairly decent kite on this Seer's end. So it's going to be up to Seichu now to be able to try and stop the Cypher progress.
Right, look at the ciphers, BK. 3 ciphers are almost done, I believe. Mercenary ciphers at 80 something, which just means that Mercenary has a slow decoder. Having so much progress means that Seer actually bought a lot of time. I believe that Blink was to ultimately stop the Seer from sucking Owl from him. The Seer actually does not do too well against a Wax artist because his Owl can easily bait out. And also with the Wax in effect, his Owls, he may not be able to bring out the owl in time. And Mercenary just using an owl pad trying to close out distance while getting in more wax, will he be able to make a rescue? Uses a wax to actually stop the gets the rescue before Howard. Prospector coming into the scene, buying a lot more time for his teammates, so his teammate get a little further away. However, it looks like Wax artist. Oh no, I thought I was about to go for a Mercenary, go for a double down. Looks like he has other plans in mind, trying to just get a Seer down first. However, with Prospector around in the egg, proves to make things very difficult for Wax artist, getting his stunner Wax artist and buying more time for his teammates.
Yes. It seems like the name of the game here for the Prospector is to just buy as much time as possible, but unfortunately it's going to be not enough as the Wax artist here getting very, very close to Epsilon's here almost immediately, and going to be getting a very, very high Wax level on him, but Epsilon trying his best to juke, but unfortunately is not able to juke the Wax enough and does get frozen, going down onto his second chair. So now it is going to be up to the psychologist and or the prospector to come in for the second rescue if they are going to be rescuing again. But if we see there, the psychologist using the whistle to try and heal up the mercenary, possibly meaning that the mercenary is going to be going up for the second rescue again and trying to stop this prospector cipher from being done. Seichu trying to stop as much cipher progress as possible.
Right, it looks like they want to let their fastest decoder do decoding while Mercenary goes in for a rescue. Looks like they had a little bit of like a traffic situation with like both survivors around the air. Mercenary getting that no damage rescue, so he can definitely block for the Seer. Looks like a prospector around the area just getting magnet on the wax and actually buying so much time for Seer to get away. I don't know why the Seer touched a cipher, but it looks like the Seer is actually trapped there, and Mercenary just acting like a dog to buy even more time for the Seer.
Right, and this, as we can see, the Seer is now really far across from the wax artist Seichu, trying to block off that cipher, making sure they don't get any kind of progress whatsoever. And it seems that he is now going to be switching over to the prospector as he has lost the Seer, but no, trying his damn best to try and find the Seer no matter where he may be, just really trying to find, no, actually going back to try and control these ciphers as much as possible. He has realized that there is one cipher remaining and using the blink to try and get the prospector down as fast as possible. It seems that right now Seichu is very worried about the cipher progress, so now he's going to be just going for whoever he can to try and stall out this game as long as possible.
Him losing the Seer is a really big mistake on the Hunter's side, because the Seer was about to get sent back to Manor, and him losing the Seer means that the Seer gets to get to stay on the scene for a little longer, and it actually plays in the hand of the survivor, as the other survivors, even though they are not in the healthiest state, they are not about to get sent back to Manor. So the one that has to be careful is the Seer. As we speak, it looks like Seichu has already sniffed out the Seer, knowing that Seer has ran out far away to decode. And we're down to the last cipher. He has to remake this last, as the cipher in the shack does not have too much of a progress.
Yes, but do keep in mind there is accelerated decoding in play right now. Not to mention that both Mercenary and Prospector are decoding it. But unfortunately for Seichu, the psychologist coming in here trying for the body block, and the Seer unfortunately timing his owl, and the hot wax does go through the owl, managing to try and freeze the psychologist as she is trying to force heal, but they managed to pop it instead, and now they are going to be going into the end game with that pop. The psychologist unfortunately going down, but Seichu here just still going for that Seer, just really trying to get him down and get him eliminated from the game.
Looks like he really wants to Seer, and Mercenary is just there body blocking for him. I wonder what they're up to. As detention of wax artists, it could be very risky for survivors to get a hit on the Seer, and Mercenary actually happened to be safe away from the detention hit. Psychologist is still down. Psychologist has gotten up already, making a dash for the gate. However, the wax artist is nearby. He knows what's up. I feel like Psychologist could be an easy pick after this, because like Psychologist end game is actually pretty weak, as even if she may have a half health whistle, it doesn't do well against the detention hit. And not to mention that right now she has nothing on hand to work with other than a flywheel.
Yes, but do keep in mind, the dungeon is right there. If she does have a flywheel, meaning that she will be making an escape into the dungeon, resulting in a 1 survivor elimination and 3 survivors escaped on Aquarius's part. So this means that Venom here is only going to be getting 1 point for that 1 elimination. So going into these statistics here, we can see quite a lot of cipher progress was done by all the survivors, and quite a lot of containment time as well.
Siam being the main character, lasting 170 something seconds, even though he was about to fly back into a manor. I feel that what really changed the game around was his teammates coming to play and making sure that Hunter lost sight of the and that really turned the tables around. Because if not, I think that it may be a draw or even a 3 elimination.
Yes, definitely. We can see that the mercenaries 165% decoding progress, the prospector and psychologist as well, nearly 200 and 200 respectively. There are a lot of decoding progress to while the Seer bot, like as we can see, 171 seconds of containment time. A lot of time kited by the Seer, allowing his team to get a lot of cipher progress and really trying to cipher rush Seishu to hell and back. as well as the fact that Mercenaries 2 rescues on the Seer, plus like the Psychologist's whistle healing with the Mercenary, allowing him to get the second rescue off of the Seer, definitely did play a lot of time. Plus, again, you mentioned the teamwork makes the dream work, friendship is magic. The Mercenary and the Prospector really harassing Seichu at the shack area really is the what caused the Seer to be able to get away all the way to the graveyard. So it's going to be very, very well played, and a lot of team coordination that must have been required to be able to pull that off.
Yeah, absolutely. And so one of the highlights being Seer, no, not the Seer, Missouri acting as a door at the shack. This kind of like allowed the Seer to pull away for a very long distance as Perspective also came to play, and this really like bothered the Hunter a lot. This really bought so much time for Seer to actually transition all the way to the graveyard, where not only is there a cipher there for him to work at as the last half has been guarded. It's also a very good kiting spot to kite against the wax artist. There's a lot of pellets that are being unused. So I feel like this really played in the hands of Survivor to getting a 3 elimination, and also that dungeon spawn spot being so near the final kite too.
Yes, that dungeon spot being right next to the Psychologist was very, very, a very, very clutch moment for AR, allowing them to get just like that one extra, just the Psychologist getting that one extra survivor out and escape, really pushed up the point. So now we can see here in the scoreboard down there, Venom with 6 and AR with 11. So AR is now in a massive lead. So going into the BO3, Venom really has to pull up in terms of points if they are going to go into the finals that we're going to be having later.
Right, looks like we've seen the redemption side of AR. Like, they were not in the lead before, but now they're in the lead by so many points. It looks like, I feel like the survivors and hunters of AR, they actually have trump card on hand that they are not really sure yet for like the first round, but for round 2, because they really want to close out the lead, they brought out what they're best at and you really play into like favor.
Yes, and not just what they rested, but also like different strategies and like different characters as well. Like like not only just like the wax artist and the clerk on Kurokawa's part, we have it's just a lot of very different strategies and characters being played, as well as seeing Seichu's wax artist was a very pleasant surprise. I do think that in general, both teams are just trying they're just really trying to push as much as they can to get into the finals here, to try and win this matchup against each other, allowing them to get into the finals matches.
Right now, Venom really has to buckle up and show us what they actually have. Who knows, like maybe they may have their own trump card that they need to show yet. However, I feel like this is kind of like a desperate fight because they're losing out so much in points that they want to bring out what they're best in. So, as mentioned before, Venom actually has a very good hunter on hand on Seichu's side. But it might be brought out again in round 3 to make sure that the best of round 3 gets to happen, because knowing Seichu, he's a veteran hunter. He has a lot of good hunters on hand. I'm not too sure what to expect, but I just feel like it'll be something exciting.
Yes, but we will be seeing more of that in the next round, the BO3, the last round, unless they go into an overtime. However, we will be seeing more of that in the next coming round. So we will be going into a short break here, and we will come back with the third round in a little bit. So see you then.
俺に殺されるな。その目をよく見せてくれないか。
イエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。
俺だぞ。俺の欲しいもん逃がすわけねえだろ。3、2、1。俺は嘘は嫌いなんだよ。
ザック、忘れてない。忘れてなんてない。だって誓ったもの。ザックと私、二人で誓ったもの。レイチェル・ガードナー、これはいらない。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
Welcome back to IVA. I'm Kira, and here's BK Boy, my co-caster. And right now, we are going to final round of Venom versus Earl. What do you feel about this, BK?
Ooh, it's definitely going to be a very, very tight and intense match. As we can see from the scoreboard, 6 for Venom and then 11 for AR, which means that right now it's going to be, I do believe it is, yes. So as we can see here, it is going to be, on the Hunter side, it's going to be, where is it? Yeah, Hunter's AR. So, and then Survivors are going to be Venom, which means that for AR's Hunter side, if the Hunter gets a 4 elimination, so like getting all 5 points, then it means that Venom will not be able to move, will not be moving into, you know, like the overtime, or it's just going to be like ended there immediately, because from that point on, Venom has no way of catching up in terms of the points. So right now, the idea for Venom Survivors would be to try and get at least 1 escape. They cannot get a 0 escape under any circumstances.
Right, and also when it comes to round 3, there's more bends in the air. It may be a little harder for the survivors of Venom to make that happen. However, this can also play into hands of them as there are more bands. They can ban more characters on their end, and yeah, it's a little early for us to say. But with more bands, they're kind of like forced to a character pool that they may not be comfortable with, but they may also be like the non-meta characters that they are very good at specializing. They just haven't had a chance to bring out yet, because for BO1 and BO2, you just kind of keep it as stable as possible.
Yes, exactly. We did see earlier Kurokawa is the hunter for AR. So having him be the hunter on this BO3 right now is going to be very interesting, because we haven't seen Kurokawa before this matchup as the hunter for AR. It's mostly been CC Nanino. So seeing Kurokawa bring out his Bonbon in the first round, then it got banned. So then he brought out the Clerk instead and managed to get a 4 elimination on Venom survivors, which was very, very impressive. And so, like you said, Venom being able to ban more hunters, me be able to force out Kurokawa's other hunters, which may or may not be better or worse depending on Kurokawa's experience. Because Kurokawa, we haven't seen his hunter before. So seeing who they might pick if his two seen before hunters are going to be picked is going to be very interesting.
Right now for the match of round 3, our map is actually the Secret Hospital, explaining why we have the Priestess off on the bench immediately. And also Seer and Mercenary. As explained before, for the new viewers out there, Mercenary is a very stable rescuer. What you want to do is a kind of skill support, so if they were to have a bad rescue, this kind of snowball into a bad late game, and it might not be even a late game at all. And also, banning a Seer is a very good choice, because Seer is a very good team player. Not just a very good team player, he also has an owl for which may play of his health ultimates.
Exactly. But as you can see here at the top, the Bonbon and the Clerk banned straight away. Seems that Venom does not want Kurokawa to be playing any hunters that they are familiar with. So seeing how they might respond in terms of their survival lineup is going to be very interesting. But yeah, like you mentioned, the Sacred Heart Hospital is going to be quite a difficult map for Kurokawa to be able to get the survivors down in, because Sacred Hospital is notoriously known for being very, very difficult for the hunters. So as we can see here, the Psychologist and the Acrobat, two very good kiting characters, as well as the Psychologist's support ability. Psychologist's shield is very, very good for kiting, like being able to tank that extra hit, as well as the Acrobat's jumps and his bouncy balls, allowing him to jump and debuff the hunter. All very, very good for kiting in this very kite heavy map. And then moving over to the Kurokawa's extra bans, we see Female Dancer and First Officer. Kurokawa really does not want any supporting or rescuing to be happening here, as you can see by his ban lineup.
Right, and also speaking of the survivors of Venom, they actually banned off the Bonbon and Clerk in respect to Kurokawa's previous pick. And also to mention that Kurokawa is a new hunter player that we are seeing on the screen. We don't know what it. So now to ban out the characters that we know that he can play, actually a very smart choice on the survivors of Venom side. Venom going with the Psychologist and Acrobat, as mentioned, they're pretty good picks. However, it looks like Kurokawa also does not want to go with stable rescuers by banning out the First Officer. The two stable rescuers in the game are most definitely Mercenary and First Officer. Mercenary also with his elbow pad is able to close out the distance. It's very beneficial for the survivors team. That's why he's also like one of the top bans. And also given that this is a Sacred Heart Hospital that we are talking about, it's very good for Mercenary to be chosen here, but he's banned instead. However, we are not seeing one of the top bans on the ban list, which is the Antiquarian.
Yeah, that is very true. Antiquarian really is a top ban and also a top pick for a very good reason, because she is just very, very in the meta right now. Her ability to stun and harass and support her fellow survivors while at the barely any decoding progress cost, because she decodes at the same speed as a regular survivor. So your Seers, your Female Lancers, your Acrobats, your Psychologists, whatever, she decodes at the same speed as them. So Kurokawa letting the Antiquarian free for Venom to be able to pick here is going to be very interesting choice. So I really do wonder what Kurokawa's plan is here, because he had 5 bands before this and none of them were the antiquarians. So it's going to be a very interesting to see how Kurokawa will respond to a potential antiquarian if Venom takes the bait.
I feel like Kurokawa is definitely confident in countering the antiquarian. Either that or his character, his hunter in mind, actually is good against the antiquarian. Right now, I can't really think of what could be actually good against the antiquarian, because antiquarian being such a scary survivor, she's kind of like the hunter's hunter. As you mentioned before, I'm not sure you remember, when we went to that Bonbon band, antiquarian does not do well against hunters that has like those kind of long distance skills, such as the Bonbon or Galatia's Sculptor, that we still haven't seen. And Galatia with crit damage like Bonbon, I think we may be expecting a Sculptor.
Yeah, that is very true. A Sculptor would be very interesting. We actually have not seen many Sculptors throughout the whole tournament. They were very common in the previous seasons and the previous tournaments, like COAs, IVAs, IVCs, BBCs, ABCs, ABDs, and so on and so forth. But I do think that Sculptor has kind of fallen off in favor of the more standard hunters, like the Dreamwitch as the Bonbon, as well as like the rise of the Clerk. So Sculptor is becoming less and less favorable, but seeing it played, I think will be very good, especially looking at this lineup here. We have the Patient and the Forward as the last 2 survivors for Venom's survivors. Sculptor would be quite good against these 2 survivors, I do think, because for one, the Patient's ability to get away from the Sculptor would be good like against a Bonbon, for example, but not against a Sculptor, because with her first presence ability, she can just throw the chisel and then immediately get like a bird's eye view of wherever the Patient landed too. So it seems that the Patient will not be able to properly escape from the Sculptor should Kurokawa pick the Sculptor actually.
Right, and also looking at final character band pick, Kurokawa has went with a coordinator band, which I am very surprised, BK. We have a coordinator band in, I think, forever, and is definitely not really expected when it comes to IVA. And to actually let out the forward by banning the coordinator, I'm not too sure what to expect, to be honest. And like you mentioned just now, Sculptor may be a good pick. However, there's one hunter that comes to my mind when it comes to countering characters like Forward and Patient. Characters can pull long distance, which is the Geisha.
Ooh, that is very true. I do think it would be very interesting to see Kurokawa pull out a Geisha. We have barely seen any Geishas throughout this whole tournament. I don't think we've seen any actually. So it's going to be very interesting to see how Kurokawa will be playing the Geisha later on. And it's also quite interesting though, because as you mentioned, the coordinator ban, Kurokawa is basically inviting the Venom survivors to be playing the Antiquarian here, but instead they decided to go with the Forward, which is, I think, a very interesting choice, because we haven't seen too many Forwards compared to the standard Antiquarian Prospectors. So seeing how Venom survivors will be playing the Forward, and especially if it is against a Geisha, no, it's actually going to be up against a Sculptor. So you were right on your first guess, Kiara. That is very interesting to see Kurokawa playing the Sculptor. Wow, I genuinely cannot wait to see this, because I haven't seen Sculptor gameplay in a while, so it's going to be very interesting to see this.
Right, Sculptor has definitely fallen off the meta list since many seasons ago, but not to mention a second presence Sculptor can be very scary to go against it, especially when it comes to rescuing it. And also, like, when it comes to a second kite against a second presence Sculptor, things are just very difficult and very massive. Like, a statue is just going around and around. There are many things for you to dodge. It's just not easier when it comes to mid to late game for a Sculptor. However, with the Forward and Patient on hand, I'm not too sure what to expect, as those are characters can pull out distance. This may play in favor if they were found first before Sculptor unlock her first presence.
Yeah, definitely. Sculptor, speaking of like presence, right? Her first presence is very important, but also especially her second presence. I do think that the full presence ability is definitely going to be very important for the survivors to avoid and for Kurokawa to obtain. So, but going into the spawn locations here, we can see Godj with the Forward in the shack, and then 72S with the psychologist in the hospital area. Definitely the safest area, as I do think that right now the psychologist is one of the weakest kiter. She's not a weak kiter objectively, but compared to this team, she is by far like the weakest. She's good, but not the best in this team right now. So Kurokawa choosing to be right next to the hospital there, giving an option, basically trying to be close to the psychologist in the hospital, but also kind of close to the acrobat, trying to give herself an option, I do think.
Also to mention that psychologist spawning a hospital being the scariest spawn spots for Hunter to chase someone. Looking at the personnel of the sculptor, she has decided to go with 3 and 6, I believe. And right, going to the game, I believe that God J the forward is just hiding behind triggering Tintas, and Kurokawa is just... Kurokawa is moving in check. I believe that Tintas has been triggered. He still haven't found his first target. He's moving to the ruins where the acrobat is. I think against the acrobat, a sculptor can still perform relatively okay. Not the best pick as as good a pick as a psychologist, but yeah, I believe compared to a patient or forward when it comes to first chase, acrobat can be an optimal chase.
That is very true. However, do keep in mind, Kurokawa does not have the not broken windows, the confined space ability, meaning that one pallet is that one window and that pallet is going to be quite the nightmare for Kurokawa, I do think. But however, if he does play it correctly with these statues here, as we can see, it will be a bit easier for him. And it seems that he's actually managed to scare the acrobat off into, like you said, the nightmare of a kiting spot that is the hospital itself, getting a very good firebomb, cancelling the abilities. However, right hot on his heels and managing to get that regular hit off on the acrobat, slamming that pallet and trying to get him down as fast as possible, and getting a very good statue hit on the acrobat in the hospital here. This is going to be very, very good for Kurokawa, because now that they have the acrobat down fairly early on, it's going to be quite easy for Kurokawa to be able to get any kind of map control with his first presence skill.
Luckily for Survivor's side that the basement is not here. However, when it comes to a sculptor, one of the smarter things to do is to not give her second presence. It's up to survivors to see if they want to go in for a rescue, because if going in for a rescue is kind of like potentially letting the sculptor unlock a second presence, which can snowball into a bad meat to the game. It looks like they are going for a rescue. Psychologists around the area just trying to get that rescue on the acrobat, which making it gets a terror shock instead. What the hell?
Oh my goodness, Kira, that was insane. Oh my goodness, the double statue and then into the terror shock on the psychologist. The survivors' plans really backfired on them, not to mention the fact that now the sculptor is at full presence and really chipping down the forward, who is going to be coming in for the rescue, trying to use his football to try and stun, but gets hit out of the stun, but does actually manage to get the acrobat rescued, just using all of their resources, trying to get as much of a distance as possible, trying to escape, and just trying to make the best out of a bad situation, but getting hit again out of his stun. Fool me once, shame on you, but then fool me twice, shame on me. It seems that this is a really, really bad situation for these survivors right now, as now FS is going to get blink hit by Kurokawa's sculptor right now, playing around the pallet, and it does not pay off, as he does use the blink hit to try and get the acrobat down instantly. It's going to be sent back to the manor.
Right, and psychologists in the area, not to mention that, no, I don't think she's halfway up, that she's at a very risky spot, because like she does not have extra health anymore. Kurokawa just picking up forward. It feels like right now, a second presence, like resources on the survivor side are not really good. I think patient may be trying going for a rescue, as with psychologist's help, it can be quite risky, because like she has nothing to work with for the rescue, and this may lead to a potential down too. And looking at the forward spot, there's not too much left, so like I feel like his second card potential is not super strong.
That is very true. And as we can see, the patient getting chipped very early on, as well as the fact that Kurokawa is about to get a new set of sculptors and getting another chip, as well as the regular hit downing the patient, like as he tries to rescue here. This is going to be a very bad turn of events for the survivors, as now they have 2 survivors incapacitated, and they still have, I believe it is 1 cipher left to go, and 72S trying to come in for the rescue on the forward here, but will it be enough? Will she be able to actually pull off the rescue on the forward?
No, this is very risky, as the patient fell just in front of forward's chair. This makes it a very easy target for the sculptor going for the balloon hit. It looks like she's Oh, she's just going for the psychologist. The psychologist not being able to make it time to rescue Fall gets double chip damage into it. And I think the psychologist just gave up by just standing there for the free hit.
Oh dear, it seems that the Venom survivors here really just have like given up, as you mentioned. So unfortunate for Venom, but as we can see, Aquarius will now be the winner, moving up into the grand finale of this whole IVA tournament. My goodness, Kira, that match was just insane to watch.
Yes, we were talking about just before the match to the newcomers here, how scary a second presence sculptor can be, and this match really just proved it right. By getting that terror shock by getting a psychologist, the psychologist done the terror shock, so the psychologist couldn't go in for the rescue. So she has extra health and was only a first presence sculptor, I believe. However, with like the statues around, she really had to like put extra effort to try to dodge the statues, and ultimately going down into the terror shock, which really snowballed into a very bad late game. Right now, going to the stats, Acrobat being the first chase and main kiter with 60 seconds. And I believe Psychologist also lasted quite long, however, it's not really for the game to turn around.
Yeah, right. Because the acrobat kiting 60 seconds at the beginning was good, was actually quite good, and was a looking pretty good for the survivors. But then the psychologist unfortunately getting double chipped and then terror shock on the chair, trying to rescue. Not to mention the forward getting chipped and then regular hit, stunned out of his football. It did let him go for the rescue, but unfortunately, it does mean that the acrobat was at a disadvantage because Kurokawa still did have his blink. And as you can see, 15 seconds on the patient and the forward, plus these 46 seconds on the psychologist is just not enough for them to get a Cypher Rush out from under Kurokawa. So it was very, very unfortunate. And as you can see, only one rescue that was only by the forward. So all these rescues, except for that one at the beginning, was actually stuffed by Kurokawa. So a very, very well played there by Kurokawa, being able to just camp that chair very, very effectively.
Right, and with this match, I think we can probably dub Sculptor as a new Terror Shock Queen, like right next to Bonbon. I mean, both of them does have that chip damage skill, and yeah, it kind of like makes things really, really hard for survivors to go in for rescue. I mean, Bonbon is a very strong camp hunter that's really expected, but Sculptor, even though she's a good camp hunter, she's more reliant on her second presence. And yeah, I think this match is a really good example of why Sculptor cannot be undermined, even though she has not been up in the meta for many, many seasons.
Right, exactly. It's like, even though like Aquarius was down, but they were definitely not out. And they, as you can see by the score down here, they lost the first round at a 5-3, but then they came back with an insane 1-8, and then another 0-5. That was a truly wonderful comeback by AR. A very, very good, kind of almost like a reverse sweep. It was just this, plus like Kurokawa is just coming back with the Clerk and then the Sculptor getting the 4 elimination on Venom survivors in round 2 and round 3. I really do think that AR's trump card really was Kurokawa's Hunter. That was very, very entertaining and very fun to watch.
Yeah, they definitely caught us off guard because for previous matches against our team, like Kurokawa was in the survivor side, so we don't really expect him to bring out Hunter, and much less to expect really, really strong Hunters from him. This kind of proves that he has a wide range of character pools that he's very confident in, and I believe like he's the MVP dark horse of this match, really.
Right, and but also the Venom survivors and as well as the Venom hunters, they actually did fairly well, especially in the first round there. So they did have quite a very, very good lead on AR, but they were unfortunately not able to maintain it, as again Kurokawa being very much the trump card of Aquarius here, the dark horse, the MVP, as you said, just coming out here with like a very, very unexpected and very, very effective and competent hunter plays, just really taking Venom by surprise and allowing him to get that 4 elimination, really pushing him into the pushing him and his team into the final match that we are going to be having soon.
Right, and as mentioned, like the secret weapon of AR has been revealed, and this kind of pushed them into a lead of, look at the points, BK, they are in a lead of 10 entire points, which is a lot.
Right, yeah, that's like a lot. Like that you can't understate how much like a 10-point lead is. Like that's a lot. So for AR to be able to come back with that amount, with that number of a points difference is really, really good. However, we have to keep in mind that now AR is going to be moving into their next match with FT. And now that they have revealed their trump card, Kurokawa's, clerk and Kurokawa's sculptor, as well as the bonbon, is going to be kind of an open book for FT to be able to read. So now that they have revealed their trump card to get into the last match here, now they really have to fight for their lives against FT, because as we saw yesterday, FT and AR did go against each other in the last set of matches for yesterday's, which I and John commentated for, and we did see that FT really did was able to sweep AR off the floor with a lot of their older experience, as opposed to AR's newcomer energy.
Right. This looks like we kind of like a revenge match, actually, to maybe like redeem themselves from like yesterday, and also we're seeing the best contenders against the best contenders. So having this two, I think it'll be quite interesting to watch, especially when AR lost to FT yesterday. Maybe that was like practice or warm-up session for them, and maybe today we might be seeing the real potential of AR. Who knows? Like mentioned before, AR is a dark horse, a rising star. Yeah, honestly speaking, I'm not too sure what to expect, but I am very excited for the results. Nonetheless, that we know that there are surprises up their sleeves, and maybe there are even more surprises that we have yet to see.
Yes, lots of surprises and unexpected turns of events going to be waiting for us in the last match. We are going to be taking a little bit of a small break here, so do keep in mind and keep paying attention for the next match that is going to be the grand finals of IVA, FT versus AR. Please keep watching and stay tuned for that.
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
イエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。グレイという。
ザック、どうして。いい子だから怖くないよ。
今だけ俺に殺されるな。その目をよく見せてくれないか。
だからイエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。
俺は嘘は嫌いなんだよ。
ザック、忘れてない。忘れてなんてない。だって誓ったもの。ザックと私、二人で誓ったもの。レイチェル・ガードナー、これはいらない。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。本来の君は奪われるべき魂ではない。
美しい石の蓋で永遠に閉じ込めてあげるよ。だからイエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ、その目に焼き付けてちょうだいね。私は断罪に、ああ罪深き悪人ども、許されるまで痛めつけてあげる。
私は君がどのようなものかまだ判断しておらん。罪を吐き出せ。罪を受け止めろ。私はこの教会の神父だ。グレイという。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
イエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。グレイという。
ザック、どうして。 いい子だから怖くないよ。
今だけ俺に殺されるな。その目をよく見せてくれないか。
イエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。
俺だぞ。俺の欲しいもん逃がすわけねえだろ。3、2、1。俺は嘘は嫌いなんだよ。
ザック、忘れてない。忘れてなんてない。だって誓ったもの。ザックと私二人で誓ったもの。レイチェル・ガードナー、これはいらない。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。本来の君は奪われるべき魂ではない。
美しい石の蓋で永遠に閉じ込めてあげるよ。 イエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ、その目に焼き付けてちょうだいね。私は断罪に、ああ罪深き悪人ども、許されるまで痛めつけてあげる。
私は君がどのようなものかまだ判断しておらん。罪を吐き出せ、罪を受け止めろ。私はこの教会の神父だ。グレイという。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
イエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。グレイという。
ザック、どうして。いい子だから怖くないよ。
今だけ俺に殺されるな。その目をよく見せてくれないか。
だからイエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。
俺だぞ。俺の欲しいもん逃がすわけねえだろ。3、2、1。 俺は嘘は嫌いなんだよ。
ザック、忘れてない。忘れてなんてない。だって誓ったもの。ザックと私、二人で誓ったもの。レイチェル・ガードナー、これはいらない。
その目。
Welcome back to IVA, the grand finale. I am your host, DK Boy Rule, with my co-caster, Kiara. So, Kiara, right now, we are going into the final match of IVA, the grand finals, the last one. It's going to be FT, the fan favorite, the homestay, the classic. Everyone knows them, everyone's heard of them. You got the mini squad on the survivor side, and then you got like Shen, Meow Pai, Kuga on the hunters. And then on the other side, we have AR, Aquarius, the very dark horse of this tournament. They have been they're a new team, lots of new faces, and they have just been climbing up the ranks, being able to make it here to the very final match of the tournament. Kira, how are you feeling today?
Excited as like you see if you've been following the tournament, AR actually lost to FT like yesterday. They're actually matching with each other today, so it could be their redemption arc. It could be like a little revenge match. Maybe you can see AR like beating FT this time, because as we saw in previous matches, AR actually has quite a few tricks up their sleeves that I believe that they might even have even more that we are unaware of, that they are willing to like out today against FTS. This is the grand finale that we are talking about.
Right, yeah. I mean, we saw like a couple of AR's tricks up their sleeve when they brought on Kuro with their hunter instead of their usual Nanino. And Kuro, at first he had brought out his Bonbon, getting, I believe it was a 1 elimination, or a 0 elimination, but he was able to pull back with his other hunters, the Clerk in the BO2 and the I believe it was the Sculptor in the BO3. So a very, very wonderful comeback by AR there. I do think that, like I said before, Kuro is definitely AR's trump card hunter. They risk keeping him on the down low, only to spring back right up when the time is right. But now that Venom has been taken off guard by Kurokawa's hunter, now keep in mind that FT will have like a bit of a warning in advance of who they will be going up against, what character they play, and who they will be going up against. So going into the participants here, we can see Future, FT, the classic. We got Mini Shadow, Mini Dragon, Mini Panda, Mini Blue, with Shen, Kuga, and Meow Pai as hunters.
Those are all familiar names. We have seen them around for ages, I believe, not just IVA, but also previous tournaments, also COA. I believe that back then they're in different teams. Even though they're in different teams, they're all from very strong teams. So now we're seeing like two very strong teams being put together into FT. So I think we have a lot of expectations for FT this year right here. Also going into Aquarius, a new team, but also not a force to be reckoned with, because we've seen so much potential from them, from the Hunter, Nanino, and OK. And survivor side, Edison, Ichigo, and OKK, and also Kurokawa, whom I believe is also a very good hunter main, as we all saw just now. We might be seeing OK or Nanino coming out this time, but we are just kind of like placing our bets on Kurokawa, because like knowing he has so much up his sleeve, there's so much to expect from him, because it's like that little Kindle egg surprise that we just open up and we don't know what to expect, and he just like show us so much things that he can do at one go, and such as his amazing hunter pulls and his proficiency at those hunters, which are all very unexpected.
Definitely. But going into the band picks here, we can see AR with OK, OKK, Ichigo, and Epsilon on the survivors, with Kuga on the hunter side. Kuga is very well known for being a very good Dream Witch and a Bonbon main. He almost always will open up with his Dream Witch on the first round, the BO1, and so him banning the Priestess here, if he was to choose this Dream Witcher, I do think that the Priestess ban would make quite a bit of sense, especially on this map.
This is a big map, and with a big map, I feel like if you were to bring out a Dream Witch, it kind of like play into hands, because Dream Witch kind of thrives on big maps where she's kind of free to do all that cipher control and cipher disturbing progress, and it's kind of like sends the survivors and scramble into a panic. And this is a big map they're talking about. Cutting out the priestess support, this gives a lot of trouble to the survivors. However, like cutting out the priestess, they are potentially letting out antiquarian, but however, like they went with the mercenary and seer instead, who are both very good picks for this map.
That is very true. Mercenary is stable rescuer, Seer a overall very good support, and Kaita. But like you mentioned, Kuga getting rid of the Priestess, and now the Antiquarian. Like you said, Antiquarian is a very powerful supporting and harasser character. So Kuga here, seeing that AR is not going for the Antiquarian, is going to ban the Antiquarian instead, along with the Batter. A very rare sight to see a Batter being played in a tournament like this. However, being banned is probably even rarer, but considering that it is Kuga, and Kuga has a tendency to play Dream Witch again, getting rid of these harassing and supporting characters will be very important, because if he leaves a leech on with a survivor ballooned on the leech, then it would be very, very easy for the survivors to try and do a balloon rescue, which seems to be the plan here, as AR is going to be picking the Prospector to replace the Antiquarian and Batter, it seems.
By cutting off two potential harassers, this also allows AR to bring out another harasser that has been commonly picked till right now as something like a sub for Antiquarian, but they kind of work differently. So not as a sub, but also as a very potentially potent harasser, which is the Prospector, who is also a very popular pick in Japan's tournament. And Kuga also decided to sit the Dancer on the bench. I'm a little surprised, because Dancer, he generally do quite well in places where the center is a good cutting spot. However, like, this is a very big map they're talking about. It's a bit harder for you to transition to the center, or like places where her basic boxes are set up. However, she can be quite strong in double story, and going to the final character selection on the survivor side, which is the psychologist. So looking at the survivors on AR side, I believe they're going for a tanky and more like defensive kind of strategy, which is having do triple hit survivors on their team.
Yes, very, very true, Kara, because as you can see, oh my goodness, a Night Watch from Kuga. Did you expect this, Kara? Because I certainly did not. That is going to be a very, very unexpected play by Kuga here, going with a Night Watch ban. Now, if we look at the Antiquarian and Batter bans as well as the female Lancer, it does make quite a bit of sense, because Night Watch really does not like harassers and supporting characters. So getting rid of those, leaving the survivors to be on their own, is going to be very, very good for Kuga. However, he does have to watch out, as the Prospector is still on the loose. Plus, there is the Seer, who can give an owl to whoever is kiting, and if he does chase the Psychologist as well, the Psychologist will end up taking the extra hit due to her shield. So overall, these survivors and hunter is going to be very ups and downs, and a lot of benefits as well as drawbacks for both sides.
Speaking of Kinder Egg surprises, here we go. We have a new hunter that we've never seen Kuga play, and we rarely see this on IVA. I believe that hunter, they're full of touch and go and brought a Night Watch, but this is a new hunter we're talking about. He just got released, so I don't know what to expect from new hunter, because with new hunters you get new strategies and new metas, and you also need a little more time to master the new hunter. And it looks like Kuga has already placed a lot of confidence, a lot of time in mastering this new hunter to actually bring out in BO1, which actually took all of us by surprise.
Definitely. Again, a Kinder Egg surprise, like Kira has said before, very, very surprising. It's just such a it's just a very pleasant surprise seeing Kuga here choosing the Night Watch. Yeah, Night Watch is not a particularly meta or strong hunter generally, because most of the time you want to go with like stronger, more meta, more stable picks like a Dream Witch, Naiad, Wax Artist, Breaking Wheel, Bonbon, Sculptor, stuff like that. But then like a Night Watch is very going to be very interesting to see, and I do wonder how Kuga is going to be playing his Night Watch here, especially up against a very tanky team like you mentioned, Kira.
I feel like Kuga has been secretly training his secret weapon, which I believe will be the Night Watch this time. Also, like to bring out a Night Watch for BO1 really shows how good you are at it. And going into the match, we have I believe a 3 and 6 personnel on the hunter side. Kuga just going straight into the art room, I believe. Has he found his new target? There's someone in front of him going for the chase. No, he goes into the art room instead, still looking in search for someone.
It seems that the closest survivor to him will be the prospector here, but it seems that Kuga is just trying to search around for any other viable targets but not being able to find any, and so settles for the prospector. Like I mentioned, Prospector is a fairly decent character individually against the Night Watch because of the harassing capabilities, but Kuga actually ignoring the Prospector, going to the upstairs in the hotel building and now going for the Seer instead, and the Seer's going to be running over through the plaza and over into the middle, past the Jackie's bar and over into the middle area. Kuga using his speed boost to catch up even faster and using the wind to try and pull the Seer into his grasp and getting a hit off, but a beautifully timed owl by Epsilon here, and he continues the chase using his speed boost continually and getting the charge attack hit and trying to do some mind games with the Seer, and jumps over the pallet that was slammed by the Seer and getting another hit off with an unfortunately timed flywheel.
Not to worry, Prospector is in the area. Prospector coming to support the Seer, however, gets a stuck on the Seer and gets a hit on the Seer instead, leading to I think it's a pretty fast down. However, looking at some progress, no Cyphers have popped yet. However, 3 Cyphers I've helped the gets the balloon hit on the Prospector, and not a balloon hit, so sorry. It was a cancel hit instead. Prospector trying to assist the Seer, but he became a very easy target himself as he has used up the magnets and he has nothing much on hand right now. This doesn't look too good on the survivor side because 2 survivors are down, and the survivor progress it's pretty decent, but I would say it's the best either because with 2 survivors down is actually quite detrimental for the survivor side of the team.
Yes, definitely. I do think that Kuga there using like the recovery cancel of the magnet to get an easy hit on the Prospector, plus the blink to down him very fast to get in another basement. You're forcing the Seer to use the self heal. Now the Mercenary is going to have to come in for the rescue using an elbow pad to rush into the basement, making sure he rescues before half, and is able to get it off. And now he is just really waiting for the drop hit, as it seems, trying to get the drop hit, but is continually trying to like bait it out. But it seems the Prospector and the Mercenary making it out of the basement, and now Kuga is going to be chasing the Prospector around this area, but with the magnet and another recovery cancel. Very unfortunate timing for the Prospector here. The Psychologist Cypher is right here as well, and also the Type Tunnel was not enough to take him fully away from the basement. So now he is going to be going back with the Mercenary and the Seer both injured. The Psychologist has to go in for the rescue with no Titaner. Going in immediately, it seems that Kuga is wasting no time and instead is going to be going up at the top, waiting for them to finish. But it seems that the Psychologist down there are going to be stalling as much, but getting a hit on the Mercenary while they are stalling down there, trying to stop the Cypher progress as much as possible.
Right, it looks like Kuga is not scared of the Psychologist, just swinging for a sneaky save. In fact, he wants to go for a bit of Cypher control, and which Mercenary actually gave to, and getting here Mercenary means that the Cyphers may not be enough, because not only does Psychologist have to see the Prospector safely out of the basement, she also has to work on the Cypher machine, which I feel like in this sense it does not, the Cyphers are not enough, and the survivors are in a bit of a pinch, as not only Prospector is down, Mercenary is also down.
Yes, that is true. The Prospector, as you saw just now, trying to get the magnet off, but unfortunately switched it a bit too early and now pulling him towards Kuga instead. So now the Prospector is going to be sent back to the manor. Mercenary is going to be injured, healed by the Psychologist. Psychologist is at full HP, but with her shield gone. Seer has no more owl. Mercenary has one double pad left. They're really running low on resources, whereas Kuga still has his blink available up again. However, there is one cipher left. Do keep in mind this cipher progress.
Yes, however, I feel like Cypher is being guarded right now. It's not really safe for them to decode, as a psychologist is kiting their hands. Sia is actually sneakily starting a new Cypher, and Mercenary, I believe, is just digging around, maybe looking for a strange. He does have one owl pet on hand, but being the main rescuer, it's better for him to be full health, just in case he has to go in for a rescue. And without health just means that it'll be a double down situation. There's a swing on the psychologist, and psychologist really has to make this kite last for the last Cypher to pop.
Yes, and is able to jump over the pallet and get a terror shock on the psychologist before she's able to jump back over. But it seems that Kuga here has other plans and instead trying to get the seer off before he can get the cipher to pop. So, but just trying to control the ciphers, he mustn't lose track of the prize. The psychologist is down on the ground. He has to try and chair the psychologist now to force them into a rescue now. But it seems that the seer got a bit too greedy and is now going to be forced to use his owl and his flywheel as well just to avoid getting balloon hit. And now, but unfortunately, for Kuka, the mercenary cipher is going to be fine. But a terror shock instead on the chair, and now going to be going into the endgame with the seer being the prime target for Kuga here and getting a down at this center area here.
Yes, the overheat on the seer. However, psychologist being able to live for another day just means that she could just make her way to the gate, and mercenaries are working on the gate. Seer is not flying off yet, which is a good news. On the survivor side, even though things are not looking too good because Alice is not being sent to Mana as soon as a psychologist. Psychologists really have to keep herself safe for now. However, I feel like with the current situation, it's a little hard for her because like she cannot go towards the gate and she cannot rescue Sia because the hunter is just a little too close for comfort. And this is a night watch that we're talking about. He has that little suction ability that makes you very hard to cover both distances at the same time.
Yes, but as we can see, the psychologist is going to be rushing towards the gate, but Kuga does not see it and is instead going to be over at the other side of the gate. And oh my goodness, it seems that the mercenary is going to be able to escape, and the psychologist as well. A absolutely wonderful play by the survivors, being able to sneak or through behind Kuga's back and through the gate that has been opened. A really, really good set of coordination and communication, just really trying to let the psychologist know when it's safe to come out. Very, very well played by the survivors here.
Yes, I agree. And looking at the stats, psychologist being the main fighter, I believe, and lasting over a whooping 100 seconds, a total of 118 seconds with like mercenary. The second runner-up of 92 seconds. In general, the survivors actually kited quite a long time against a hunter. Like all of them have above 60, which I feel that is a very good range of stats because this is a night watch that we are talking about. We don't really know what to expect against a night watch, and not to mention that Prospector actually made a couple of mistakes by cancelling attack recovery, so things are not looking too good. But looking at the stats, I think all of them actually did like put up a fight against a night watch.
Definitely. Despite the very bad situation in the beginning with the double down, the prospect and the seer down near the basement at 3 ciphers left, even though it was looking pretty bad, they were able to recover fairly well considering how deep in like the bad situation they were. They were able to crawl back up and get it to a draw. So it seems that AR is really just trying to force FT into like a lot of rounds here, because as you know, this is the final game. There's going to be a lot more rounds. As you can see, 5 rounds. So this BO1 for the first half is going to be just a draw, meaning that FT survivors have to try and pull up in terms of the survivors. So now it's going to be down to AR's hunter to try and get the advantage in points and also not let FT get the hand over them.
Yes, however, for round 1, by getting a draw, this means that neither teams are on the losing side. But this also means that neither teams are on the winning side. This kind of like sets a bit of a cushion for the next round, where I believe FT will be playing as Survivor and Era as Hunter. Yeah, with like a bit of a cushion, there's not much pressure on the survivors of FT. There is a lot of pressure on the survivors. On the Hunter of Era. They just have to at least ensure a draw each to make sure that round 3 and 4 and further rounds happen comfortably.
Exactly. They have to make sure that they don't enter the next round with a point deficit. Otherwise, it will be very much on the team's pressure to be able to pull back up. So right now, like you said, neither winning nor losing. It's good and bad because they won't enter this next half with like pressure on a specific team's faction to be able to get the upper hand in terms of the points. But they also mustn't let their guard down, because if they slip up and even like one mistake could end up meaning like an extra point difference for their opponent's team. So they have to be careful. Right now it's looking not bad for either teams, but they have to be careful to not make it bad for themselves.
Yes, also not to mention that we have not seen Kuga's Dream Witch yet, which I believe is a signature hunter. For him to not bring up Dream Witch, he may have plans for Dream Witch for future rounds, if provided that the Dream Witch does not get banned.
Yeah, I definitely do agree. Kuga is very, very well known for his Dream Witch gameplay, and when Dream Witch is born, he's very well known for Bon. And we also do sometimes see him kind of like sub out for like Shen or Meow Pai, so it will be interesting to see if they will be making an appearance here. But for right now, if Kuga is going to be playing as the hunter, he needs to bring out his signature hunters, I do think, if he wants to really get the hand up over the AR survivors, because if this keeps on going on, a draw will not be enough in the later rounds. Right now, it will give his team enough wiggle room to be able to do what they need to do. But if this keeps on happening, he's going to find that the pressure is going to be on his survivor teammates.
Absolutely. With that, I think we should go into break and see you in the next round. Don't go away, just hang on for the next round. There's a lot more of IVA action not to be missed out on.
Yes と答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。グレイという。
ザック、どうして。いい子だから怖くないよ。
今だけ俺に殺されるな。その目をよく見せてくれないか。
だからイエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。
Welcome back, everybody, to the grand finale of IVA. I am your host, BK Boyrul, with my lovely co-caster, Kiera. We are going to be going into the first round, second half of FT Future versus AR Aquarius. Kiera, how has this last game been for you so far?
Well, we've seen a Night Watch, which is a very interesting pick given that he's a new hunter. And usually when it comes to new hunter, you need a little time to master them. You are not too sure how good they are because they're new. You're not sure if they are really good enough to be in the meta, especially for tournaments. However, we are seeing a Night Watch. And right now, going to round 2, I believe it'll be Aquarius being on the hunter side. Who knows, maybe they might have like a Kinder Egg surprise for us too.
Definitely. We did see a couple of those Kinder Egg surprises by AR's Hunter Kurokawa in the last set of matches against Venom previously in the fight for the third place. So seeing how Kurokawa will try and maybe like take this like draw given to him by his teammates and just take advantage of it, try and push up for a point advantage in the next round is going to be very interesting. But also do keep in mind that FT probably did see that last match with Venom versus AR. So seeing how, so they have actually taken a look-see at how AR Kurokawa is going to be playing here. So I do wonder how they might prepare and respond to this new face on the scene.
Right, and having seen Kurokawa pull out a variety of hunters, a whole plethora of hunters, he might be bringing something different to the table this time. So we're not too sure what Kurokawa has in store for us. Knowing it's like Survivor that switched over to the hunter, as mentioned before. So I got a feeling that he might be an even better hunter player than Survivor. He's just a secret weapon that's being revealed only now in the grand finales. Because like we've seen how good he is at those hunters, which really proves that he's been training for a very long time with those hunters. Right now, going into the match, we have Mini Blue, Mini Panda, Mini Dragon, Mini Shadow on the Survivor side of FT, and going into the first Survivor bank, we have Priestess, which is a pretty stable pick, I believe, for this map because it's such a big map. You just want to cut off like the annoying support portals. It will buy you a lot of time, and also like cause a lot of trouble for the side.
Definitely. But in response, we can see FT immediately locking in the Mercenary and Antiquarian, no hesitation. You can see that these survivors, Blue and Panda and Dragon and Shadow, they really know what they're going to be going for. They've been around the block, as you could probably say. They have a lot of experience here, so having them like with this like very stable team composition with the Mercenary and the Antiquarian is going to make a lot of sense if they want to try and get a draw or maybe even more. But then we see Kurokawa banning the Seer and the Psychologist, two very, very good kiters and supports, and then FT immediately, no hesitation whatsoever, responds with the Barmaid. Very, very interesting set of bans and picks here.
It looks like Kurokawa doesn't want to deal with tanky survivors, and I think FT kind of sense that he doesn't want to deal with healers or like those free hit survivors, hence going with that Barmaid. I have to say that Barmaid is not as good as a Seer or a Psychologist, however she is very effective against hunters like Dreamwitch, and especially Dreamwitch. Most Dreamwitch will ban Barmaid, however I think by letting Barmaid out and also for like the Goblin support to happen, I don't think we'll be seeing a Dreamwitch from Kurokawa's side.
Yeah. So far we have seen Kurokawa play like a Bonbon, a Sculptor, and a Clerk. So if there were either one of those three, in my opinion, I think that the most likely right now would probably be the Sculptor, because she seems to be like the best suited, especially against like the Barmaid and the Mercenary in particular. And as we can see, the Acrobat ban on Kurokawa's side trying to knock out some of FT's potential like good kiters, and immediately taken over by the female dancer instead. A very good support as well as a good kiting character in general.
I believe that the Acrobat ban may be a little personal because Mini Blue is actually a pretty famed and pretty good Acrobat player, as seen from his previous matches. I believe there was one match where he did particularly well under a team of BR where he used Acrobat to actually clutch, I think, from a losing situation to a winning situation. Here we see Kurokawa going with his Knight. I believe that this is the first time we've seen his Knight on scene, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, that is actually the first time we're going to be seeing Kurokawa's Naiad. Like this whole today has been like the first time we've seen Kurokawa as the hunter. So all of these picks are going to be completely new to us. So having him play the Naiad, we have no idea what's gonna be in store for us or for the FT survivors here. So ladies and gentlemen, please buckle your seatbelts and get your snacks and drinks ready. This is going to be a hell of a ride because it's just going to be so entertaining and interesting to see how Kurokawa is going to be playing the famed Naiad. We have seen Naiad being played many times before by a couple of the other hunters, notably Seichu from Venom, who AR did face off against earlier today. So Kurokawa may be taking a page out of his opponent's book here.
Going to the spawn location, we can see Mini Blue just spawning in the middle. As a mercenary, you just want to be able to access all the rescue spots if they were to happen, and stationing yourself in the middle as a rescuer is a very smart move. We can see Mini Shadow and Mini Panda just stationing beside him. Mini Dragon and Below spawning at the hotel location, and Kurokawa just spawning beside the barmaid. In this spawn location, I feel that most optimal chase would definitely be the barmaid. So if you were to get her down fast and force a Dolphin out, you may be able to get her down fast with the blink on hand if the knight chose to bring blink.
Definitely, because I mentioned this before multiple times. The barmaid is a very much a glass cannon style of character. I think you touched on this a bit as well. If you can force out the Dolphin and then get a very easy hit on her, then it's basically that Dolphin has just been completely wasted. So she is going to be a very good target for Kurokawa here. As we can see, actually is going to be going instantly for the barmaid here in this hotel area, blocking off that Cypher with the water. And if we see the build over there, we see that he does have insolence and detention. So and instead of going for the barmaid, going over for the female dancer, very interesting choice here, because the female dancer is going to be quite a good character at looping. However, the Naiad is very good at countering looping with her water area that she leaves behind. So I'm going to be chasing Mini Shadow here over to this gate area here, and going to be placing down that music box to try and slow down Kurokawa even more.
Yes, absolutely. It looks like we are pitting a looping character against an anti-looping character, and it looks like he's not gonna chase a barmaid, because knowing a barmaid spawn in a hotel location, it'd be quite troublesome to get a barmaid down, especially Knight has to circle the entire water with a harpoon. And right now, Hot and Heels on the dancer will she get a hit on the dancer, uses a spin to get out of the water pool, but forcing the Knight to use a blink to get a first hit on the dancer.
Yes, but remember, Kurokawa did bring insolence, so even though Mini Shadow here did force the blink, now Kurokawa is at his first presence, meaning he does have the dash available to him, so using that to quickly catch up and encircling the area around Shadow, forcing his water out and completely incapacitating him. However, that kite was actually quite a very long kite, considering it was a first kite, because the Mercenary, Barmaid, and Antiquarian, all of their ciphers have a lot of progress right now.
Right, I think they're close to popping 3 ciphers as we speak, BK Boy. And right now, can you see, I believe it's a mercenary just around the area. Tina's and Trigger using elbow pad to get to the chest safely, trying to avoid more water. Gets a hit on the female dancer. Mercenary gets a non-damage rescue, which I feel like is not detrimental on the survivor side, as he doesn't have to spend time to heal up and just go for a second rescue right away.
Definitely. That was some split-second reactions though from Kurokawa. Just as soon as the mercenary was able to get the rescue off, just instantly getting Mini Shadow back onto the ground again. Tightener did come into effect, so there is a little bit of time bought. However, Mini Shadow is going to be going down here, especially right next to the dungeon. So now Kurokawa does know where the dungeon is, as well as the fact that Panda here going to be using the harassing with the Antiquarian stick, trying her best to try and get the Shadow off from the balloon. But Kurokawa is just not having it. But Kurokawa actually managed to get stunned, and now is going to be trying to water around Mini Panda, getting a double hit on Panda, but now is going to be continuing the chase on Mini Shadow.
This is why Naya is such a good TIE hunter, especially for BO1. With the water, it just makes you very hard to harass. Especially, gets the water hit on... No, I think she'll fly through that. This is why Naya is such a good hunter when it comes to harassers like Antiquarian, because Antiquarian is like a short-range survivor, which makes it very hard to get the harass on. Gets a hit on the female dancer, but Antiquarian has got up, tried to go in for a harass, but ultimately failing. It looks like female dancer will be being put on a chair as soon as we speak.
Yes, that is very, very true. However, Panda here, using his self-heal, may come back to bite them in the late game, because now Mini Panda does not have their self-heal. Not to mention the fact that now all these survivors also know where the dungeon is, so they do have like access to that in like the later game. So a lot of things that could come back in the late game. But for now, we do see that the Barmaid Cypher is around 70% progress, with the Mercenary and Antiquarian coming in for the rescue. Kurokawa still does have his blink, but they do manage to pull off the rescue, and the female dancer is going to be going over to this area here, downing the Antiquarian with the dash, but still going onto the female dancer. The Cypher is primed by now, so they just have to take a regular hit, and the Cypher will be popping, and we are going to be going into the end game here.
Right, goes in for a pop. Female dancer gets to live on now. She has to make this kite last for the gates to open, and I think that could be very possible. Forcing Nine to use the blink to get a female dancer down fast. Daniel has to rely on the happen to get to our gate as soon as possible. Will she make it? I believe that the gates are being decoded as we speak. All three of them are there. I think, yeah, the gates are already open right now. I feel like this will be three run for the survival side.
Yes, it's going to be unfortunate for AR, as they are going to be getting only a 1 elimination on the female dancer. However, that was a really very good try and very good attempt by Kurokawa to use the Naya. Unfortunate that he was not able to get another elimination. I do think that the Kurokawa bringing like insolence did really help him in the early game, but him not having the change trade ability to change the teleport at the end game to try and teleport over to the other gate really did come back to bite him. So but still a very good match by FT survivors here.
Right, looking at statistics, Mini Shadow female dancer has a whooping 134 containment time, which is pretty high, especially like he's the first kite. By making this kite last, he actually like snowballed into a 3 run for his teammates, which I feel like he really carried the game this time. But also not to mention Antiquarian, who was on the scene most of the time trying to scare the hunter, so bought a lot of time for his teammates, and also that helped female dancer to use up his self-heal to ultimately like get up and even buy more time for himself and the team.
Yeah. Also though, keep in mind the Barmaid's like decoding speed was really important to this game. The 236% decoding progress by the Barmaid, really trying to sweep up as many of the ciphers as possible. Plus, not to mention the female dancer and the Antiquarians kiting plus harassing. The mercenaries rescues as well, getting off that second rescue with the Antiquarian, plus the Antiquarians harassing, buying that extra bit of time was really crucial to getting the female dancer over to the end game period.
Right, absolutely. It was such a good display of discipline and teamwork on the survivor side. It shows how bonded that this shows how bonded FT is to make that happen. And also, Mini Shadow being a very strong kiter on his own really helped the team by just making his kite last. I believe that he used up his music boxes a lot, and he doesn't have much to work with other than raw kiting. And it really was like a display of skills to show that even without any skills, he could really make a kite last.
Yeah, that is like very true. Like as we said before, like female dancer is a very looping survivor. Her boxes work in a certain area, but Naiad's ability to be able to just cut off that area with her water, she's a very anti-looping survivor. She can cut off that area completely. So really forcing the dancer to be able to kite on her own without the assistance of her music boxes, but still forcing out that blink on the Naiad. That was a really good display of skill, like you mentioned, on the female dancer's part. So, and as well as like good coordination and teamwork as a whole by the FT survivors. They really know their stuff, as can be seen by this match.
With that, right now AR is in a lead of just 2 points, with FT just not falling too short behind at 3 points. I believe that FT may be able to catch up, knowing that FT has a very good display of skills. In general, I feel that both teams' capabilities and strength are actually not too far away from one another.
Yeah, very, very true. However, we will be getting a lot more of FT versus AR in this BO2, the second round that will be coming after this short break. So we will see you at that time.
いい子だから怖くないよ。
今だけ俺に殺されるな。その目をよく見せてくれないか。
だからイエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。
俺だぞ。俺の欲しいもん逃がすわけねえだろ。3、2、1。俺は嘘は嫌いなんだよ。
ザック、忘れてない。忘れてなんてない。だって誓ったもの。ザックと私二人で誓ったもの。レイチェル・ガードナー、これはいらない。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
Welcome back to IVA the Grand Finale, everybody. I am your host, BK Boy Rule, with Kiera as my co-host here. So, Kiera, moving into the second round, FT versus AR. How are we feeling?
Excited. Right now, we're seeing like a battle of contenders versus contenders, and also to newcomers here or those who haven't watched yesterday's match. AR actually lost to FT, so this is kind of like their revenge match. And they also just revealed their little secret weapon, which is Kurokawa, I believe. Kurokawa being the hunter, that good hunter mean that none of us actually expected. And not only is he good at what he does, he has a whole plethora of hunters to choose from. So a lot of things are very unexpected. And yeah, I'm not too sure to expect, but things are very exciting because we are seeing like two very strong teams go against each other.
Yeah, exactly. These two teams are very, like you said, yeah, they're very strong. I mean, they've made it here to the finals, obviously, for a reason, because they are the top of the top, the best of the best. It's going to be like the best contender versus the best contender, but unfortunately, there can only be one at the end. So there can only be one. So this is why these two teams are here to really slug it out in front for our entertainment, to just like, gladiator death, to the death, fight, just for our entertainment, So that's why FT here versus AR is going to be very entertaining, as like I said, the two most competent teams of this tournament. That's the reason why they made it here, and that's why they're here right now. So going into the second round, FT is at 5 points and then AR is at 3, which means that AR has to pull up in terms of points coming into this next round. So it's going to be very interesting to see how AR will try and attempt at what strategies they're going to do.
AR has to buck up a little bit. However, falling just in 2 points short. 2 points isn't too much. I believe that AR, with their skills and with their potential that we are all seeing, can definitely pull those up. But however, that really depends on what they have to bring to the table. Right now, going to round 2, I believe there will be more bans and such. So, might be seeing non-meta characters that perhaps FT or AR are good at, but just haven't really had a chance to bring out. So, like, if they ever do, I think it's quite exciting to see what they can provide for us to see.
Yeah, exactly. So like for this first half here, we're going to be seeing AR's Hunter, I believe, to FT's Survivor. So from the previous half, we also saw that it was AR's Hunter, Kurokawa. Like you said, their secret weapon, their trump card. He really brought them against the previous match earlier today against Venom, and he managed to help to bring his team over here to the finals against FT. So now Kurokawa has a lot of hunters at his disposal. Like you said, lots of characters in his pocket. We got the Naiad as we saw just now, and also from the match with Venom, there was the Clerk, the Sculptor, and the Bonbon. So a lot of a wide variety of characters and hunters at Kurokawa's disposal, as well as the fact that the survivors for the AR survivors, they are also proving to be quite resilient. As we saw in Kuga's match against them, he used the Night Watch instead of his usual staple Dream Witch, and in that match they were able to pull back from a rather bad situation at a double down near the basement and managed to crawl back to a draw. So being able to pull themselves back from a bad situation, I do think it's going to be one of AR's strengths going into this next round here.
Speaking of survivors, FT survivors are also really strong, knowing that all of them came from veterans team even before FT was formed. So which kind of shows that all of them are quite familiar with the tournament scene, and all of them are really good to have lasted for so long. And going to the first two character bans, we have Seal and Antiquarian straight on the bench, which are pretty stable picks. Right now, one of the top few picks for character bans are most definitely Seal and Current, but also the Mercenary and Priestess depending on the map selection.
Definitely. I do think that Kurokawa is definitely targeting some of the more the previous round. These seem to be a lot more personalized bans here by Kurokawa. The Seer and the Antiquarian both proving to be quite a pain in the backside for not just AR's backside, but also quite a pain in a lot of the other teams throughout this tournament. They said, FT survivors is very competent with a lot of very, very good survivors, including the Seer and the Antiquarian. So getting those good supports out of the way is going to be very, very useful for Kurokawa. However, as we see here, FT banning the Dream Witch instead on Kurokawa. This is going to be very interesting. We haven't seen him pull out a Dream Witch so far, but it does seem to me that FT is not scared of what Kurokawa has shown, but what he could show later on.
Right now, going to a character selection, we have Dancer and the Barmaid. Barmaid being a really like, I won't say scary, but he can really put you on the tip of the edge with the Dolphin, because you're kind of like a race against time, trying to get her down that Dolphin, and this may potentially mean forcing a blink if Kurokawa is brings a hunter that uses blink. And also like Mini Blue going to Dancer, we all seen how the Dancer of FT can really make a kite last, even though like she's a looping character against an anti-looping character such as Knight. And going into the next character selection, they have Forward, which is quite unexpected.
Yeah, the forward pick. It seems that the FT survivors needed a way to replace the Mercenary and the First Officer ban. So these two very, very stable rescuers banned in the second set of bans here. So it seems that FT choosing the forward to replace not only Mercenary and First Officer as a rescuer, but also the Antiquarian as a potential like stunner, harasser, and general support for the other survivors. So having the forward there is going to be very, very good for the FT survivors, prolonging the containment time and harassing Kuro, being able to just like make sure he doesn't get any survivors down. It's going to be very good for FT here. However, do keep in mind that forward does have a very, very slow decoding time, and given as they don't have any decoders on the team, they're going to really suffer in terms of that.
Right, and going to the final character ban on the Hunter side, we can see Acrobat being placed on the bench. We all know that FT actually has a very strong Acrobat main, I believe me. I've seen his Acrobat for previous tournaments, he's pretty strong at it. And yeah, it could be either personal or just in general, Acrobat is a very good character. So I feel like that bet is quite justifiable, especially in a map like a church where there are low walls and stuff, where Acrobat's bomb can really come into place. And oh, we see a professor being picked on the survivor side, which is completely unexpected. I don't think I've ever seen a professor brought out during IVA before.
Yeah, this is a very, very interesting pick here by FT. We did see a professor only once before yesterday in yesterday's matches, but that was a very, very rare occurrence. So seeing it happen again, I mean, I must be dreaming to be able to see like two professors in my time casting in IVA. So this is just like very, very, very rare to see. However, do keep in mind, the professor is a very good kiter against certain chip hunters like Bonbon and Sculptor, who we and FT know that Kurokawa is quite competent at. So choosing the professor possibly to counter those chip hunters is going to be quite good because of his shield, his one-time shield against the chip damage, not to mention the fact that he was also a bit like a perfumer or a seer. When he activates his skills, he can deflect the damage by stunning the hunter instead.
Right, absolutely. I wonder who will Kurokawa bring out this time. With Dream Witch ban, we haven't seen Kurokawa bring out Dream Witch, but we've definitely seen bring out like all sorts of different hunters, such as Knight from previous rounds, also Clerk and Bonbon. So I think like from these either three selections, we might be seeing one of them this time.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting to see who Kurokawa will play, because as you mentioned, a large assortment of hunters, and as we see the Bonbon by Kurokawa, this is, I'm gonna be honest here, this is kind of a surprise for me, because I would have expected Kurokawa to probably pick a Sculptor rather than the Bonbon, because in their match against Venom earlier today, his Bonbon was only able to get a 1 elimination against the Venom survivors, but with the Sculptor he was able to get a 4 elimination. So it seems that both the AR team as a whole, as well as Kurokawa, have a lot of faith in his Bonbon.
I think Kurokawa also wants to make a bit of a redemption, because he lost using Bonbon just now, so he just wanna like prove to the audience that hey, actually my Bonbon is up to standard. I just had a really bad round just now, and yeah, I feel like this is kind of like a bit of a redemption arc for him to show how good his Bonbon is. I mean, it has to be a hunter that is very good at to actually bring it up to tournaments. We also saw how he got the first survival down when going against Venom just now, but it was just a bit unfortunate due to a little change of events.
Yeah, that was rather unfortunate. But as we go into the positions of the locations and the spawning here, we see that the forward going to be taking the ruins area on the left side with the professor in the bottom, the barmaid at the top, and the dancer in the middle. Dancer in the middle is a very, very standard choice in my opinion, because it allows everyone to have like a kind of easy access to her support in the middle, putting on her music boxes, ensuring that they don't get down very early with the help of her music boxes. But Kurokawa, it seems, has different ideas, trying to go for Mini Dragon's barmaid in the shack, it seems.
I believe that barmaid is a good chase, because if you were to get like a chip hit on her and she gets a dolphin on, you may be able to cancel that dolphin with like the bombs and such. So I feel like barmaid against a Bonbon is actually not too bad of a pick. Right now, going into the match, we see Bonbon with I believe it's 6 and 9 persona, and going into the match, I believe that he's going towards the dancer. No, he's going someone to check. Yeah, it's a barmaid as mentioned. Barmaid just trying to like hide around so like she wouldn't get sniffed out away by Bonbon, but she get a chip hit. Oh, misses the chip hit instead.
Yes, but as we can see, using that speed boost drink as well as the broken windows to get a very, very fast speed boost over to the church area, but managing to get a very sneaky chain bomb chip hit on the barmaid. However, now the barmaid is in the territory of the female dancer and is going to have to deal with a lot of music boxes and a lot of buffs and debuffs in general. So Mini Dragon here really trying to psych out Kurokawa's chip damage and managing to get a chip damage here on the barmaid as well as another one, but Dragon here getting the dolphin off and is now going to be slamming this palace and really utilizing as much of the palace as possible, but it may not be enough because Kurokawa here going in for the regular hit, cornering here in the corner of the church and going to be bringing her into the basement. Oh my goodness, this is actually no, not going into the basement, as going to be going outside of the basement instead. It seems that Kurokawa may have been scared of Mini Blue's forward that was around in the area just now.
Also, not throwing in basement means that he has better control over ciphers. I can see him throwing bombs far away. But forward in the area, I'm not sure if he might rescue, because this is a strong cam hunter that we're talking about. So like one of the strategies against a Bonbon is to just sell a teammate while triggering tinnitus, so enough ciphers get decoded for better endgame result.
Yes, that is true, because as mentioned before, FT right now they're up by 2 points. Oh, getting a really good time bomb on the forward right there. Very, very well played by Kurokawa. It seems that he's just really trying to make sure that the forward does not do any kind of shenanigans while he's camping the barmaid. It seems that right now his objective is to at least eliminate the barmaid first and then go for whoever's next.
Right, looking at Cypher progress, the middle one has been disturbed. They're actually down to our last two Cypher progress. Last two ciphers, if minusing the one in the middle that has been decoded for a while. Both survivors are working on final two ciphers. Forward is just trying to bring away. It looks like the hunter has other plans in mind by switching targets to, I believe, Meteor Shadow over there, just working at the back gate. However, this means that he's bringing away from the one of the first three ciphers that's been decoded, which can be quite detrimental to the person. Getting a chip hit on the female dancer. Oh, gets a regular hit. Female dancer just standing there to avoid that chip hit and just using a dance box to spin away from the dangers of a bomb.
Yes, a very good series of chain bombs and combo with the regular hit as well. But now we do see Mini Shadow here going into the church area to take full advantage of the music boxes that were placed earlier. And now it seems that trying to use the time bombs and the chain bombs to chip her down, but is unable to do it properly. But does manage to get a bomb hit eventually. So now we can see Kurokawa going to be taking Mini Shadow here into the basement. Going to be a very, very tough rescue for the survivors right now.
Right, by throwing her the basement in the middle, not only can he disturb the Cypher in the middle. And also bomb in the basement can be quite scary as you're playing a game of floors lava. It's very hard for you to avoid the bombs in total. I'm not too sure what survivors will do honestly. They definitely have to rescue the dancer to make it happen. However, it's quite, gets the chip hit and regular hit on the forward. Forward goes down and Professor have no choice but to go in for the rescue. However, it's also very risky for him as Bonbon is just there guarding and waiting for someone to come in for the rescue.
Yeah, that is true. Right now, it's looking very much in Kurokawa's favor. It seems that, like you mentioned earlier, this is definitely going to be his redemption arc. Getting the forward down incapacitated on the ground, plus the female dancer in the basement. There's one Cypher remaining, however, the Professor's the only one who's eligible for a rescue right now, as he's the only one who is at full HP, forcing the forward to use his self-heal as well. Not to mention the fact that Kurokawa also has excitement, meaning that these two remaining survivors, he has a very easy out against them. He can just pop his excitement and boom, suddenly their abilities are going to be useless against him. But now it seems going against the Professor, the forward is going to be the one decoding the cipher, which is going to be a bit of a problem as his decoding is a bit slow. But the Professor does have that chip damage, bombing him down, trying to get as much chip damage on him as possible, but unfortunately missing, trying to just really bomb him down as much as possible.
Oh, gets a cheap hit and regular hit on the Professor. Going for a pallet stun, using excitement to just avoid the pallet stun, so Bonbon can just get out of his chase. Using bombs to just fence off the Professor, getting a cheap hit on the Professor. Like, right now he just has to get the forward down as a forward has already used out self heal. There's not much of a menace. I believe with the excitement used up, he does not have a trait to use on hand. However, there's not too much of an issue if he were to avoid the forward stun. However, I think he really wants to ensure the foul kill by placing the Professor down and just going for the forward. Right now, we're at our final last cipher and things are not looking too good on the survivor's end.
Oh, definitely not. Because right now, even though there is one cipher left, the forward there's two survivors left. Professor's on the ground. Forward has used his self heal already and he's injured. However, do keep in mind the forward does have his whole football left, meaning that he could use it to not only escape from the hunter but also do a bit of a stun on Kurokawa as well, because his excitement is still on cooldown. But it seems that the forward here is going to be trying to decode that last cipher that the Professor was decoding, but Professor using his self heal as well. Kurokawa's going to be catching on, trying to go for Mini Panda, but no, changing to Mini Blue instead, going for the cipher progress instead. This is a very, very good example of map control on Kurokawa's end, as the Bonbon here going to be trying to bomb down the forward, but using his football to escape as fast as he can to escape the range of the bombs.
Yes, it is like very excellent discipline. The forward really has to make the kite last for the last cipher to be run. Here you can see Professor just sneakily working on another cipher, which I believe is like close to 50% right now with accelerated decoding. Bonbon really has to get the forward down fast, but no, Kurokawa just going around like controlling the ciphers, trying to disrupt ciphers by catching wind that Mean Panda is sneakily on another cipher, just trying to get Mean Panda, gets a chip hit on him. Oh, gets him down immediately.
My goodness, this is a very, very close and intense match. Right now, the Professor is going to be ballooned and maybe even charred, but the forward is going to be decoding that last cipher. If we see on the bottom left there, it does have quite a lot of progress, and the forward is definitely going to be able to finish it in time, but instead he decides to go for the dungeon, it seems, as the Professor is on the chair. And so right now Mini Blue is going to be taking his chances on the dungeon. He has to be able to kite for 60 seconds until the Professor gets sent back to the manor, and then he will be able to escape from the dungeon, trying to make the best out of a bad situation right now. But no, forward here going in for the rescue, using the football to try and get a rescue off of the Professor right now. And Titana is active, but will Mini Panda be able to utilize it enough? And he's going to be trying to bomb down Mini Panda here with a lot of like the bombs here, and manages to get him chipped down all the way down to incapacitation. But Titana is in effect, so Professor's going to be using his last remaining seconds to try and decode as much progress on that as possible. But now Professor does not have his self heal, and he's just going to be looking for the forward because he knows that roughly where the forward is going to be, I think. So if he can catch the forward, then it's going to be lights out for these survivors, I think, because neither of them have their self heal remaining.
It's looking like a 4-kill match. However, it's a little too early to say because the gate near the small, the Cypher near the small gate is almost primed. And if Forward were to sneakily get to the Cypher and get it popped, it might be a different story. However, no, it looks like Kurokawa has caught wind of the Forward. He's guarding last Cypher with his life. He found the Forward. Forward does not self heal. He has to really make this kite last. Even if he were to make this kite last, Professor does not really have self heal to use. But gets a hit on the Forward. It looks like a 4-kill on Kurokawa's side. Look, speak about a redemption arc, BK. Kurokawa got a 4K with his bonbon.
This is a very, very pleasant surprise to see. Like you said, redemption arc. The first time he used Bonbon, he only got a 1 elimination, but now up against FT in the grand finale, he is able to get a 4 elimination. A very, very well played game by Kurokawa, as you can see by the kiting times here, 40, 30, 60, and 50 seconds respectively. The first chase of the barmaid, 44 seconds. That was a very, very quick work by Kurokawa, managing to down the barmaid very quickly there. As even though she did have the help of the female dancer, she ended up getting cornered at the back of the church area and did end up cutting off her kite time a bit short.
It was also like quite refreshing to see a professor on the scene. We didn't see much professors in tournament scenes. Not just IVA, but also other more official tournament scenes such as COA and IVC. So yeah, like seeing a character that's been around for quite some time, but rarely ever appearing on tournament scene, I think that's really refreshing. It's like a whole new side of gameplay that we don't get too much exposure to, because yeah, like mentioned, this is just not a character that you see often. And also female dancer, it's like seeing a female dancer being let out in tournament is a little rare to see, especially like when we are this far into the tournament, because with the bans that come up, female dancers tend to get banned, especially when it comes to Red Church, because how often her low blocks are actually at the middle. It really helps the teammate to transition into a better kiting spot.
Yeah, definitely. We did see like the female dancers' music boxes coming into play in the church area. Everyone was just trying their best to get into the church area as best as they can to try and take full advantage of it. But unfortunately for them, the basement was right there in the church, meaning that it was very, very risky for them to be able to do that. As we can see, the female dancer tried to kite in the church area, making full advantage of her music boxes, but unfortunately ended up getting down in that area and into the basement she went. So it was a very unfortunate timing with the basement. So but moving on to the points here, we can see AR with that 4 elimination is going to be 5-0. So now they're going to be 3 points ahead of FT, really trying to pull up against FT here. So now it's going to be up to FT's Hunter to try and pull back against AR's Survivor in the next half.
Right, talk about a revenge match. It looks like AR is actually just making a name for themselves as a rising new star by pulling out the 5 points, and with that 3-point lead, this really puts them ahead of FT, which really turned the tables around, because before this match it was FT that was in the lead, but no, now AR is in the lead, and it shows that AR is completely capable of just turning tables around with whatever secret techniques that they kept hidden, like, you know, like ninja. They just kind of like a ninja, you know what they expect. They just pop up suddenly, they join IVA, and suddenly just like showing us incredible results.
Right, I mean, like, this has been like a very, very shocking turn of events by AR. Truly the dark horse of the tournament, being able to make it this far and holding their own against a team like FT, a very like very old and experienced team like FT. Being able to hold their ground against it is definitely an achievement on its own. But we will be getting more of FT versus AR in the next half after this short break that we will be seeing you guys in a bit. So see you after the break.
子だから怖くないよ。
今だけ俺に殺されるな。その目をよく見せてくれないか。
イエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。
actually signing up for.
Right. I mean, like, the mercenary on his own is just a very stable rescuer and good. And then plus that to the antiquarian with all the, upsides that you just mentioned, is going to make for a very, very strong rescuing plus, like, following up with, like, the harassing and supporting. Is going to be very, very strong on that front by AR. But it does mean that Kuga is going to have the option to kind of get rid of some of their other kiters, like for example the prospector, or maybe even trying to get rid of like the barmaid I was about to say, and also the gardener. It seems very interesting choices here by Kuga. The last time we saw a gardener ban, it was against TNG's Survivor, because they are very well known for their very good gardener plays. However, we have not seen AR pull up with a thief or a gardener, so it's going to be very interesting to see how, or like what the game plan is for Kuga right now, and why he's letting a lot of like very powerful meta characters, like for example the Seer, to escape into AR's pick list.
I wonder what's Kuga's story with about the thief and gunner. It seems a little personal. However, speaking of meta characters, we see Acrobat being light out. Acrobat being one of the best kiters in the game, I believe. With his bomb, he can not only just kite and just hop over velvet walls and pellets without the fear of getting carry shock. His bombs can also help to potentially harass the hunter. It's not like in the face harass like a forward battle or in Korea, but it can definitely throw the hunter off guard with like his bombs, because by hindering the hunter's train of thoughts is like a way of getting to a hunter.
Acrobat, like you mentioned, is a very, very good kiter in general, so letting him be available to the AR survivors is going to be quite a pain for Kuga, especially because right now, looking at the lineup between these three, Acrobat, Antiquarian, Mercenary, a lot of very good kiters, rescuers, and harassers. So Kuga is going to have quite a tough time not only securing a kill, but also not only just like incapacitating a survivor and placing him on the chair, but also going to have trouble actually securing the kill and actually getting them sent back to the manor and eliminated from the game because of these characters. And as you can see, Kuga banning these psychologists instead, really not afraid of some of the more meta characters like the Acrobat and the Seer. Very, very interesting choices right now.
Speaking of the Seer, I wonder if the survivors of AR will bring up the Seer, because Seer is a very good team player, that's why he's on the top band. However, we don't really see the Seer band here, so letting out Seer, I wonder if we really go for the chance, because looking at of Kuga right now, it seems like he's a little more scared of the non-meta characters instead. Oh, actually going for the Seer as mentioned. They're just really taking a chance because the chance is being let out. Seer being one of the top team players, allowing the team for early game rotation, and not to mention he has like the hour support. Psychologist got banned, so you just want to get a 10 gear support to make up for it, which is the Seer, who can also tank 3 hits.
It's going to be a very much in AR's favor here with this lineup. But as we can see, Kuga with the Clerk here on the red shirt, this is going to be a very, very interesting choice here, because Antiquarian is quite a good counter up against Clerk. Like you mentioned, she's very much the hunter's hunter. But even though Clerk is very good at map control as well as chasing, she kind of does struggle, especially against like camping and chasing, and she's not very good against harassers. So having the Seers, Owl, plus the Antiquarians harassing, plus the Mercenaries rescue, Kuga may have a bit of a struggle here.
Yes, with the with the Clerk, what you want to do is to try to not get anyone on chair if possible, because if you were to get someone on a chair, someone has to go in and rescue, while the Clerk can disturb someone's cipher. So it just means that one person is the only one that's in decoding. So with the Clerk, by having someone on chair can be quite detrimental to the suffering progress, as she can harass ciphers from afar. This is why Clerk is one of the most fierce hunters, I believe, in the meta. However, with 3 meta characters being lot against the Clerk, I wonder how this will play into the hands of the survivors of AR.
Right, I mean, like, as you can see right now, the Antiquarian taking the middle spot, making it very accessible for her teammates to be able to come to her in case they are getting chased, and then she can help them with like the harassing as well as the stunning with the bamboo stick. So, and then we see the Seer at the top of the shack, and then the Acrobat, who is the second best kiter aside from the Antiquarian, down in the less safe area of the red carpet, and then Kuga taking the right the right middle spot there in the ruins area there, I do think that the Antiquarian is going to be the closest choice for Kuga to be able to chase here, but it may not be the best choice.
I feel that he might be able to go for the Seer instead. However, Seer being the Seer, he can fully like just rotate away from the hunter, making it hard for him to be found. And it looks like Seer has already, the Clerk has already caught wind of at the shack. Clerk would bring a 3-6 persona. I think he's going for the Acrobat, I believe. Acrobat, I believe, only has a bomb at the start of the game, making him a not so bad target for chase. However, he's also not the best because right now he's in the red carpet where it's like a pretty good kiting spot. He's just preparing to use his bomb to get away.
Yes, but as you can see here, Kuga is catching up very close behind and managed to dodge the slow bombs area. So now going to be catching up very quickly against the Acrobat. But a very, very beautiful owl there by the Seer. Really, really well timed and allowing this Acrobat to potentially escape to a better location. But trying to get a bomb hit, but unfortunately, manages to get it across actually. However, he is going to be using the recordings to try and block off that pallet from the Acrobat's usage further. And getting the hit off of the Acrobat as he jumps through the air, but blocking the Clerk's abilities for a moment there. A very, very good trade by Kuga there, managing to get the hit off the Acrobat as well as using up one of his bombs.
Look at the mind games, BK, forcing the hunter to use the blink. The Acrobat was just looping around the same palette for so long and buying so much time for our team. And look at the Cypher progress. One Cypher has been decoded, it means that 2 Cyphers are definitely having very good progress. Mercenary Cyphers at 80%, which means that 2 Cyphers are probably close to being done. Antiquarian just in the area, I believe that Antiquarian will be the one going for a rescue this time instead. Because Antiquarian with Flute can be quite OP. If she can get a swing on the hunter, it may be a non-damage rescue.
Yes, definitely. But we also see that the Mercenary is coming here. The Antiquarian here just to like be around the Acrobat potentially for like the for the harassing after the rescue. But getting a hit off on the Mercenary and getting a rescue off. But as I mentioned, the Antiquarian coming in for the extra harassing and like stunning Kuga 3 times in a row, really buying a lot of time and distance for OKK to get away here with his Acrobat. And additionally, he now does also have an extra bomb for him to use, but keep in mind that is his last bomb. However, he also does have his flywheel, forcing Kuga to enter the radius of the fire and forcing him to use his recording on himself there.
Right, Acrobat just not giving a chance for the Clerk to record his vaulting. He just uses his bomb to get through the window. The Clerk and the Acrobat just playing a little mind game, but I believe the Clerk wanted to just bait him the red light, but I think the Acrobat knows. Oh, goes for the vault and just looping around the same area like we saw just now.
Yes, a very good play by the Acrobat, just trying to like loop around this one area and really avoiding Kuga's recordings here and really trying to avoid it. Plus the Seer here to try and body block for the Acrobat, and also a very good flywheel and the pallet slam. A very good combo by the Seer here. Really buying a lot of time for the Acrobat to get away, plus charging up his owl again for potentially another usage of the owl. Very, very well done by the Seer here, and buying a lot of time for the Acrobat to be able to escape into the graveyard area.
Right, who says a Seer cannot be a harasser? Look at the Cypher progress, they're down to the last 2 Cypher who had pretty high progress. Clerk using that. Using the fly, however, gets the swing from the Clerk and ultimately going down. However, I feel like Cyphers are close to being enough because looking at Cypher progress, Seer, Mercenaries, and any current Cypher are both close to popping.
Very, very true. As we can see, there are 3 ciphers being done, and like the Antiquarian cipher just being Cypher Machine Prime, her cipher is very close to being done. The Mercenary and Seers is popped. I think right now the plan for the survivors would be to just wait for one of them to pull off the rescue, and then hopefully the Antiquarian will be able to pull off and pop that cipher with no hitches. But as we know, trying to pop the cipher against the Clerk is going to be very tough. But the Seer coming in for the rescue here, trying to charge up that owl even more right before the end game, trying to get that last little bit of owl. And the Kuga here just really trying to stall as long as possible. They pull off the rescue for the Acrobat and they go for the hit and managing to hit the Seer instead. And now the cipher is going to pop, and we do see that Kuga does have the detention and is going to be going for OKK, the acrobat here, and the bottom breakable going over to the shack area, trying to record the mercenaries to slow down the decoding progress as much as possible.
Who are still hot on the heels of Acrobat, but not to mention the Sia is really second out. Who says the Sia is not harassing spot? Oh, Antiquarian just in the air, just trying to give a little more pressure to the Hunter. I feel like she will get. Oh, Beautiful Fly was just dodging a hit right there. Oh, forcing the Hunter to use a blink on the Antiquarian. However, there's not really too much of a menace on the Survivor side, even though Click may have a recording to stop the opening progress. But because like the Antiquarian is only on the first chair.
Yes, that is very, very true. Plus, not to mention, the mercenary is at full HP, meaning that if they really wanted to push for like a 4-man escape, the mercenary could come and rescue with his 2 elbow pads remaining and tank the detention hit. And plus, the seer still does have his owl remaining, so he could like observe one of the 2 members and give them an owl to try and allow them to escape through the gate, as the gate is quite a distance away, but it's not that far away. We can see the acrobat and the mercenary going in and trying to pop the owl off, and the mercenary and body blocking very much, but using the detention hit recording to try and bait the Antiquarian into getting hit, and manages to get the Antiquarian down with the recording of the hit. Now going straight for the acrobat, trying to get him down before he managed to get to the gate, but it seems like Kuga will not be able to make it, and now just going straight for the Antiquarian instead.
Amazing discipline on the Hunters, and however, with survivors that work with like teamwork, things just prove very hard for the Hunter to happen. And also, Kuga seems to catch wind that they want to force, like they want to really push for a 4 escape, so to have the better chance of winning. However, I think that survivors, they really want to push it for the 4 escape by sending a mercenary there. I believe that detention is already gone, and yeah, as mentioned, they wasted so much time. They wasted so much time in game that detention is really over. Who are just trying to use the recording and get the acrobat down. However, with 2 survivors on hand, on the scene, just protecting Anchorin, things proved to be so hard for her.
And here we can see the mercenary really trying to push for the 4 escape by body blocking as much as he can for the Antiquarian. She is dead if she's going to be sent back to Mello, eliminated from the game if she is shared one more time. So they really have to protect her with her life. And as we can see, the seer is over at the gate already. Now, the Antiquarian going to be picking up the mercenary's elbow pads and going to be going all the way over to the start of the gate with the seer and the acrobat over, trying to like body block as best as they can, but going to be downing the Antiquarian right in front of the gate. Unfortunately, they are not going to be able to make it, but however, they really are just stalling as long as they can, trying to get the Antiquarian out by any means possible. But I do think that she is going to be eliminated and sent back to the manor. However, if we see here, the mercenary is not going to be going into the gate and instead going to be going for the dungeon at the graveyard area, resulting in a 3 survivor escape and 1 elimination.
What a match, BK! That was some intense late game that we are seeing. Because usually with like gate opening scenes, with detention up in the air, you're just trying to play it safe. It looks like the survivors are they're just taking a gamble. They're just pushing in and going to statistics. We see Echo being a main title with a whooping 257 seconds. That's amazing. That's really impressive, BK. And also Mastery with 116 seconds.
That is very, very impressive. 257 seconds. 4-minute kite against a clerk. Not to mention a very, very experienced, a very, very experienced person such as Kuga, who had a lot of experience, especially with the character of the clerk. It's just very, very impressive to see. So seeing the acrobat being able to kite that long is very, very impressive. Not to mention the fact the Seer's owl at the beginning of the game, that was beautifully timed. I don't know if you were able to catch that, Kira, because that was just so like blink and that was a very blink and you'll miss it thing. It was just very, very beautifully timed by the Seer.
Yes, I saw instant owl. What amazing discipline from the survivor side. They may be a new team, but you definitely cannot look down on them. This kind of show how much they train, how good they are personally, and how well they do together. I feel like for each of them, they are very strong on their own, and as a team, I think AR may be just unstoppable. We might be seeing our winner of this current tournament right here.
Yeah, as we can see right now, the score for the teams will be FT with a 5 and a 1, 6 versus AR's 11. So it's going to be a 6 to an 11 right now. I'm getting a bit of deja vu right here, Kira, because if you recall,
Mhm.
this is exactly the same situation that AR was with in Venom earlier today. So I wonder, will history repeat itself, or will FT be able to crawl back and secure a victory against the newcomer AR?
I guess we have to watch and see. Right now, we'll be going to break. Do not go anywhere, and we'll be right back for more IVA action.
ザック、どうして。いい子だから怖くないよ。
今だけ俺に殺されるな。その目をよく見せてくれないか。
だからイエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。
俺だぞ。俺の欲しいもん逃がすわけねえだろ。3、2、1。俺は嘘は嫌いなんだよ。
ザック、忘れてない。忘れてなんてない。だって誓ったもの。ザックと私二人で誓ったもの。 レイチェル・ガードナー。これはいらない。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。本来の君は奪われるべき魂ではない。
美しい石の蓋で永遠に閉じ込めてあげるよ。だからイエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ、その目に焼き付けてちょうだいね。私は断罪に、ああ罪深き悪人ども、許されるまで痛めつけてあげる。
私は君がどのようなものかまだ判断しておらん。罪を吐き出せ、罪を受け止めろ。私はこの教会の神父だ。グレイという。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
イエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。グレイという。
ザック、どうして。いい子だから怖くないよ。
今だけ俺に殺されるな。その目を よく見せてくれないか。
イエスと答えて。
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the IVA Grand Finale. I am your co-host BK Boy Rule with my co-host Kiera. So, Kiera, FT versus AR, we're moving into the third round right now. The points are going to be 6-11 in AR's favor. This is not looking too good for FT now, is it?
It looks like AR is really finally getting their revenge, and their revenge plan is actually pretty successful. Looking at points now, they are at a lead of I believe 11 points minus 6 would be 5. Yeah, right. Sorry, map is not a song too. They're like in a lead of 5 points, which I believe that FT really has to do a lot of catching up to do, because 5 points is not little at all. They have to really buck up for round 3 to make sure that they have more chance to have a redemption arc for future rounds.
Exactly. And yeah, the like you said, the pressure is really on FT right now. Even if they were to get a like 5-0 situation in this first half here, they would still be behind by 1 point. So it's just like, like you said, a lot of catching up to do, and they just really need to step their game up and try to take AR by surprise and really just get the upper hand in points, because right now they are lagging behind, and they are lagging behind very hard. If they have to get like at least like closing the gap, at least if they were to get a draw, it would be really, really bad for them going into the fourth round.
Yeah, so the hit is definitely on FT, but I really want to choose to believe in FT, because knowing that they are one of the top contenders for SEA, they are a team formed with like all top players from SEA, so I believe that they have a lot more potential that they're ready to show us for like the upcoming rounds. Even though like ERA might be one of them like the teams, I feel like in that sense kind of threw FT off a bit, because they just didn't know what to expect. But after like a couple of rounds with AR, I think they have like a little grasp of what to expect from AR, and they are more prepared to go against AR for like better results.
Yes, that is definitely very true. So as we see here, going into the third round, the first half, with AR's Hunter going up against FT's Survivor, Kurokawa going up against the mini squad, as I like to call them. We got Mini Blue, Mini Panda, Mini Dragon, Mini Shadow in the third round. So there's going to be a lot more bans happening. So there's going to be 2 Hunter bans and 6 whole Survivor bans. That's a lot of Survivor bans that Kurokawa has access to. It's really going to affect FT's team compositions, I think.
Wonder what hunters will they ban. We have seen Kurokawa bring out like really good clerk. However, we've seen like the survivors of FT banning Grimwitch against Kurokawa. And when it comes to a big map such as Ever Sleeping Town, I believe that Grimwitch thrives especially there. Thrives especially strong there. Even though we have not seen Kurokawa's Grimwitch, but for the survivors of FT to actually consider banning Grimwitch on Kurokawa's side, I believe that they're just putting respect in what character pool that Kurokawa might bring out. So I kind of like still expecting that Grimwitch ban. But never mind that, going into the Survivor ban picks, we have Seer, Priestess, and Korean pretty stable ban picks. But this means also letting a Mercenary out in such a big map.
That is very true. Mercenary on a big map is very useful, because he's one of the most stable rescuers. Plus, the bigger the map is, the more usage he can get out of his elbow pads. Oh my goodness, what are we seeing here though? You see like these Hunter bans here on FT Survivor's side. They're banning the Breaking Wheel and the Geisha. It seems that they have a plan in mind, and they are really going trying to like target all the possible hunters that Kurokawa here could be playing, and then going in with the Mercenary and the Toy Merchant. We did see Toy Merchant banned quite a lot throughout the whole tournament on the Ever Sleeping map in particular, because of how annoying she can be with her catapults and sort of her glider, and the amount of like double story buildings there are allowing the Toy Merchant to be able to access a glider more. It's going to be very annoying for Kurokawa to have to deal with. So FT Survivor just locking that in right now is going to be very in their favor.
Right, that is definitely a challenge to Kurokawa because a time machine, especially in Dark stories, can prove to be quite little, especially with the support. Right now, going to more survival band picks, we have the patient and psychologist, just banning off any form of PDA, no couple play of affection allowed. But I feel like with the patient band pick, it was very justifiable because, like mentioned, Mercenary does quite well with big maps like this. Mercenary kind of counters like big maps like this, and so does Patient. Patients are usually used as substitutes for Mercenary when you get banned because with so kind of like doubles like an owl pet. And going into more survivor pick, we have the Prospector on the list, which isn't a surprise because when Antiquarian gets banned, your next best choice is really the Prospector.
That is very, very true. So as we can see here, see the Prospector really is calling it as a substitute for the Antiquarian. We will be seeing how effective the Prospector will be. We have seen, however, that the Prospector has been really rising up the meta recently, so having him on the team is going to be very, very useful for the FT Survivor team. Just that ability for like a short burst of harassing with the magnets and then just letting it recharge. However, that I wish his one weakness, I would say, that the magnets do take quite a while to recharge, so he can't do like a prolonged kind of harassing or stunning, like unlike the Antiquarian. But going back to the Kurokawa's Hunter Survivor bans here, we see that the female dancer is his last ban. This is very interesting because, again, like you said many times before, Kurokawa seems to really going like very personal with these bans against FT. Like he did ban the Acrobat a couple of like a few matches ago, and we do see that now the female dancer is being banned again, so possibly to get rid of, like, you know, one of FT's best character picks. So in lieu of the female dancer, we can see the Acrobat being replaced instead. So now the Acrobat is going to be chosen instead, and now Kurokawa has banned the Acrobat previously quite a lot to prevent FT from accessing one of their best survivor characters. So it's going to be very interesting to see what his game plan is going to be right now that the Acrobat has been let loose.
Right now with Dancer on the bench and letting Acrobat out, I guess we're seeing what Kurokawa was scared of before. So yeah, it's a little refreshing to see what he banned before being let out, so he's like going against what he did not want to deal with. So maybe he might have like a different hunter in mind, because like if I'm not wrong, he brought a Naiad when he banned the Acrobat. So I don't think we might be expecting Naiad this time.
That is very true. We have seen Kurokawa play before the Nightwatch, the Bonbon, the Sculptor, and the Clerk. So wondering to see if he will bring back any of those hunters or whether he will pull something new again. It will be very interesting to see. Yes, as well as the Naiad. I did almost forget the Naiad. The Clerk, the Naiad, the Bonbon, and the Sculptor. So those four hunters going to be in, like, those are the survivors that hunters that FT knows Kurokawa will play. So it seems that they seem to be preparing like a very generalized survivor team here, with like the Prospector and Toy Merchant for supporting and kiting, the Acrobat for kiting, as well as the Mercenary for a good support and rescue support. So it seems that they're very generalized, they're not really specifically countering any specific hunter. So really wondering to see who Kurokawa will be playing here.
Oh, looks like we are seeing a Nightwatch again. Like previously, I believe the Nightwatch before reached a draw, but however it comes to round 3 where you have so many bans, it just means that you have lesser problems to deal with as a Nightwatch. I'm like just guessing that the Nightwatch is not very scared of the Acrobat, that's why it's letting Acrobat out. And also with the Prospector, like we saw just now, Prospector actually didn't time too well against the Nightwatch and cancelled attack recovery like twice, so I guess this is why he also let out the Prospector in that sense.
That is very true. However, this is going to be a bit of a trouble, as the Toy Merchant will give Kurokawa's Nightwatch here a little bit of trouble, as it won't, even though he can control like the wind and the air, he will not be able to pull Mini Shadow here down from the air with her glider, it seems. So the Toy Merchant's catapults, being able to boost her teammates up into the double-story buildings, as well as providing very, very long distance for herself as well, it's just going to be a lot of trouble for Kurokawa to be able to deal with.
Right now, going to spawn location, I am expecting a Maseri to take the middle, and the rest will be around. Alright, Maseri in the middle, Toy Merchant and double story, the main double story. I believe Mini Dragon's one spawning near the Dancing Geisha, and Mini Panda just right behind, all the way behind. Kurokawa just choosing to spawn right beside, just forming that little like plus shape. I believe that he might be trying to go for the perspective. As mentioned before, perspective at the start of the game, he's not super strong because he only has one magnet to work with. But if you were to let him out and wait for his magnets to regenerate, he can be a very strong support character.
Yes, that is very true. So letting the Prospector out will be quite bad for Kurokawa's Night Watch here as we head into the game. So Kurokawa here immediately letting off that wind to try and get the first charge of wind ready for the first chase. We do see that he has the insolence and detention build, so he will be having a very strong early game here, especially because that first presence is going to let him have like the very strong like fast wind pull ability as well as the dash. So insolence on a Night Watch is going to be quite useful for his early game. However, he will suffer a bit in the late game as he won't have the change trade ability, so he can't change the teleport for the map control near the middle and end game.
I think with the insolence, Kurokawa had plans to just tunnel one survivor, and after tunneling one survivor, he go for the other. He's not trying to be greedy, he's just really like trying to focus on one survivor to get them each at a time, because right now Team AR is in a winning position, so they have lesser things to worry about.
Yes, that is very true. So like Kurokawa, he knows that FT is the one that has to get the hand up on him right now. So he is going to be playing a very safe hunter. He's going to be going for a not necessarily very risky. He just wants to calm down, take his time, just try and go after the survivors like individually. Like you said, tunneling. He's like a drill right now. He's going to tunnel between like one survivor, then tunnel to the next, and tunnel to the next, and tunnel to the next. Because if he can tunnel one survivor, then it's going to be just like a very quick and fast elimination on one survivor, meaning that that's one extra point two extra points that the Team FT will not be able to obtain to try and get the hand up. And then if he is able to eliminate another by just tunneling, that's just another 2 points that FT will not be able to close the gap on. So by just tunneling one survivor after the other, he can slowly but surely, just like slowly and steadily eliminate FT's chances of getting back their points. So I do think that him bringing insolence for the very fast early game, as well as the detention, just like to secure the late game just in case, is going to be a very safe option for him. However, he will suffer a bit, I think, because he doesn't have the fast pallet breaking, which he can just jump over the pallets, but breaking the pallets is also going to be like an option will be his only option if he doesn't have any wind charges left. So him not having that trait will, I think, affect his ability to chase the survivors.
Yeah, absolutely. And correct me if I was wrong. I thought I was about to go towards the perspective, but it looks like he's heading towards the Dancing Geisha area where the Acrobat is at. I feel like that's also not too bad of a chase because Acrobat at the start, he doesn't have much firebombs at hand. So maybe you can just build a firebomb and dodge a firebomb. Even if you get a little bit of firebomb of you, if you're very confident in your chase, and as you mentioned, he brought insolence. He really just wants to like focus on getting one down first by unlocking the insolence. Yeah, I feel that Acrobat might not be too bad of a chase, and especially like I think he's around open area. He has to really watch out for that little like wind suction. You know, like it's like a vacuum cleaner. You have to watch out for like the line of suction, and in open spaces like that, it can get a little tricky.
Yes, that is very true. However, I think I did see the Acrobat heading off into the graveyard area, and since what you say is definitely very true, a line of sight is going to be Kurokawa's Night Watch's best advantage right now. So getting into the graveyard area, denying that line of sight is going to be the FT survivors' very big and possibly their only chance of getting any kind of kiting like off on the Night Watch right now, because a lot of the other kiting areas don't or have like a line of sight. Like they have like low walls, like even like the middle area with like the 3 pallets, and then like the one right next to the middle building with the 2 pallets. That one has like low walls, meaning it's very easy for Kurokawa to be able to use his wind to pull the survivors to his direction and just taking full advantage of his ability. So blocking that off with the graveyard walls is going to be the acrobat's best choice for prolonging his kite.
Yes, absolutely. Do you think that they actually predicted that he'll bring out Nightwatch? Because, like, from the way that they're rotating, it's kind of like expecting that maybe he might have Nightwatch or something on hand that would work well towards, like, work bad towards, like, the graveyard kiting position. But however, graveyard also being a very good kiting position is kind of like, it's just kind of not unexpected for Acrobat to want to rotate there, but who knows, maybe they kind of predicted what Kurokawa might bring on the scene.
Yeah, that is very true. But we also do have to keep in mind the other survivors as well. There's the Prospector, the Mercenary, and the Toy Merchant, which could provide a quite adequate support for the, the whoever's getting chased in the upcoming match. So, having those survivors be the, having those survivors on the team and ready to support the Acrobat is going to be very, very good for his kite. The Prospector, very, very good at harassing and supporting in like short bursts. He use all 3 of his magnets to stun the hunter, and then he goes back to decoding. Toy Merchant as well, setting up those catapults in the correct position is going to be crucial if she wants to help the Acrobat prolong his kite.
Yeah, absolutely. Those are definitely characters that you wanna like reckon with. Also, not to mention, during band picks, if you notice, they actually banned the Breaking Wheel and Geisha on Kurokawa. So I wonder why I got a feeling that it might be a little personal in that matter.
Yeah, like we mentioned, AR is a very, very new team, but maybe FT has done some like corporate espionage type thing and done like some secret investigation into the hunter main on Kurokawa. So now we are going to see like how FT is like trying to like discover more about Kurokawa and trying to do like the appropriate bans on Kurokawa's hunter mains.
They might also be grasping at straws if they're not too sure what Kurokawa might play, because Breaking Wheel and Geisha, they do perform quite well in this map. However, we haven't really seen Breaking Wheel in the meta ever since Flywheel got introduced. But before Flywheel was introduced, Breaking Wheel literally thrives in this map. Maps such as Ever Sleeping Town and also Moonlit River Park, where it's very hard for you to dodge like the spikes and also like the wheel, the Breaking Wheel form. I would think that if it was a Breaking Wheel in that case, one of the best kiting spots is definitely Graveyard. Other than Graveyard, other places, not much, because Breaking Wheel have like a very fast mobility. So yeah, I would say like the best part of kiting Breaking Wheel in that map is really just a one-watt at the Graveyard when it comes to wheel form.
Yes, definitely. Not to mention the fact that you have like all these like very, very easy to like dodge and juke spots for the survivors against the Breaking Wheel in his wheel form. Plus you have that one window, that annoying window, the one like I just want to like whoever put that window there on the netty side, I just want to strangle. No, I'm joking. But like that is very annoying. Like I do play a bit of Breaking Wheel, and whenever I see someone there, I'm just like, okay, we're gonna be doing this now, huh? So it's just, if that one window is going to be very annoying for any person who's playing Breaking Wheel on Never Sleeping Town. So, but like you mentioned as well, the flywheel effect really just put the Breaking Wheel down into the coffin right now, because it's very, very hard for Breaking Wheel. It's like Breaking Wheel's biggest counter. You can use the flywheel against like the full presence like AoE spike plus the snap ability and like his original like rolling over you with the spikes. It's just very, very good against him. But going back into the match here with Kurokawa, again going towards Mini Panda's Prospector in the graveyard, but instead heading towards the kind of airing on the side of the middle, but instead going to the Prospector on the middle here. So now going to be going to the graveyard area, a very good kiting spot for the Prospector here, like you mentioned.
Yeah, I wonder if the Prospector can last with this kite because, as you mentioned, this is a very good kiting spot for the Prospector. However, to bring a new hunter on the scene, I feel like Kurokawa had full confidence in his hunting skills. Prospector forcing to use out his first Maniac already gets the stun on the hunter. Kurokawa is still hot on the heels of Prospector. He has to really make his kite last. He has nothing on hand to use. I believe what he brought was flywheel? No, it wasn't flywheel. It was like broken windows instead. Gets a hit on the Prospector. What a long swing! Like it got a hit through like a pallet, and right now still hot on the heels of Prospector, just trying to suck him closer. But ultimately, feeling as Prospector has been broken from the side of the wing.
That is very true. However, the Prospector actually does have the flywheel effect, meaning that he could use that to a very good effect. As we can see, Kurokawa using with the blink, but the Prospector was not expecting that and is not able to use his flywheel in time, catching the Prospector completely by surprise. However, forcing the blink out by Kurokawa is going to be the one of the few upsides that the survivors have going for them right now, because Prospector is down fairly early and there are 4 ciphers left.
Sorry for my mistake, guys. A little blind today. Masuri just around the area, just trying to put a little pressure on the hunter so he does not disturb other ciphers, but now that there's a lot of ciphers behind. Just getting stuck on the Masuri and getting very safe rescue. Masuri has to pet away so he doesn't give a double down. Kurokawa just flying over it, but however, Prospector has really vaulted through a pallet and using a little speed boost to get away from the hunter.
And now we can see Kurokawa using the wind to try and force him towards him, but then kinda using that magnet to force him away instead. And now we can see the flywheel with a very good flywheel effect dodge by Mini Panda here, and Kurokawa really liking his charge attacks, managed to get a charge attack on Panda, faking him out with that pallet there and the charge attack. A very good set of mind games by Kurokawa and Panda there. However, if we do look at the ciphers, the Acrobat cipher is around half done, as well as the fact that the Mercenaries is 80% done and the Toy Merchants is available for the rescue, as well as the Acrobat.
Yes, and also Toy Merchant with a catapult can be quite pesky. I believe when the Toy Merchant goes in for the rescue, she can actually send out a catapult for Prospector to have that second kite happen, but no. It looks like gets a swing on the Toy Merchant mid-air. Toy Merchant forced to do a little bit of an earlier rescue. Kurokawa just using his little suction to try to get closer to the survivors. Have a look at the ciphers, BK. We're down to the last cipher. They have to protect this Prospector till the last cipher is primed, and it looks like the final cipher is not even close to being primed yet.
Yes, this is going to be a very close and intense game. However, Kurokawa here really catching up to the Prospector, almost there, but manages to get a magnet off and stunning Kurokawa and getting a lot of distance. Now the Acrobat is here as well, getting a hit off on the Acrobat. Now all of the survivors are injured. The Toy Merchant is on the ground. The Mercenary is decoding the last cipher at 19%. There is a long ways to go still, so Kurokawa does have a bit of time to work with. However, accelerated decoding means that he doesn't have a lot left. So now we can see all these 3 survivors are swarming around the Prospector, trying to make sure that he does not go down no matter the cost. But with the blink hit, the Prospector is going to go down. A very precise hit by Kurokawa now, and actually going to be downing the Acrobat as well. Very well played by both sides. Oh my goodness, Kira, this is insane.
This is the kind of gameplay that I'm waiting for. They tried very hard to protect the Prospector, but ultimately using a blink to get the Prospector down, and also the Acrobat. However, Toy Merchant around the area is at half health. This puts the survivor at a very risky position, because right now the slowest decoder is decoding with accelerated decoding on. He has to go in for the rescue in this situation, which does not look too good. Gets the swing on the Toy Merchant. However, the Acrobat is a self-heal, so this is one less worry on Kurokawa's hands.
Yes, that is very true. However, the Acrobat and Toy Merchant using their self-heal, and then the Mercenary priming the Cypher. So when the Acrobat goes down, but using the flywheel to manage to dodge it, and then getting hit, pulling off the rescue, getting hit, and then popping the Cypher very, very well timed by the FT survivors right now. So Kurokawa is going to be going after the Acrobat instead, using his bombs as best as he can to try and make as much distance, but unfortunately getting pulled back by the wind instead. Seems that the Toy Merchant is already going to be on the other side of the map, with the Mercenary's gate like basically open already. So it seems that the Toy Merchant and the Mercenary are going to be able to just barely by the nick of their teeth escape out the gate, leaving the Acrobat to bleed out in the graveyard area.
Right, Acrobat without any self-kill, Kurokawa could easily just harass the gates, like just worry free. However, it seems like the Toy Merchant and the Mercenary were at air end, so it's a little unfortunate for him. And this results in a draw. Right now, looking at the statistics, we have Prospector being a main character of the game, as he was the first chase at a whooping containment time of 111 seconds. For the rest of drivers, Acrobat and Toy Merchant have equal containment time, Mercenary not so much as he was busy decoding.
Yes, there is. Yeah, as you can see, like the decoding progress, nice, clean 100 percentages. So you can see 200, 100, 200. The Mercenary getting a lot of decoding progress. It seems that like the Mercenary is the best decoder by far in this game. No question. No, I'm joking. But the Mercenary able to get like a lot of decoding progress, really helping to Cypherrush when he's like not out there rescuing the Prospector, as well as the fact that you can see the Acrobat and Toy Merchant with that 60-second containment time, trying to just support the Prospector however ways they can, just trying to stall, making sure that the Prospector does not die before endgame. Unfortunately, Kurokawa was able to use the blink and get a very, very, very precise hit on Panda's Prospector and downing him and eliminating him from the game before the end game. Very, very well played by Kurokawa and FT.
You can see that FT was really trying to keep Prospector alive for a better game, for a better late game, because like right now, if they were to settle for a draw, AR is still in the lead. They're not really progressing on FT's side with that draw. They really want to fight out. However, like they turn out too good. A draw would be like a good result if it comes to a good round 1, round 2. However, when it comes to like the little snowball of points, they do not want a draw at all. They really want a lot more than just a draw.
Yeah, that is very true. Like right now, you can see the points on there. FT with 8 points in total, and then AR with 13. So yeah, this draw 2-2. Now both teams are up on points, but the point difference is still the same. 8 to 13 is still a 5-point difference, which means that FT's Hunter Kuga now has to pull up the points in terms of the points for his team right now, because if he's not able to get like the advantage in points, then it's going to be very, very bad for his team going into the 4th round.
It looks like FT still has some catching up to do. However, we should put a little more trust on FT, because FT has shown us great results for past tournaments. I feel that we can definitely see a lot more, just that they're just a little shaken by the appearance of AR, who suddenly just emerged from nowhere and just proved to be like a mighty contender. So, right, I would like to see like more from FT, because I know that they can do it as as just like veterans who have like competed in COA and IVC. I believe that they have the chance to rise as contender. It's just a little tight right now looking at the points.
Yeah, that's very true. It's really, really tight for FT and AR right now. But we will be back for more FT and AR for the second half of the 3rd round. So we will be back in a short break. So we will see you guys after the break.
いい子だから怖くないよ。
今だけ 俺に殺されるな。その目をよく見せてくれないか。
だからイエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。
Welcome back to IVA, the grand finale, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, buckle your seatbelts. We are going to be going into the third round of second half of FT versus AR. I am your host, BK Boy Roll, with my co-caster, Kiera. So, right now, the score is 8 for FT to 13 for AR. And so FT is lagging behind by like 5 points. And it's going to be very, very tough for them. They're going to try and get a point advantage back again in this next match here.
Right, absolutely. 5 points is a lot. It's like one entire match worth of points. Right. They have a lot of catching up to do. I believe AR can take it a little easier this time. However, I feel like FT could maybe use this in potential to like get advantage, because AR get a wing and maybe they're not really putting in too much effort, because knowing that they are already in the lead, FT might take this chance to actually just attack and bite back and, you know, do a little redemption for themselves, who knows. And also because FT, they are a team of veterans, so I feel that there are a lot of good results that we can see from FT, but AR is also proving themselves to be equally strong too.
Yeah, that is very true. Throughout the tournament, AR has really proven themselves to be the dark horse of this competition. They are no one probably expected them to get this far because of their, a new team and a bunch of new faces going up against a bunch of established like veterans of not only IVA but competitive IDV in general. And for them to have made it this far is extremely mind-blowing and very, very exciting for the next set of matches that are going to be coming here. So for this next match, it's going to be, I believe, FT's Hunter Kuga versus AR's Survivor team. So again, the points are going to be 8 to 13. So the team FT's Hunter has to get at least 2 elimination to move to be able to at least not lose even more of a point deficit going into the 4th round. They have to close the the gap in the points by getting a 3 or a 4 elimination. Either one of those 2 things will help out the FT team's points in general.
Absolutely. And also to mention that this is the Ever Sleeping Town that we'll be choosing as our band. Kuga, he thrives on Drumwitch, which is a very good BO1 hunter who does well in Ever Sleeping Town. However, this is not BO1, so the survivors of Era have the privilege of banning Drumwitch. However, we've seen Kuga bring out hunters like Clerk and Bonbon. They didn't do too well in this map. I mean, they're not too poor in this map. However, Dreamwatch should definitely be better. And I feel like with this, he does not have chance to bring out his ultimate single hunter, which I feel he's kind of on a shorter end of the stick.
Yes, that is very true. However, we did see Kuga bringing out the Night Watch in the 1st round, as well as another hunter in the 2nd round that was not his Dream Witch. So it's going to be very interesting to see what other hunters Kuga has up his sleeve. I know that he does play like the clerk and the bonbon, as we saw in like the clerk we saw in the BO2. So seeing, and we know that he does play a bit of like a bonbon. So seeing how he's going to be playing his hunter in this half with like the two hunter bands is going to be very interesting.
Right now, going to the band picks, we have Seer and Priestess right off the table and onto the bench. Pretty stable picks. How to like a little confusion right here. Looks like we have double OKs on the survivor side this time. I guess I call them OK and OKK then. Now, yeah, like with the Seer and Priestess band, just means they are letting out the Mercenary and Anti-Current, whom I have 50% believe that we might be seeing them as the first survivor picks this time. What do you think about this, BK?
Yeah, it's I say it's like highly likely, like you said, like at least a 50% chance, because those two are just meta staples. You just see them absolutely everywhere. They are just all over the place. You see it, and you like I would be like buying like my bread at the grocery store, and then I turn around and then I just see flashbacks, like PTSD Vietnam War flashbacks of the of the mercenary and the antiquary just standing there right next to me in the alley. It's just they're just everywhere, they're just all over the place, just absolutely everywhere. So seeing them in this AR survival lineup, since they haven't been banned here by Kuga, is going to be highly likely, I do think.
Right, they're definitely your bread and corn when it comes to staple. I wonder what kind of hunters do the survivors of AR pick ban. I'm placing my bets on the Dream Witch, as mentioned before, because the Dream Witch does particularly well here. You just don't want a hunter that has too much map control, because that really like sends you to scramble, and especially if against a hunter like Dream Witch, where most of the time, just to be safe, you have to decode one extra cipher, because with the Leech and stuff, her map control is strong, she can camp out the last cipher, so you have to decode new cipher, and with like such a big, it can get kind of troublesome, especially when Priestess is banned.
Yes, that is very true. The Seer, like you mentioned, Priestess a very good support with the just general kiting and supporting, as well as the Seer very good for kiting and supporting his teammates. So getting them out of the way makes a lot of sense for Kuga, and as well as the fact that Kuga does, like you mentioned, a lot of Dream Witch. So that we have seen from Kuga in the recent matches. So, but not actually in today's matches. So very interesting to see that. I'm very interested to see why Kuga has not picked the Dream Witch. Perhaps because they're worried that the AR survivors will be well prepared for it. But either way, Kuga has still a bunch of survivors still left up his sleeves.
I felt that when Kuga brought up Night Watch from BO1, he wanted to catch the survivors of AR off guard. However, they kind of resulted in a draw. Night Watch as a new hunter, I feel that there's not much strategies that have been formed about him. But never mind that, going to our third survivor band, we have the Anti-Current as mentioned. It looks like the survivors of AR has not picked out anything yet.
Yeah, it's gonna be quite interesting to see what they will pick here. But with the Night Watch and the Dream Witch ban for Kuga, this is definitely just trying to eliminate like his Dream Witch is by far one of his, like you said, his signature hunter. He's like by far the the Dream, he is like the Dream Witch basically for FT. So having that out of the way, plus his Night Watch that proved himself in the BO1 as mentioned before, is going to be really good for the survivors here. And as we can see, picking the picking the Mercenary, and OKK picking the Psychologist. A couple of very tanky survivors here that are going to be able to take a lot of hits. With the Mercenary being able to rescue very well, and OKK with the Psychologist able to tank 3 hits before going down.
It looks like Kuga might be a little scared of harassers by banning out the Antiquarian and Beta. I think a substitute for those two harasser bans, you might be seeing a Perspective, and never mind that, we see a Dancer being locked in. Also for Kuga's side, he has chose to ban a Mechanic. Mechanic is a very strong Thai survivor, I must say. Even if a Mimodi is weak, but bought out, she can do a lot of cypher rushing, and that could similar to Thai. And a Thai is not what Kuga wants, not what FT wants. They really want to win to really balance out the points.
Yeah, you're very right about that. It's very important for us as for like you, me, Kira, as well as the audience to keep in mind that FT cannot settle for a draw. They have to be going for a three-man elimination at least. So Kuga coming in here, he has to be able to try and eliminate 3 of these survivors. Otherwise, it's going to be really, really bad for his team in the 4th round. So we can see here Ichigo with the female dancer, and then the prospector as well, going to be very, very useful supports and kiters in general. So Kuga here going for the Naiad instead of his usual, picks. This is very, very interesting to see.
Interesting choice of Hunter because, I mean, we have seen Naiads like do well in this map, but I don't think I've seen Kuga bring out a Naiad before, so that was very unexpected. Kind of excited to see how well his Naiad can perform because this really just shows that Kuga also has a very wide range of hunters and that some of which that we do not know about because he haven't shown them to us yet. So he might be secretly training Naiad, who knows, like maybe he's a very strong Naiad main who's just hiding his little like just secret technique until now.
Yeah, that is very true. That very much did happen with the AR hunters, Kurokawa being hidden as a survivor and then pulling out with his hunter right now is going to be like, a very, very shocking thing to see, like how this, who we thought was a survivor and then he turns out to be a hunter instead, and he's, suddenly like wrecking shop with his hunter. So going into the spawn locations, we can see the it's a mercenary in the middle for the best access to the rescuing, as well as the prospector near-ish to the psychologist, and then the female dancer on the far left side. Kuga actually taking the corner building house further away from the psychologist. Now the closest one would be the female dancer.
And the female dancer is spawning at such a good kiting spot too. I feel like if Kuga wants to go for a female dancer, it's just not easy first kite. And I mean, besides the female dancer, the next nearest survivor is most definitely mercenary, who is also not a good chase at all. I wonder who will Kuga ultimately go for. I have a feeling that he might be forced to go over to Dia and just for the psychologist.
That is very, very true. And as we can see here right now, the build that Kuga here is taking with the Knight is insolence and detention. Same as, funnily enough, same as Kuro's, Night Watch in the previous round. But right now, going for the female dancer and putting on the slow box and slamming that pallet immediately and going for the little twirly dance over to the, like you said, a very, very good kiting area here. But one of the advantages of Knight is being able to lock off an area with her big water circle. So as you can see, that's what Kuga's going to try to do. Going to try and get Ichigo here down with the water level.
Oh, it spins away from the water. I feel like this is a deja vu situation that we're looking at. We also saw a Naiad against a dancer as a first kite, like quite a few matches back. Oh, gets a hit on the dancer. Dancer has to make this kite last, putting down more music box, trying to dodge the water. Naiad with first presence unlock. Oh, gets some water on the female dancer, trying to circle in. Gets a hit on the female dancer, like a bit of an early down, I must say. Blink is still up in the air. Cypher progress look pretty healthy. All of them are about 60-70%. It's not too bad, however, I still think it's a pretty fast down because dancer was not able to force out the blink.
Yes, that is very true. The female dancer is actually also out of resources if you see that. No flywheel, no music boxes, and the Naiad still has her blink available. So if for the mercenary coming in here for the rescue, she might make quick work of the female dancer for after the rescue. So trying to get the water level of the mercenary up and getting a hit off of the mercenary and chasing the female dancer instead, using the harpoon and the dash to try and catch up to her as fast as possible, using the dash as well as he can to try and get the water level up. But the prospector getting a pallet stun on the Naiad, letting the female dancer get a lot of distance very, very far away into the upper building here. However, do keep in mind, Kuga still does have his blink available. So even though the female dancer is going to be struggling here a bit, Naiad still does have her blink. But seems that Epsilon here trying to wander around here, trying to harass but not really going, and then psychologist healing with the whistle as well. The prospector is going to be hanging around trying to help the female dancer as much as possible, and then you have the Naiad still going for the female dancers, trying to get her down as much as possible, but missing the magnet unfortunately and
Oh!
going for the hit, but with the elbow pad transitioning back into the graveyard. A beautiful series of plays, trying to go for the blink hit, but unfortunately missed and ended up forcing the magnet instead. Very well done by the prospector there.
Prospector just like knight in shining armor, just putting in dancer. If you notice, when Mercenary came in to rescue her, he actually did a little swap of like tools. Prospector still in the air, trying to harass the hunter and buying so much time for the team. Knight is just a little scared, trying to avoid the pallet stun. Oh, but misses the pallet stun, and Prospector goes down to water. However, looking at Cypher progress, they're just down to their final Cypher, I believe.
Yes, even though the Cypher progress is very good, though, keep in mind, the female dancer is on these last chair, so now the psychologist or the mercenary has to go rescue. But the mercenary is the one decoding a Cypher and is very, very far. So now the prospector is going to be trying to go in for the rescue, but then is scared off by Cougar here, really just trying to threaten the survivors as much as possible. But the prospector going in for a sneaky rescue and is able to get it off. And as we see, the female dancer using the flywheel, getting the hit off on the psychologist instead, but they're not able to escape the water in time, and both of them go down to the water damage instead. There is one safe left, and now the female dancer is going to be going down. A triple down situation, Kiara.
What a change in events! And this is why Knight is so scared at second presence. I don't think it's like it's second presence. Like, she got 3 survivors down at one go. That's how scary a second presence water circle can be. Kuga just trying her second survivor. I believe that psychologists will be able to use up self-heal. However, Kuga is just in ear. It's not very wise, however, to use self-heal right now. She has to wait till Mercenary is around for her to use the self-heal, so she does not get an instant down. However, it looks like a Cypher, the last Cypher is in the middle, and the progress is not a lot. I believe the last time I saw it was about 30, 40. Mercenary has to be careful of the water, as this is second prizes that you're talking about. Misses a water hit, and will he be able to get it? Will he be able to get it? The regular hit and rescue? Actually get the hit. Yeah.
Yes,
Misses
pulling
the
off
water.
the rescue here on the prospector here, and the mercenary is going to be half HP with a lot of water. Cougar here trying to get the water level as high as possible, and then trying to go for the mercenary instead of the prospector. However, do keep in mind the psychologist is again decoding the Cypher in the middle with 60% progress, getting a hit on the mercenary. However, that Cypher is being decoded very, very fast. So they may or may not have the chance now, trying to get more water damage on the mercenary, trying to go around and psych him out and getting the water pop downing him early before the 15 seconds is up. But the psychologist Cypher is very close to being primed, plus the prospector is around to try and go for the magnet and stun and trying to balloon rescue the mercenary perhaps.
The Survisory Prime, I believe that the prospector has to be careful, as he's unable to get a stun on the balloon rescue. Uses a blink to get away from prospector. Trying to get a prospector down in the water. However, this means a free rescue for prospector. I think she knows that Survisory Prime trying to get prospector down in water. Goes for the pop instead. Do you see that? It popped just as when just when the prospector got the water hit. Prospector having to make this kite last by putting on magnet and transitioning to the graveyard. But I believe that most pellets have been used up, so he has to be a little more careful.
Yes, that is very, very true. The prospector only has a single magnet remaining, no flywheel, and very little pallets to work with in this area. However, Kuga does not have his blink available and cannot change the teleport, getting a stun on Kuga here and actually managing to escape out of the graveyard and going all the way over around, wrapping back around into the graveyard area. It seems like Kuga does not want this prospector to get away. Now Epsilon trying to get the juke off, but is unable to get it. Now waiting for the tram and gets into the tram. A very, very good play by Epsilon, the prospector right now. And now we can see on the other side, mercenary and psychologist are on the other side of the map with the gate. Now we can you can see here Kuga rushing over to make sure that the prospector does not get the dungeon, because Kuga cannot let any of the survivors escape. However, you can see the mercenary is kind of sneaking around, potentially trying to help, but no, the prospector is going to go down on the ground and is going to be incapacitated and potentially chaired right here. So you can see the mercenary and the psychologist have their gate open. They could end this with a draw, and it seems that they are going to be going out and a 2 escape.
Right, and for a moment it looks like they're about to take a gamble again, like we saw from one of the previous matches, where they really took a gamble against Kuga's cloak by trying to push it. However, I feel that they had like a little change of mind, as you can see, Mercenary just, after like digging in chest, he could have consider going in for the body block. However, it's the second Princess Knight you're talking about with that detention hit. He's at a risk of getting down to water, and yeah, I think they decided to play it safe after all. Looking at the statistics, Prospector with a whooping 192 seconds, and second runner will be Dancer at 128 seconds, and both of them did relatively well at kiting, and yeah, I believe that bought a lot of time for the team for the Cyber Pop.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate that despite these really, really high containment times, they were only able to get out with the draw because even though they are in the lead right now, in order for AR to actually secure their victory in terms of points, they have to really they have to like get slightly more. So they have to make the gap even wider in terms of points. So it's as you can see, the female dancer, like you said, 128 containment time on Kuga's Naiad, very, very respectable. Because it's just Kuga and his Naiad is very, very deadly, as we can see right there. It's a lot of takes a lot of skill for someone to be able to kite, especially like a female dancer character. A female dancer is not a very good transition kite character, so for her to be able to do that against a Naiad character out of her element and still be able to pull it off is very, very commendable, I do think.
Right, and also not to mention that Prospector was around trying to assist her throughout, trying to escort her like a little knight in shiny armor. But however, like with Prospector there trying to protect her, this also means that they're falling a little short in Cypher progress, as there's only 2 people decoding, and not to mention that one of the only survivors decoding is a mercenary with like decoding debuff. So in that sense, they kind of fell a bit short in time, even though Prospector and Dancer both bought so much time just working together.
Yes, that is very, very true. However, we have to keep in mind that despite that, the kind of like harassing by the psychologist and the prospector did end up resulting in the triple down scenario that we just saw just now. If they were not there, the female dancer would have gone down sooner, but then they would be, up and healthy and able to keep on kiting the Naiad. So I do think that if they had not been there for the support, the female dancer would have been sent back to the manor a lot faster, but then they would have had a lot more progress in terms of ciphers, as well as having like the psychologist and the mercenary at full HP able to rescue the prospector if he were to go down.
Absolutely, and also like triple down was, I believe, it will be one of the top highlights of this today, because to see a Naiad get a 1 down, okay, that's normal when it comes to the water humidity. Double down, sure, but having triple at 1 go, that's amazing. Like, but also I felt like the survivors also gave a bit of chance by just trying to be around a second Princess Knight, because with second Princess Knight, you can't really body block. I mean, it's like situational. You might try to get a body block, but you're definitely getting some water on you. Alright, we are now going to a break. Please stay around, stay tuned for more IV action. We are going to one of the last final rounds of FT against AR.
Yes と答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。グレイという。
ザック、どうして？いい子だから怖くないよ。
今だけ俺に殺されるな。 その目をよく見せてくれないか。
イエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。
俺だぞ。俺の欲しいもん逃がすわけねえだろ。3、2、1。俺は嘘は嫌いなんだよ。
ザック、忘れてない。忘れてなんてない。だって誓ったもの。ザックと私、二人で誓ったもの。レイチェル・ガードナー。これはいらない。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
Welcome back to IVA, everyone. I am your host, BK Borul, with my co-caster, Kiara. We are going to be going into the fourth round of FT versus AR in the grand finals of IVA. This is the last match. And right now, as we can see on the scoreboard, 5-3, 1-8, 4-4. This AR team in total is really far ahead in terms of points against the FT team. Right now, the score is 10-15, with AR pulling ahead, and it's going to be quite a lot of work in this next coming round for FT to be able to pull back the advantage in their favor.
Right now we are going to round number 4. Even though AR is in the lead of 5 points, you can see from the previous round 3, they are really fighting nose to nose. I feel like in that sense, like their skills may be quite on par. It's just that they are just a little unfortunate for the last 2 rounds. Right now in round number 4, we have more bands in hand. I believe we are maxing out the bands, so I think we'll be seeing a new selection of hunters and survivors coming onto scene.
Yes, that is very true. Because going into the fourth round here, we're going to be going into the final phase of the band pick phase, where we're going to be seeing 3 hunter bands and 7 survivor bands. That's a lot of bands for these teams to be able to handle. So it's going to be very interesting to see who will be banning who and what kind of strategies these teams are going to be going up against.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of bands, I think we'll be going. Our current map will be like a Sacred Heart Hospital. I think we are most likely expecting a priestess band because this is a hospital that we are talking about.
Oh, definitely, yeah. Like I play quite a bit of Hunter myself, and I
Mhm.
must say the priestess is called the Roach for a reason. And especially on a map like Sacred Art Hospital, like she's already like annoying enough on a map like Chinatown, Ever Sleeping, Moonlit, Lakeside. But on a map like Sacred Art Hospital, especially like the portals inside the hospital are going to be an absolute nightmare for whoever is the hunter going to be. So please do fully expect a priestess ban right out the gate. And if I had to pick another one, I'd probably put either the Antiquarian or the Seer there right along with her, just because of how good the Seers and Antiquarians have been in this tournament recently.
Absolutely. I feel like Anti-Korean ever since she got introduced, she's been a meta ever since. We all know how good she is as a survivor. I feel like there's some tricks into baiting her to use the flute, but when she comes in to support and as a harasser, it's just very very helpful for hunters to keep note of two survivors, especially when one is just like around you trying to get like hit on you. That's when things are you to dodge. However, if she's a first chase, it's not too bad, I believe, because you just have to like kind of bait out the flute hit, and while it's still on cooldown, you can just go in for that hit. So like like Andy Crane, I believe is like a very good supporter, even more so than a Kaito.
Yeah, she's very, very well known for her supporting and harassing abilities. So having that out of the way in terms of like the bans is just going to be very useful for whoever's going to be hunting. Especially if you consider the map, right? Sacred Art Hospital. The hospital itself is by far, like, call me crazy if you will, but I think that the hospital is the best kiting spot in like the whole game. Basically, it's just so good, especially if you have someone like the Antiquarian or Priestess supporting you. So in order to try and eliminate the survivor's advantages as much as possible, banning these characters are going to be paramount for the hunter.
Yeah, absolutely. And then also, if you have a good cutting spot in the middle, this is where like the roach will thrive, because you can just get a hit and just transition over, and she's just there ready to like ambush you with support portals. And this can get quite nightmarish for the hunters, and especially for a map like the hospital, where like the middle of the middle facility, it's not just like a single story building, it's a double story hospital, which like makes things even worse, because like she can put an up down portal, like it works like an elevator, which it's just like a nightmare for hunters to deal with. So top bet, I would definitely place my bets on the priestess.
Yes. I am definitely going to be putting my bets on the priestess, but I do think that going up into here, we are going to be seeing AR's Hunter first, and then going against FT's Survivors. So AR's Hunter, as you know, Kurokawa, he last pulled out his Night Watch against the FT Survivors and actually managed to get a draw on the Ever Sleeping Town. But I am really wondering what his game plan is going to be now. The last time we saw Kurokawa on the Sacred Hospital was versus Venom earlier today, with I'm sure you will remember this, where he played Sculptor and really just went absolutely ham on those Venom survivors. Like, hopefully we will be able to see like some more really, really intense and exciting gameplay like that in this next match. So going straight into the bans here, Kurokawa instantly getting out of the way. Right, like exactly what we said. The Priestess, the Seer, Antiquarian, as well as that, the Toy Merchant as well. Toy Merchant being a very, very good support character, especially to get into the hospital quickly.
Also, if her catapults were to play smartly, you can definitely jump inside the balcony from outside, which actually buys a lot of time for survivors and can be a headache for hunters to deal with. And also, like, if there's just like quite a few loopholes around hospital where her catapults can work very, very efficiently, such as when you get on catapult, it sends you straight to the hospital, and then you're ready to kite in the best kiting spot in the hospital, in the map. And this is why Toy Merchant is one of the top bands that come to maps with Double Story. Alright, going into our hunter bands, I believe we are seeing a Bonbon, Nayet, and Clerk. I don't think we are seeing a Dream Witch or Netwatch band this time, which is quite interesting. I mean, those are hunters that we've seen Kurokawa bring out before, so I kind of like curious what he'll bring out with like mains band. Maybe Netwatch again.
Yes, I'm thinking probably a Night Watch or maybe a Sculptor, because we did see him choose the Sculptor on the previous time he was on Sacred Art Hospital. But we did see that FT had banned the Breaking Wheel and the Geisha in the previous round as well. So maybe there was a reason that they banned that maybe Kurokawa secretly also has a geisha or a breaking wheel in his pocket. Though I do think breaking wheel on the Shikara Hospital is definitely going to be an even bigger headache than normal. So, but only time will tell. Maybe Kurokawa has surprises before. Maybe going into the breaking wheel again on the Shikara Hospital will be another pleasant surprise by this individual.
Mm-hmm. But also to know that Air has been fighting for a very long time from Team Venom till like FT right now. Maybe they just want like a fast match to end things up with. We might be able to expect a geisha if they are going in for speed. They have been on scene for a while. I'm sure members are tired. And also like I'm feeling that the survivors of FT knew like Kurokawa does have a good geisha on hand. That's why they are considering the geisha during a previous match. So in that sense, when you were to put things together, I am very much anticipating a geisha.
Yes, that is true. However, if we look on the other side, right, the FT survivors, we have seen a lot of like the FT survivors really like to have like very general team compositions with the mercenary, the antiquarian, or mercenary / forward, and you have an antiquarian or prospector. Sometimes you have like a mechanic there. So you also get like a lot of female dancer, barmaid, psychologist, those kinds of characters. So as well as a toy merchant and an acrobat. So like those kinds of characters, they're very good, and they're also very generalized. You have very little like specialist characters by FT here because they like to play very general. They're trying to cover each other's bases a lot. So seeing that kind of team composition and how Kurokawa is going to respond is going to be very interesting.
I think they just want to play it safe by going with like characters that are good for tournaments. Because like if it's like a ranked match, there are things that you do not consider too much, especially when it comes to like the map pick and like the characters that work with one another. So like in a sense, I think they're really like thinking about how to keep it like a safe lineup where like they won't lose out too much. That's why they went with like so-called generalized characters, because they are able to assist each other. No matter what the character is being chased, someone can just come in to assist.
Yes, that is very true. So like having like Yesli said, and having an assist character, especially again in the Sacred Art Hospital, having an assist character is going to be very good for the teams here, because if they are able to like just support a little bit, then they might be able to get into the hospital and just kite for a really long time, or maybe kite a really long time in the hospital with a little bit of support. So having that kind of support available is going to be very good for the FT team here.
Forgive me if I'm wrong, because like the screen moved kind of fast, but we are seeing a Wowling finally. Wowling being one of those rescuers that we used to see a lot when it comes to like big tournaments like COA. However, he's been on a decline ever since the meta and characters changed. So like to see a Wowling right now, especially in BO5, I'm kind of excited because it's definitely not an easy character to play. And as you mentioned before, BK, we are seeing Kurokawa bring out a Sculptor. I feel like Sculptor in this map is really not a bad pick, because you can just like see where the survivors are going. If they're going inside palace, you can put like statues there, which kind of like forces them out. And if it doesn't force them out, it might result in a cheap hit.
Yes, exactly. However, the Wildling, the Barmaid, and Psychologist all have to be very careful, because they all are very tanky and they could potentially feed a lot of presence to the Sculptor. And as we all know, a full presence Sculptor is very scary to go up against. So going into the match here, we do see that Kurokawa bringing Insolence and Detention, the classic build that we always see him bring, possibly to get his presence faster as soon as possible. Going after the Barmaid, as we can see, trying to juke her out in the hospital here, but going on kind of on the outskirts of the hospital, with Kurokawa here really trying to use the Sculptors to her advantage and almost getting that chip hit, and now going for the normal hit inside the hospital instead. Now you can see the Entomologist with her bees set up ready to help harass and extend the Barmaid's kite, getting her Dovlin off as much as possible. So now the Barmaid going to be dropping down and trying to get a chip, trying to maybe get a chip hit on the Entomologist, but doesn't make it, unfortunately. So now Barmaid is going to be able to get the Dovlin heal off and is going to be going back into the hospital.
Entomologist is still around, just trying to harass 100 bees. This is why the hospital is such a scary place to be kiting in, because like not only is it a good place for survivors to kite is also a good place for them to assist. So entomology is just blocking the door, which just buying so much time for the Barbie. I can see that Barbie just trying to mix a drink, I believe. And yeah, like you see Kurokawa still hot on heels, still choosing kite in the hospital. I feel that things are not looking too good for Kurokawa. Cypher progress are moving, and I believe that it could be like 3 ciphers already by the time that Bam is on chair. No, not to mention that Bam still haven't gotten first hit yet.
Yes, that is very true. Barmaid still is going to be like 2 regular hits off. So now going to getting this like first hit is going to be very, very paramount. Getting the first hit off, but is unable to get the second chip, another chip hit with these statues as well. And then using the blink to just go right through the pallet and trying to catch up to Mini Dragon here as fast as humanly possible. Getting the chip hit off very, very quickly. And we can see that Entomologist using the bees to try and stop Kurokawa here, but Kurokawa very quickly catching up and going for the regular hit, but missing unfortunately due to the bees. And now Barmaid is going to be able to escape and make quite a distance away. Like you mentioned, the Cypher progress is really, really rushing right now. So Kurokawa really has to get this Barmaid down and very fast if he wishes to get an elimination on this Barmaid.
Yes, I don't think things are looking too good on the Sculptor side. I mean, Team AR is in the lead. However, like he spent way too much time just trying to catch Barbie in the hospital. Finally getting the Barbie down. However, look at the Cypher BK. We are down to the last 3 Cyphers. 3 of them have pretty healthy progress. So I feel like if Volley were to go in and rescue, they just have to like make sure that he takes a proper rescue. Doesn't get terror shock, and entomologists could just go into like fill in his Cypher for him. And I believe like this is looking to be in favor of Team FT.
Yes, that is very true. However, do keep in mind, Blue here going to be coming in and very close to feeding the full presence to him right now and getting the full presence as well as managing to get a double chip hit and going for the Barmaid instantly. A very, very well played by the Wildling here, but also feeding the full presence to Kurokawa is going to be very important because now he will be able to get the very, very powerful ability down to help stuff the rescue for whoever is going to be coming.
I believe I dream well. The teamwork between like the entomologists and the entomologists and the Barmaid back in the hospital just bought so much time for a team. Right now they are down to the last cipher. They just have to make this rush. Even though they are down, even though like this was like second presence, I believe that by signing the psychologists that just means a very steady rescue. However, like the Sculptor is just catching a win of the last cipher. Well, gets 2 cheap hit on the entomologists and also the Wildling as well. The psychologists have to make this rescue happen if they really want to push it.
Yes, that is very, very true because we can see here the Psychologist has the shield left and trying to fake out the rescue but ends up getting a chip hit here, getting another chip hit, getting the rescue off and going to be going for the regular hit but ends up hitting the Psychologist instead. Now the Cypher is going to be primed but using the blink to get a regular hit off on the Barmaid, and now we're going to be going into the end game here because the Cypher has popped. Kurokawa does have the tension, however, it does seem more and more likely that it's going to be a draw or even a 3 escape or maybe even a 4 escape for Team FT here.
Right, things are really not looking too good for Sculptor. Even though she was to get the Barmaid down, she cannot teleport to the other gate. She doesn't have any map control yet. Her blink is still on cooldown. She has to travel manually to the other gate, and the other gate is being open as it's big. And I believe it's really open right now. This is a free run on Team FT side.
What a wonderful and very exciting game for both sides right now. Like you mentioned earlier, I do think that the winning factor here for Team FT was definitely the Entomologist and the Barmaid working together beautifully with a lot of teamwork and team coordination in that hospital. As you can see right here, 156 seconds kiting. That was just a lot of kiting time and a lot of time wasted for Kurokawa, and they just got a lot of decoding progress off because of the harassing and just like the being able to kite in the hospital.
Right, to see Barmaid and Entomologist just working together, that was what a match, BK. I wasn't expecting these two as a combo at all, but this really proved that Entomologist and a hospital and kite strong as a beast can definitely like act like a door to block of a lot of ways, a lot of those narrow corner ways, which can definitely buy a lot of time for teammates, not just teammates but also herself if she were ever to be first kite. And also not to mention that Sculpt also chose to chase someone who looped her around the hospital multiple times, I believe, and ultimately like, forcing her to use the blink, but not really use the blink to get hit, but more like the close-up distance, which didn't really quite work out well, as this is a hospital we're talking about with entomologists around, and Bum could just keep on rotating and looping around the hospital. Using the blink wasn't a very good move, but I felt that Kurokawa in that spot just kind of panicked and just really wanted to get the survivor down as fast as possible.
Yes, I'm gonna have to agree with you there, Kara. So as we move on to the scoreboard here, we can see that now FT is going to be 13 to AR's. I believe that's 16. Forgive my slow math, but yeah, we are going to be going 13 to 16 here. With a 3-point advantage for AR. So if AR wants to maintain the lead that they have going into the 5th round, they're gonna have to really step their game up as the survivors, because if they settle for a draw, then because as you can see, FT is closing the distance very, very quickly right now. Right, they're only 3 points away. So if AR were to get a 1, so if FT's Hunter was to get a 3 elimination, then it would be very, very close in the 5th round with with only a 1 point difference. So it's going to be very, very close in this next half here, I think.
The survivors of AR really have to do a little more than they anticipated to make sure that they really back the win. I believe that they're still in the lead. However, it looks like they have a little more work to do if they really want to secure the win. And looking at the survivors of AR, I noticed that they have a tendency to try to gamble things out, such as that detention rescue and such, and also that Masari just going for a rescue just to swap equipments, but afterwards he does not have anything else to work with. Yeah, I believe the survivors of AR, they do play smart, and they also to play a bit risky, kind of like a bit of go big or go home method.
Yes, I do think that what is the AR's team mentality right now. They have even though that really should be the FT's mentality right now, because they are lagging behind, so they really should be the ones that are going big, going home. But as we can see, the more stable and generalized kind of team compositions are actually working out very well for them. They're actually managing to very slowly and steadily climb their way back up in terms of the points. And AR, it really has, the survivors here have to be able to get a lot of points back to try and maintain the difference as well, or maybe even get an upper hand if they don't want to go into the 5th round with a lost advantage.
Definitely, I feel like both teams have to really just do their best. I feel like this is a result in results that they want to see, because they really work very hard trying to fight it out with one another. I think we are right now going to a BO5. Sorry, not BO5. We're just going to round 5, and then it just shows how on par our skills that FT and AR are. Even though FT may be losing at the start, right now they are slowly catching up. It just shows that they're getting their momentum with the more bands coming in hand. Maybe this is where they'll shine their best.
That is very, very true. We really hope to see more exciting and very, very fun games for both the participants and the audience in these upcoming matches and rounds. But we will be back with more of FT versus AR in the 4th round, second half, in a little bit, because we are going to be going into a short break right now. So we will see you guys after the break.
いい子だから怖くないよ。
俺に殺されるな。その目をよく見せてくれないか。
イエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。
Welcome back to more IVA action. Right now we're in the final round of FT versus AR. The matches are getting very heated and very intense. I'm Kira and I'm with my co-caster BK Boy. BK Boy, how are you feeling about this today?
It's going to be very, very exciting and intense here. Going into like these, the fourth round and the second half. As you can probably see by the scoreboard, like Creera, there's a lot of like matches that have been happening, a lot of back and forth. You know, FT was leading in round 1, then AR with a massive point lead in round 2. They went head to head and ended up out with a draw in round 3. And then now going into round 4, we have FT with the lead. However, in total, the points are going to be 13-16 with AR in the lead. So FT is going to be the hunter in this following match. So right now, FT's hunter Kuga really has to try his best to try and bring the points back into his team's favor, because they have a point difference of 3 right now, which is a lot better than how they were doing in the previous round. So if they really want to go into the and win this IVA, they have to be able to claw back their victory from AR.
Right now you can see that FET is slowly sneaking and like closing out the gap. I feel like right now they're like getting back the tempo of what we saw earlier, where they played particularly well, and I think AR just kind of like threw them off a little, because this is a new team that we're talking about. You know what to expect. Even though like AR lost T before, but back then AR did not show their secret trump card, which I believe is Kurokawa. So now that Kurokawa is on scene, I feel like FT like didn't know what to fully expect, hence a little lead in points. So right now, it looks like they are slowly getting a tempo. They're slowly getting a little bit of like the heat is slowly getting them. They're like trying to close up and get the points. And yeah, right now going to round number 5. Maybe Kuga might be able to turn some things around.
Yeah, because Kuga is like, you know, like we mentioned before, Kuga is like a very, very well-known and famous hunter from FT. So he's very well known to play hunters like, you know, the Dream Witch and the Clerk and the Bonbon, but also as we've seen, we've also seen like a Naiad, as well as I believe it was a Night Watch in the beginning. So it's going to be very interesting to see how Kuga will play this, try and bring the points more into his favor, just getting as many eliminations, getting as many points as he can to try and secure this points, to try and secure the points that he is going to be getting in this next match.
Right, and also for AR, they kind of have to, I don't know, I feel like even though they're in the lead, they wouldn't be too arrogant to let Kuga catch up the points with them. So I feel that in this aspect, they might also want to do their best to even like extend the lead even more, to show that, alright, even though like we are a new team, like please don't look down on us, we surely have a lot of potential. Right now, going to like the Survivor band picks, going straight with Sia, Priestess and Korean Dancer right away. All 4 of them are pretty good picks. Sia, Priestess, anti-Korean are stable band picks. I think this also lets out the mercenary, which is also one of stable band picks. But banning a dancer straight out, I think it's kind of justifiable because dancer actually thrives very well in the hospital where she's able to block a lot of spot boxes. Not just the hospital, but also the ruins, which can place the boxes in those like nooks and crannies, which kind of like force the hunter to go out their way to look for boxes to like destroy them, just so like dancer cannot rotate back to the boxes. Because not only can the box support the teammates, the dancer can also use it to like spin away and transition to a better kiting spot.
That is very, very true, Kiera. The female hunter is also quite a common survivor to be chosen both by AR and FT survivors. So seeing her being like banned is in general is just not very big of a surprise. You mentioned how like good as a character and support of a kiter she is, but she's also a very good support character, as well as in the hands of these certain survivors who have a lot of experience with female hunter and can really utilize her to her maximum potential. Alongside that, we also have the priestess, seer, and antiquarian bands, very normal standard bands that we have also discussed in the last match, as the AR hunter Kurokawa actually also banned these 3 survivors on this map as well. So we already have discussed how priestess, seer, antiquarian, very, very good supports and can really be a very big headache in the Sacred Heart Hospital. But looking at these hunter bans instead, AR has banned Kuga's Bonbon, Dreamwitch, and Axe Boy. It's going to be very interesting to see what Kuga will be forced to play now. Maybe it's just going to go back to his good old Naiad, or maybe even his Night Watch, though I do think that the Night Watch may struggle a bit on the Sacred Heart Hospital.
Yeah, absolutely. I think so too, because there's a lot of walls, especially around the ring areas, and because there's quite a few ruins around the hospital, just around the hospital. And right now, going to our current selection pick, we have the Battle and Psychologist. I don't think we have seen a Battle when it comes to era yet. Yeah, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think I've seen a Battle yet. And Psychologist, I feel that she's pretty nice all around even if she's not too good of a character, she doesn't have anything else to work with other than extra health. Her extra health can buy her so much time, and it's kind of like a little room for mistake if anything were to happen. And if she's not the one kiting, she can definitely use extra health, and not just a limited extra health, but also her default health to assist her teammates by just doing that little Wi-Fi health supply.
Right? I mean, the psychologist, especially on like a map like Sacred Heart Hospital, where the psychologist can be very, very, her, like that one extra health bar can really extend her kite for quite a bit, especially in a very good kiting area like the Sacred Heart Hospital, but also like the surrounding ruins. Those can be very, very good depending on who Kuga will be playing. But the batter pick is actually quite interesting because we've actually not seen a batter being picked by AR before, but Kuga here has actually banned quite a number of batters throughout the tournament. So maybe this is what Kuga was afraid of. Maybe this is the kind of like the worst case situation that Kuga definitely want to avoid at all costs by banning the batter. So seeing the batter in play is going to be very, very interesting, especially because like you said, it's very rare to see a batter in general like IDV play, let alone a competition like this.
I got a feeling that the survivors of Era are anticipating Kuga's clerk. We've never seen Kuga bring out a clerk before, and I don't think a clerk does too well against a batter because her hitbox isn't the longest, and with like batter around as like OB, as like harasser, can be quite can potentially buy a lot of time for a team, not just as a character but also as a supporter. And not to mention that with anti-Korean ban, usually the harasser to go is Prospector, but it looks like they want to switch things up a bit with something special this time. Alright, with more survivor bans, we have the Prospector and Mechanic on the list. It looks like Kuga does not want to have to settle for a draw, hence the Mechanic ban, and also the Prospector ban just to cut off like even more harassers.
I mean, like, yeah, the Prospector ban kind of makes sense because if you were not going to play Antiquarian, then Prospector would definitely be your next choice. So to get rid of the the survivor's other harassing option, the Prospector, just get that out of the way immediately. So I'd say that that's a very smart choice by Kuga, getting rid of the two very good harassers, Antiquarian and Prospector. But then again, he will have to deal with this batter. But the problem with batter is that he's very very situational. Depends on who's playing him, who he's going against, as well as the area that he's in. Whereas Antiquarian and Prospector are much more generally like overall good. Like they can be good in no matter what kind of like area or hunter you're going against, compared to like a batter who is a lot more hit or miss. That was a very intended pun. Get it? Because he's the batter. I'm so funny, you see. That's why I'm a caster in this tournament. But like,
Wow, that's hilarious.
I know. But as well as that, we also have the mechanic being banned here. So I do think that that's kind of an interesting choice because getting rid of like the Cypher Rush option for Team AR here is going to be allow Kuga to have a little bit more time to work with. And if you see the Mercenary as well, means that Cypher Rush is definitely not going to be an option for AR because they have the Batter and the Must Be two very slow decoders, as well as being very like hard to chase, especially in a map like Secret Out Hospital. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see what Kuga's game time will be here, who he's going to play and who he's going to chase first.
Right, and regarding previous match, we've seen how Entomologist does so well as a support, especially in the hospital. I think I will be a bit surprised to see Kuga not banning Entomologist, despite seeing how well his team is played as Entomologist. Entomologist can be quite a scary character, like not a scary character up close, but like when she comes in as support, she can definitely buy so much time, like just acting as a door, like just like with a beast acting as a door. The other scenarios, not just a hospital. This can like buy so much time, it's so pesky, and it really like gets to you. You know, when you're the hunter, you really want to get someone down, and no, here comes along the beast, just blocking away, just stopping you from getting your target. Yeah, like, in a sense, I feel like Entomology is not just like how do I say, she doesn't just assist. She really gets to like your mood too as a hunter, especially like the beasts are really, really pesky.
Right, I mean, like, it's not just like just the fact that the bees are going to be really, really annoying. Like, I've played a fair few games of Hunter myself, and I can tell you, like, when like a hunter gets frustrated, it can lead to them making some very impulsive and like bad decisions. So like that's kind of like so with like the bees being there, like very annoying, it's gonna be very frustrating for Kuga to deal with. But look, what are we seeing here, Kiera? We're gonna be seeing the lawyer pick for the decoder to help pick up the Cypher slack by the batter and the mercenary. A very interesting choice, as we can see.
Sia being banned, no problem. We have a budget Sia right here, which is the lawyer. Even though the lawyer may not have like an owl, like he definitely can see where the hunter spawns. And oh, I think we're having a little deja vu moment with Jackie Sculptor. Alright, even though we may not have the same survival lineup as before, we are seeing a Sculptor from Kuga's side. I almost forgot that he has this hunter on hand. It's been quite a while since I've seen Kuga bring out a Sculptor, so I'm like excited to see like how his Sculptor has been up to.
Right, I mean, like it's very interesting to see, especially because Sculptor has kind of fallen out of the meta recently. But it's going to be very interesting to see how this like. I think that Kuga's Sculptor is definitely what you could describe as like an oldie but a goodie. It's going to be very, very nice to see how Kuga's like Sculptor is going to come up against this new, very like interesting team composition against like this new team AR. So I do think that it's going to be just very, very entertaining for you and me and for the audience to watch as a whole, seeing how this classic team and this classic hunter with a classic hunter character, Kuga with a Sculptor, goes up against these brand new faces in a brand new team.
Right, and also not to look down on the lawyer, even though he may be like a little squishy character, but in a teamwork setting, he can be very, very strong, because like he can like definitely report like to the survivor who's being chased with the hunter is hating, because there are some scenarios of especially around the hospital where like the hunter will try to like go the other way to catch you off guard, but not with a lawyer. Right now, going to spawn location, you can see Better just like taking the middle spot where it's the safest, and not the psychologist, surprisingly. The lawyer just spawning at the small house, and mercenary at the ruins, and the psychologist at the other end of the ruins. I guess the psychologist is still pretty far away from the hunter, so like that's a good sign.
Yes, but do keep in mind, however, the lawyer is going to be in like the small hut area, but is going to be fairly exposed because that's a pretty isolated area. Like in order to get to a better kiting area, he has to go towards the mercenary and towards the Sculptor. So we are going to be seeing who's going to be first chase here. The Sculptor immediately turning towards the hospital. It seems heading straight for the psychologist, straight across the map, you can see the batter already inside the hospital and the mercenary already getting his decoding done. So Kuga here just trying to search this front gate area, trying to figure out where this psychologist could be. The batter feeding the tinnitus from the hospital is really going to throw Kuga off a bit here, but it seems like Kuga has regained his bearings and is now headed straight for the psychologist. But no, going into the hospital instead, and potentially no, actually not going to go for the batter. Personally, I wouldn't either. That seems like a really big headache. But going for the lawyer instead is going to be quite interesting choice here, because lawyer is by far the weakest kiter of the team, as well as being the fastest decoder. He's a prime target for Kuga here, as well as the fact that, you know, being in this area is lots of like tight turns and tight corners for Kuga to take advantage of his statues, getting the chip hit off the lawyer and going to vault over the window, but it doesn't hit. You're right, Kira. It does not hit because of the broken windows ability, being able to vault the pallets and windows faster. So going to be going straight into the hospital area here, and instead, actually no, going straight past it, in fact, and not going to be going into the hospital, but we're going to be around it and trying to avoid these statues as best as he can. But Kuga slowly catching up, getting a regular hit on the lawyer. But keep in mind, now he is in the hospital. In the last game, we did see how the hospital really did mess up Kuro's chasing abilities, especially as the sculptor. So it's going to be interesting to see how the lawyer will try to manage this kite.
Right, and also as a lawyer with the map on hand, it's very hard for the hunter to actually throw me off guard by like rotating the other way around. You can see better in your hand, trying to misses the ball. However, really like committing to trying to protect the lawyer. Lawyer just only one chip damage ahead. He's trying to pull away from the Cypher, so I feel like Better can go back to decoding like the Cypher he was on, trying to pop like the first trick. First uses a blink and gets the lawyer down.
That is a really good hit, but unfortunately the batter not able to balloon rescue the lawyer in time. Very unfortunate there. So the lawyer is going to be going over to the statue chair here and going to be chaired at 3 ciphers left. This is right now Kuga is doing quite a bit better than Kuro in the last match. However, if we take a look at the cipher progress, there is he still does need to watch out and make sure that the ciphers do not get decoded under his nose. As we can see, the mercenary going in for the rescue, getting a chip hit and trying to get the chip hits in and going in for more and more. The mercenary circling around and hitting the chair. Unfortunate play by Kuga right now, hitting the chair and letting the mercenary get the rescue off scot-free. The lawyer here is going to be spamming these pellets and actually going for these hits, getting a very good chip hit off, but the speed boost is going to be allowing him to escape a lot further. But staying in this very enclosed area is going to be a death sentence if Kuga can get his statues back.
Yes, absolutely. But looking at ciphers now, ciphers are almost enough. The Better just have to make sure the lawyer gets lived now. The lawyer gets down, however, it's not too much of a problem. Better in full health and very healthy state, just around trying to buy more time for a team. Ciphers are almost prime, as mentioned before. They just have like to last a little longer. Gets the rescue of the lawyer and gets the pellet vault, and like his speed boost comes into action. The lawyer just having him live a little longer. Better just doing so much work for the lawyer, like letting him live for so much longer. Sorry, I'm repeating both way too much. Lawyer just getting his speed boost, trying to transition the Better squad. And Cyphers are almost prime. He just have to make it to the ruins to make sure that he has a gate opening chance.
That is absolutely right, Kara. We can see that the mercenary just being the Cypher machine is prime. So now this basic attack hit on the lawyer is going to pop the Cypher going into the end game. Kuga does have the extension and the blink will be up in about 30-ish seconds here. So we do see that the lawyer really rushing across using the broken windows to try and escape and get as much distance as possible. Epsilon here also trying to use his batter's balls to try and get as much distance between him, the lawyer, and the sculptor as much as possible. But keep in mind, the blink is going to be up soon enough, so it will be a fairly easy down if Kuga can land the blink properly.
It looks like Lawyer has to dodge a lot of cheap hits and just dodging all of those so skillfully. I feel like Kuga might just use a blink here, but it's a little risky because Better is in the area and Better is not the one who's dead on check. He really must get to Lawyer to make sure that just make sure his target gets on chest safely. It looks like the entire gang is here to protect the lawyer. It's a little risky though because like detention is still up in the air and I believe it's ending soon.
Yes, however, we see that the psychologist playing it risky, and it unfortunately does not pay off because Kuga playing the blink and then ends up downing the psychologist in a single detention hit, as well as the fact that the mercenary unable to body block for the lawyer, meaning that Kuga will be able to down the lawyer. However, keep in mind, the batter is around to help with the balloon rescue in a little bit, but managing to get a chip in on the mercenary, meaning that he will be one hit for detention. But Epsilon hiding very sneakily and managing to get that balloon rescue off, plus the elbow pads from the mercenary on the lawyer escaping very, very quickly, but unable to escape fully. He's going to be going down to a regular attack hit, but again, the batter is around. The batter really just maximizing the nuisance of himself. A psychologist also self-healing and managing to barely escape by the nick of her teeth and managing to use that fast vaulting ability. Now the psychologist, the batter is going to be available to help to down the lawyer again and helping to rescue the lawyer. I mean, and Kuka gonna be downing the lawyer once again. Detention is over, I do believe, so it's going to be very, very hard for Kuga to recover from this. Now going for another rescue. My god, this batter is really just like farming the deduction points right now by all these rescuing. Oh my goodness, now this batter here is going to be trying his best to follow the hunter, but is unable to catch up in time. So Kuga here just making sure that this lawyer does not get up again, carrying him very, very far away. Now we can see that the entire gang, like you said, the entire gang is going to be here harassing and trying to get a rescue of the lawyer. They really, really, really want this for a survivor escape. So that's why we can see trying to get a lot of statue hits in. Everyone is here tanking for each other. Mercenary with the perfume, they're really just trying to get as much drain the sculptor of her resources and trying to get these lawyers safely out of the gate.
Oh, get the rescue of the lawyer! It seems like lawyer is sent back to Mello, and fortunate for the sculptor, she happened to get a hit on the lawyer. But however, at second prize, the better really have to watch out for her statues and also hit. And it looks like the sculptor does not want to go for even more targets. And just going for a lawyer, just starting for a lawyer. Whereas like better and the mercenary are just making a beeline for the gate. However, it looks like the mercenary has other plans such as going for the dungeon instead. Better really have to watch out for the chip damage of the statues, as this is the second presence doctor they're talking about. No, it looks like mercenary is also going from the other side, but just away from the side where the statues are at.
Yes, and it seems like it is going to be a 3 escape for Team AR here. It's going to be a 3 escape for Team AR. So right now, if we go into the statistics here, we can actually see the outcomes of the match. So just looking at these statistics here, we can see like the lawyer and the batter getting the best deduction. 4 rescues with the batter. My good god, that man is really just like, no, I refuse to let you die. You are not going to go. You just hold my hand. We're gonna make it out of this. Like, this batter really just being like making the maximum utility out of his ability and really just making an absolute nuisance out of himself in Kuga's backside.
This better being that reliable teammate that you want to meet in rank but you never get. Looking at the statistics, Lawyer was the main kiter, but not only that, like Better was around to assist him all the time and also like just like hiding around those corners to snipe out that rescue, like resulting in a 4 rescue as mentioned. Like that is quite impressive, I feel. And yeah, it just shows how good of a Better player that Epsilon is really good at, but we just never expected because we never had a chance to see Epsilon bring out his Better till right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like very, very impressive. And as we can see with the score, once again, round 3, round 4, 4-4 for both FT and AR. So going into the round 5 here, it's going to be 1 + 4 + 5 + 9. It's good. I can't do math, but someone can. I'm sure someone in the chat and the production team can do the math for me. It's just going to be a really, really lot of points for both Team FT and AR. But looking at the points difference itself, it is still going to be 5 points AR ahead because they were able to actually pull up with the same amount of points in round 3 and round 4. So AR going to be 5 points ahead of FT here. It's going to be very, very tough for FT to be pulling back in just the 5th and final round.
Right, however, they have like one last chance. Maybe they might take this chance back and turn the tables around. Who knows? Like going to round 5, this shows how good both teams are to be fighting nose to nose despite that little lead, like little mismatch in like the points at the start. But if you look at round 3 and round 4, they're all evenly matched.
Yeah, exactly. They're just like all evenly matched. They're really just trying to push as hard as they can so that they can be the winner of this IVA. Because I mean, it's IVA, the final round. It's the final game, the final match, it's the final countdown. So we are just going to be very excited to see who is going to come out on top. But that will have to wait for a little bit because we are going to be going into a little bit of a break here. So we will catch you guys again after the break.
Bro! I hate this. I wanna die. I wanna pass away. Now I think we need a clearing.
Next game, if AR wins, basically 3-1 or 5-0, AR gonna win. That's it. If it's a 2-2, future have to 5-0. Yeah, I'm doing math for you guys. No thinking. Total is 14 by 19, a deficit of 5 points in favor of AR. If oh yeah, wait.
いい子だから
Đang tính điểm.
怖くない
Quên mất 2 round 4 đều. If 5-0 AR wins, if 3-1, you're gonna wait until if FT manage to get a 5-0 or not.
So wait, we're going. Is there like
So,
a
possibility of a knockout is AR 5-0.
So if AR gets a 5-0, okay, got it.
Yeah, and Survivor are going out first.
I believe in you. Just get it.
And
Just 4-man
it
escape.
is Leo's.
Just 4-man escape. So easy. SN8, these guys.
So easy.
その目を
I know. It's just
よ
like,
く見せてく
I
れ
could
ないか
I could compete in these and like do so good. And then me when I play ranked, I just like 5 seconds time and die.
Yes, that's me.
So easy, yeah. Unbelievably easy.
So easy to use survivor.
That- That's why I play Hunter.
Pass away.
You are eating well. Hasta way.
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ
Haha, funny, yeah. But cheese.
Oh, damn
Okay,
funny, this
funny.
guy. I tell you, I laugh my damn ass off. Wow, so funny, I tell you, like I nothing. I
私
do
は
like the fat
この教会の神
Damn funny.
Team mà comedy club.
That was so cute. Wait, how you do that? That's a cat.
Yeah,
Do what?
it's just
It's in the
soundboard.
cellboard. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I do. I am crying. Why do I have OG?
Bruh.
I swear to God, if we get into OT, I'm gonna actually like.
There's no possibility for overtime.
Thank God. Wait, what if they get like FT like 5-0 and then like the next match they draw?
FC win in round. Yeah, FC win in rounds already. So FC wins 1 round, AR win 1 round, and the 2 match that we just had is both a tie. Okay. It's both a tie, so the next match, if Future win, they're gonna win. If AR win, they're gonna win. AR win, they win. Future win, they win. If they tie, AR gonna win.
忘れてない忘れてなんてない
Yeah.
Last round.
What's the 100 now?
ザックと私
Why do I have this emoji
二人で
after?
誓ったも
Do I
の
really use it that much?
Rhino for escape If for escape I can count it easier.
Yeah.
Ay ay ay, I'm your little butterfly.
Butterfly.
Ay ay ay.
レイチェル・ガードナー。これはいらない。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
Okay.
Alright, 10 seconds.
Oh, Geneva. Welcome back to IVA, the Grand Finals. We are going to be going into the 5th round of the final match. I am your caster, BK Boy Rule, with my co-caster, Kiera. So, going into this 5th and final round, FT versus AR. They are, I believe, 14-19 right now. AR is in the lead. So right now, in the 5th round, FT really has to be able to try and pull up in terms of points. Otherwise, they are going to be losing this final match and the IVA as a whole to AR. So, Kiera, how are we feeling about this last round?
It lasted a lot longer than imagined because for first 2 rounds, we all see AR in the lead. No, not really AR in the lead, but FT in the lead versus AR. But however, the points were a bit too much, so we're kind of like anticipating like one of the teams to actually dominate the other. But no, we're actually seeing those teams fighting nose to nose. And also for FT, I feel like this is also their last desperate fight to make a redemption because right now, as mentioned before, AR is definitely the lead. They really have to make like this round count for, as this is the final round that we will be having.
Yes, it's going to be, yeah, like you said, the final round. It's going to be determine the winner, the whole winner of this IVA championship. It's going to be very intense set of matches, and it's going to be very tough on the teams as well. So guys, please give your support to both of the teams in the chat, please. I'm sure they would love to see it. So woohoo, let's go, yay. But going into the matches here, it's going to be, I believe, on the Leo's memory, with AR survivors going up against FT's Hunter. So FT's Hunter, as we know, we just saw it's Kuga, and we just saw his Sculptor gameplay, unfortunately getting only a 1 elimination. But in the Leo's memory, hopefully we will be seeing more from Kuga. We do know that AR survivors, like last time, they did ban his Bonbon, his Dreamwitch, and his Axe Boy, so going to be very interesting to see whether he's going to stick with his Sculptor or going to play another character.
Me too. Like right now, we've seen Kuya bring out a Sculptor which we haven't seen in ages. We haven't seen his Dreamwitch either, I believe. However, that's only because his Dreamwitch kept getting banned. But I also feel like there may be a small possibility of seeing him bring out his Nightwatch again. Nightwatch bring a new Hunter. I think when you bring up to tournament scenes like that, where like a new Hunter has a fully established strength, like I feel like kind of throws our opponent off guard, because like you're just not really expecting like a new character. You're kind of like expecting like the older, more traditional characters instead. Alright, right now going to the band picks, I wonder who will Kuga choose.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. Like we're both sitting here wondering, right, Kiera, wondering who Kuga is going to choose, because okay, first of all, there are 4 survivor bans that Kuga has to his disposal right now. So looking at that may give us some kind of an idea, because Kuga means like the Dream Witch. Like you said many times before, it's his signature hunter. So having any kind of bans that are related to that will definitely be able to tell us who Kuga will be playing. However, we also do have to keep in mind that there are a set of kind of like very generally good survivors, like the Seer, Mercenary, Priestess, Antiquarian, who are going to be like a top ban picks for Kuga in this half.
Right, absolutely. Also, like now that we're in round 5, it just means that you have more characters to ban. I believe like the bans are already maxed out. Kuga can definitely just ban the characters that he does not want to have anything. He does not want to deal with, such as the Antiquarian, Mercenary, Sierra Priestess. All those 4 are pretty good staple picks. Right, with like the multiple bans, I feel like he can definitely play this into his advantage. But also not to mention that the survivors can have 3 bans off that they can choose. And I have a feeling that they might just go with that Sculptor ban. And also Dream Witch as well.
Yeah. The Sculptor and the Dream Witch ban. Because we did see how, because, we did see in the Sacred Heart Hospital, just now, Kuga did actually manage to get a fairly early down considering how of a good kiting spot that the survivors were in. He managed to get a fairly early, not fairly early, but a decently early down considering the situation and the circumstances with his Sculptor. So his Sculptor is definitely not something to be reckoned with, especially because we've seen it before in the previous, in many different previous tournaments and stuff like that, because Kuga's Sculptor is very powerful and it's still very powerful as you can see here. So going into the bans, yes, Seer and an Antiquarian ban as I have predicted, and unfortunately for Epsilon, no more batter for you. It seems that Kuga has just had enough of Epsilon's batter and is just going to ban it straight out the window along with the female dancer, another very good kiter and support character.
It looks like Kuga does not want to have anything to do with Epsilon's battle, knowing how good and how annoying the battle that he is. Like seeing how he sniped out the rescue from corners that they're just not expecting. Oh, Mercury and Thief. Am I seeing this wrong? Mercury and Thief. We've seen Kuga actually like ban out the Thief before, but him choosing to go with the better ban just ultimately lets out the Thief for now.
Yeah, it's very interesting because we did see Kuga banned the Thief before, and we were actually wondering what was that about. So it seemed that this is what Kuga was afraid of with OKK here getting the Thief pick. It's going to be very interesting because you don't really see a lot of Thieves. Normally, a lot of people see Thief as like kind of like a throw pick or a very like throwaway character. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they're going to utilize his abilities and try and like make full advantage of the Thief's abilities and kit here. It's going to be very interesting to see.
Right. Thief is definitely not one of the top bans when you think about it, but right now we're in the BO5 with a lot of bans coming to head. Like I feel that AI is gonna just, alright, I'm just gonna go with like a character I want to play. And with the character I want to play, I'm just gonna clutch the win instead. This is what I think their mentality is. So like by choosing a Thief over all the other characters that are available, I feel that this could be OKK's secret weapon that we have yet to see.
Yes, definitely. However, if we take a look at these hunter bands here, Bonbon, Dream Witch, and Naiad, so Kuga will be free to use his Sculptor. It's going to be very interesting. We did also see AR banning the Axe Boy previously, so I wonder if this is going to be Kuga's time to show off his Axe Boy capabilities. It'll be very interesting to see that happening. However, going into these last 2 picks here, we do see that these last 2 survivors are going to be okay. Well, they're definitely not going to be the coordinator and the psychologist as in like Kuga's recent bans here. Psychologist is actually a fairly sensible ban. I do think she's a very decent support and a quite underrated kiter. That extra shield ability can be very useful depending on what situation she's in and who is playing who in that match. Again, depending on the situation. But the coordinator is quite surprising to me because they already have a stable rescuer in the Mercenary, so I don't see why the Team AR would be playing the coordinator. But I guess Kuga with the batter, female dancer, and Antiquarian band is just afraid of being harassed and supported by having the other survivors support each other in that way.
I believe that Kuga might have a little personal story against the coordinator, but maybe he just doesn't like dealing with coordinators at all. Even though she may not be the strongest character, she can definitely be a game changer by pulling out the gun as like an assist support. By using a gun, it really like helps the teammate to get away, and in many scenarios, help the teammate make the hunter lose sight of the teammate and allow the teammate to like just live for a lot longer than anticipated. Right now, like we can see the last ban being Acrobat, which we've seen Kuga ban before. During that one time where he didn't ban Acrobat, we saw Acrobat appear, but I don't remember how the match go. It's been it's been quite a few matches ago, but if I'm not wrong, the Acrobat did pretty well. Like it was like a graveyard area. Alright, speaking of character selections, it looks like AR is going to double harasser combo.
Yes, the double harasser combo with the Thief and the Prospector. Thief as a harasser is actually quite interesting to think about because if you think about it, oh my, okay, I'm gonna have to cut myself short there because if we see here, we can see the Gardener pick instead. So we did see Kuga ban Thief and Gardener before. It seems that this is the exact situation that he was scared of being in. So now we have the Gardener and the Thief being picked. It's going to be very, very interesting to see how AR is going to combine these like very honestly it's kind of very like strange pick choices for a team, but I'm very interested to see how they're going to try and work it out and try and work together and try to get as many people escape from this situation as possible using this team setup. It's very, very strange, and I did not expect this at all, which is going to make it even more interesting to see how it would work in practice.
Oh, Kuga letting out his Night Watch once again. It's been a while since you last saw it. I got a feeling that the survivors of AR just decided to go with like the triple struggle strategy. Because like right now we have a Thief and Gardener on hand. Gardener just like going around breaking the chairs. Like we bring a triple struggle and like fast crawl maybe. You have a chance of struggling down. And also the Thief to put like a little pressure, and not to mention the Prospector to just give so much pressure to the hunter, but ultimately kind of like depends on how well the first kite can last.
Yes, that is definitely very true. The Gardener plus the Thief and the Prospector is already quite annoying, plus combined with the Thief is going to be extra annoying, not to mention if the Gardener is around, it's going to be extra annoying because just having to deal with like the chairs being broken all the time and having to put down the server, repair the chairs, pick up the server again, it's going to be very, very annoying in general. So seeing how Kuga will try to respond to this is going to be quite the interesting match going into here. So if we do go in and see how Kuga is going to be trying to go about this situation, I do think that among these four survivors, probably the Gardener or the Prospector is the best chase for Kuga right now. What do you think?
I do feel that the Thief, and no, not really Thief. I feel like with the Thief you can just like start those torchlights, and it just makes you very hard to go in the straight line. I feel like the Prospector might be a good chase. Gardener, I think it's quite situational. If she has time to like form that little bubble, it can be a little troublesome to get her down, because when you use up your suction tool to get to her, she has a bubble form and you have to wait for the bubble to disappear. And I think that can be quite situational, as the bubble might be able to like buy her a little time while you're just hesitating for the bubble to disappear to move to like better kiting locations.
Yeah, it's the bubble on the Gardener is quite interesting as well, because it's kind of like if you think about it, it's kind of a bit of like the Seer or the Psychologist as well, where they're very tanky. So the Gardener with her bubble shield as well is also going to make her very tanky if she can pull it off. However, do keep in mind, Kuga's playing Night Watch, like you mentioned, the ability to kind of pull the Gardener towards her. I'm not sure if it actually interrupts the formation of the bubble itself, but if it does, then it's going to be very hard for the Gardener here to be going up against the Night Watch. However, if the Gardener can form her bubble, like you said, it's going to be quite useful. But Kuga might just end up breaking the shield anyways to get that extra presence, because we both know how much Kuga really likes this Night Watch's first presence. He tends to have he did bring Insolence that one match, and so if he really likes his first presence that much, then breaking the Gardener's shield will give him more of what he wants. So I do think that is something that the survivors should keep in mind.
Right. I've got a feeling that Kuga has been secretly training Night Watch a lot to bring it out so many times, despite not having super good results at the start. Although that this is BO5 that you are talking about, so if more ban picks that comes into place, and with like weaker hunters, you're able to ban off like the characters that are scared of. You can ban off so many characters. I feel like you can have it kind of like builds a little confidence to like bring out hunters that you were unsure of before, but really want to play, really want to bring out to it. I feel like for Kuga in this case would be definitely the Night Watch. However, I feel that it's a little, I don't know what to expect BK, to be honest. We are seeing like a Gunner Thief against a Night Watch, which is a completely new hunter, so we are seeing like one of the oldest characters going against like one of the newest characters. So yeah, I'm really stunned because like I didn't think I've ever seen this combination go against one another before.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a roller coaster to be seeing this specific combination. It's like I said before, it's very like strange, it's very wacky, and not necessarily in a bad way. I just think it's like because I've never seen like this kind of like combination of survivors before. It's very strange and yeah, like I said, wacky to see these survivors in play. So I'm very interested and actually really looking forward to how AR is going to kind of cobble together these survivors' abilities to work to their advantage against Kruger's Night Watch here.
So like we might be seeing new strategies that they are forced to come up with. I would say forced, but when you're like playing and when you're in a bit of like a desperate struggle, you kind of like come up with things that like people might not even think about before. So I feel like this may be like a little like trendsetter for the future, aspiring Thief and Gunner mains and like Night Watch mains to be.
Yeah, it's very very nice to see like all of these like currently like off meta characters like you mentioned, the Sculptor and the Thief and the Night Watch being played, because then it can like inspire more like the people to like play these characters in their regular games as well. So I do think that that's like a really nice thing to see. We also did see, I remember the pattern, the last match, as well as the who was it, the cowboy and the like a white and a couple of matches ago. It was just very very interesting to see all of these characters being picked. So going into the spawn locations, you can have the Thief in the middle, the Gardener on top, the Prospector on the bottom, and then the Mercenary on the left. Very interesting choice. You have the Thief in the middle. I think he is going to be the kind of like main kiter here, because he's in like the most exposed area. You have Epsilon and Ichigo on the bottom and top in the shack and the factory area, so it's going to be quite, those are quite good kiting areas. So for Kuga here, right in between OK's Mercenary as well as Ichigo's Prospector in the factory. So having that decision before him, who to chase.
I think the survivors are also playing a little bit of mind game with the Night Watch, because usually it's like the rescuer taking a meter, right? But not for this time. So I feel like it kind of caught the Night Watch off a little, because his best chase right now is definitely a Prospector who has taken the factory double story, which is a very good kiting spot. And the second year, the Mercenary, no, looks like he's going straight in the middle for a Thief instead. Thief just rotating to the shack, just trying to get the better kiting spot, because like this is the Night Watch that we are talking about. You just kind of break the line of sight by just getting the structure areas, but no, ultimately bring the hunter to the Gunner instead.
Yes, and as we can see, the Thief's support flashlight is actually wasting quite a bit of time. Kuga just does not want to deal with that at all. So trying to get an extra charge of wind here and trying to find a suitable target, actually misses the Gardener in the middle and instead is going for the Thief here in the shack area and almost getting his stun off, but getting the abilities locked, almost getting stunned once again. OKK really here trying to really push for that stun here. Kuga wasting a lot of his time here on this Thief, trying to get his wind out, but his abilities are getting repeatedly locked. This is going to be a very very back and forth. As you can see, OKK making a lot of distance and getting the stun off on Kuga. A very very well played by OKK here, but do keep in mind him using his and another stun as well. However, like I was saying, the flashlight durability is really going down as the more that OKK keeps on using it. Again with the wind pulling, and now going to be switching over to the Gardener instead. The Gardener trying to get the bubble shield off, but managing to pop it off just in time as the hit arrives, feeding him his full presence. But now the Gardener is not going to be injured, using the blink for the hit. Really good series of events here. Kuga getting lots of hits in left, right, center, getting the hit on the shield there and the hit on the Gardener. Now the Prospector is coming in to try and harass, and with the the prospector and going to be switching over to the prospector instead of the gunner. And no, actually going to be going over to the gardener back again.
Look at Cypher's BK. I believe that 3 Cyphers are almost done. The last Cypher is in the middle that's almost popped by the Gardener. It looks like Thief is also working on a Cypher. So I believe that when you add all this up together, they're actually down to a last final Cypher. And it looks like Kuga is having like a hard time trying to find a target to stick to. Just rotating back to a shed again. I don't think he wants to chase a Thief at all after being kited by Thief for so long in just the shed. And I don't think Nightwatch does well against a Thief at all. Look at that. Like he's just like using the torchlight to break his line. It's like Kuga being forced to find our target once again, trying to look for a gunner whom he was after just now. I've ultimately find a gunner again and just using a little speed boost to just like pull some distance and get away from the hunter.
Yes, and as we can see, really trying to get the mind games here and almost getting the terror shock, but unfortunately is not able to, and missing the hit, but getting the hit on the shield instead. Again with OKK's Thief here, trying to harass, really stalling the game as long as possible. As you can see, getting a hit on the Thief with the charge attack. Very, very well played. But again, if you look at the Cypher progress, it's going to be very, very rough for Kuga here. Because now, but getting the Gardener into his range, but missing the first hit and getting the second one off. This is going to be a very, very late down for Kuga right now. Because as we can see, the Cypher progress is very, very much not in his favor. The Prospector's Cypher, I think it had at least like 70 years progress at least, and it is the last Cypher. So Ichigo here coming in with the Prospector and the Mercenary going to be going in for the rescue here. It seems that the Cypher is 76% done, so it's going to be quite the challenge for Kuga to be able to make the comeback here.
No, Cyphers are more than enough. I feel that for him to actually turn the tables around is for him to get like a few rescue with a terror shock or something. However, I don't think that's very. That might actually be a little possible, like just a very small possibility, because like right now the bloodline is a little tough. It looks like Mercenary is just around in the area to provide support in case a rescue fails. And with 2 survivors, gets a terror shock as mentioned, but however like also gets the rescue of the Gunner at the very last second. Gunner just have to like avoid the hunter and not get the balloon hit. However, it looks like the Prospector will be like chat at the basement instead. However, like Cyphers are very prime, it's not too much of a problem. Gunner just has to go towards the gate and like just wait for Mercenary to go down for the rescue.
Yes, you're very right, Kiera. It's like going to be very, very tough for Kuga here to try and secure the kill, because he knows that the Cypher is primed. He definitely knows that the Cypher is primed right now. So having these survivors around, they have to go in for the rescue. But it seems like he's just going to abandon entirely and go for the Gardener instead, forcing the pop. And now the Mercenary has not even rescued the Prospector yet and is still in the basement. So now Kuga going to be rushing in and going to be going in with the detention. However, the Prospector going to be trying to go in with a little bit of a stun there. But with the pull ability, trying to pull Ichigo away and getting these, wasting his magnet and getting a very small stun off instead, and getting a hit off on the Prospector, but allowing the Mercenary to get away scot-free. Now, Nightwatch does have his blink available, but he doesn't have the change trade ability, meaning that if he were to change over to the gate and try to down the Gardener or the Thief there, he would not be able to change over to teleport and go to the gate. But Kuga here seems investigating the wrong gate. There's no one there. All of them are on the other side of the gate. So now the Mercenary who is sticking around is able to go in for the rescue on the Prospector. The Thief able to escape from the gate, but the Gardener is sticking around and trying to get a fall hit, but unable to get it. And now the Prospector is going to be getting out of the basement, but just barely. But the Mercenary with a very good body block, as we saw there. However, Kuga does have a few dashes and a few pulls remaining, plus his blink. So if he were to be going for this Prospector right now, it would be very much in his favor. But the other 2 survivors have escaped now, so now it's all up to Ichigo to try and kite and escape into either the dungeon or the exit gate that is being blocked by Kuga right now.
Right, a little unfortunate that the dungeon did not spawn near here, the Christmas tree. But wow, look at that! What an intense match! I'm so lost for words. Like Kuga having forced out the blink just to get the final survivor down, which is the Prospector that's dead on chair. What a match became! I'm so lost for words. And the survivors of AR, their teamwork is immaculate. Like the Mercenary just hiding at the corner, just triggering changes, and Kuga just switching over to the other gate. A bit of misstep on this area, and just allowing the Mercenary to just swoop in for a rescue. And if you notice, BK, they actually had a whole change of like tools and equipments just now.
Yeah, that was a very, very nice to see. Like us, the survivors really swapping around their, like you said, their tools and equipment, all of their items as well. Is very, very interesting to see. And if we look at the statistics here, we can see a lot of, I said, the containment time spread very evenly across all of the survivors. About 100 seconds for like the first three, and then 80 seconds for the last survivor. There was a very, very well balanced. Like everyone had like their role and they performed it very excellently. The prospector and thief harassing Cougar's night watch, and the gardener kiting very well. The mercenary trying to body block for as much as possible during the rescues as well. Everyone just performed exceptionally well throughout the game. They were like all very nice, greased up, oily cogs in the machine. They were very like in sync with each other, and they were just able to perform very beautifully, resulting in this 3-1 in AR's favor.
Very interesting choice of words, BK. We saw how well bonded the entire team of AR is, and just like you can just feel that they rely on one another comfortably. Like they all believe in skills of each other to make that happen. To know that, oh, I'm not alone. My teammate will always be there to back me up. By the way they rotate amongst themselves, by the way they cover for each other, that's amazing. I feel like AR, like we mentioned so many times before, the rising star, the dark horse of like IVA. I think we do have a winner here, BK.
Yes, it's going to be very, very interesting to see. However, how the how AR's Hunter is going to, as well as the FT survivors in the next half, are going to respond. However, we will be seeing more of that in the next half after this short break. So we will catch you guys after the break. So see ya in a bit for the last match.
いい子だから怖くないよ。
今だけ俺に殺されるな。その目をよく見せてくれないか。
だからイエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。
welcome back to more IVA action. Right now, I believe that we are at our final round after like a massive run of like just intense matches. I am Kira and I'm with my co-caster BK Boy. BK Boy, how do you feel about this?
I am very excited to see this like last match. It's gonna be like you said, the last match between FT and AR. It's the grand final. Whoever wins this round of whoever wins this half in this round is going to go home and take the prize of IVA. So it's gonna be a very, very intense match. The stakes are really, really, really high. So right now I think it's going to be FT's Hunter. AR's Hunter going up against FT's Survivor. So in this next half, we're going to be seeing AR's Hunter Kuro versus FT's Survivors, the mini squad as I like to call them. It's going to be very interesting to see how they will respond to this 1-3 that we've gotten previously in the 5th round here.
Right now, AR is in the lead by, oh shit, that's a lot of math to do. But if I'm not wrong, 7 points. Correct me if I'm wrong. Right, AR is definitely lead. FT has a lot of catching up to do. However, like right now is that Survivor side that's about to go up on stage. Not really stage, but like in the match. Right. I feel like they really have to like tough it out for like this to happen. I feel like the possibilities are very, very slim as AR is just too much in the lead.
Yes, definitely. So it's going to be very interesting to see how FT Survivors are going to try and formulate a strategy to try and pull one out from under AR's Hunter to try and take this win, take this W home once and for all to finally finish and close out IVA. It's going to be really, really interesting to see what kind of strategies they're going to be using because as we know, FT Survivors, we got Mini Blue, Mini Shadow, Mini Dragon, and I forgot the last mini. I'm so sorry, but we got all of them very, very established survivors, as you can probably tell, very established. They're veterans of the IVA, and not just IVA, but competitive IDV in general. So going up against AR, a brand new team with a lot of new faces. Furukawa, the AR's Hunter, who was very much AR's trump card that they brought out for this match to be, as like their trump card, the final defining Hunter who would bring them to their victory that they so desperately wanted. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see how this new kind of rookie team goes up against the more experienced veterans.
Speaking of interestingly, this is some very interesting picks just now, such as the Thieves and Gunner working together. And right now, going into the band picks from Kurokawa's side, we see a Seer, Prospector, a Mercenary, and Priestess. I think all 4 of them are pretty stable picks. But however, this kind of lets out the Antiquarian, so I kind of wonder if like a mini team will go for Antiquarian set.
Yes, that is very true. However, we have seen a lot of antiquarian bench by Kurokawa, so I wonder what has changed in his thinking or his strategy that now he wants to let the antiquarian loose on the FT side. So instead banning the Prospector, I do think that this is a very interesting choice because generally you would want to have the antiquarian as your first choice and then Prospector as your second. So Kurokawa banning the Prospector just right off the bat is very interesting to see, and that he's not going to be banning the Antiquarian straight away. And oh my goodness, if you see these Hunter bands as well on FT side, we got the Wax Artist, the Geisha, and a Mary band. What do you think about these bands so far, Kira?
Well, I think those are Hunter pools that we did not see Kurokawa have the chance to bring out. That I got feeling that mini team knows what is up. Like what you mentioned previously, you wanna put Antiquarian on the bench first, but however that's not the case of Kurokawa. So I'm kinda expecting maybe like a Bonbon or Scatter, because like we mentioned before, those cheap hunters, things can get quite messy, things can get quite hard for Antiquarian to just get too close to you to get the harassment and get a swing on you. And the mini team just locking in with that Toy Merchant and Antiquarian as anticipated. Anticipated. And I can see that Toy Merchant Toy Merchant just performed so well in Double Story, so I reckon that they'll definitely give a factory for her as a spawn spot.
Yes, that is very, very true. And letting loose the toy merchant and the antiquarian is going to be very, very good for FT survivors, as you mentioned. So Kurokawa having to deal with that, I do wonder what the like I said, what the change in strategy, what the change in thinking, what's going on inside that head of his that that allows him to let this antiquarian and toy merchant loose. Because especially on a map like this, they can be a very deadly survivors to go up against, especially together. So it's going to be quite interesting to see what character Kurokawa is going to pick first, as well as who is going to be the first chase on the FT team.
I would like to think that it's a little too early to say right now, to be honest. But looking at the band picks on the survivor side, I think it's quite interesting because like those are hunters that we never saw Kurokawa bring out. So like maybe those are actually his stronger hunters that just didn't have a chance to appear like till now. Bloody Queen and Geisha, those are pretty good Thai hunters. I'm not too sure when it comes to like matches that are way too far beyond. It's a lot safer for you to bring out like single hit hunters such as BQ or Geisha, because like those characters, they actually get so-called like bullied pretty easily when it comes to like having a lot of harassers around. So like this is when they like shine when it comes to having a lot of band picks. And also the wax artists, I'm a little surprised because even though like wax artists don't do poorly in this map, it's kind of like more usual to see him around like maps like Moonlit River Park, where Eversleeping Town was a little bigger with like lower walls and such. I mean, Leo's Memoriosa does have low walls, but not to mention that they also have like a big double star factory that can be quite tricky for wax artists to work with.
That is very true. You bring up a lot of valid points there, Kara, because we have seen a wax artist. I believe it was from Kuga. I believe it was yesterday. Kuga did bring out his wax artist, so maybe they're scared that Kuro could do something similar with like a wax artist here. So it's going to be quite interesting to see. And as you can see, Kurokawa banning the first officer and wildling as well. Very, very interesting. He's going for these very strong rescuer bans, and as such FT just immediately responds to the forward. I do wonder what Kurokawa's plan is going to be though, because he does know that they have a forward in the pocket, but instead of going for that, he goes for the wildling on the first officer instead, as well as the professor, as we can see. So going to be quite interesting to see what Kurokawa's like mentality is about the FT survivors team, as well as how FTs are going to be playing their survivors right now.
Right now we are down to a last character pick for FT. I'm honestly not too sure what to expect, but we haven't seen a decoder for a very long while, so I am gonna manifesting a decoder for this one final match. But seeing Kurokawa ban off the prospector, I think that is a little personal of a ban. Because we didn't really see professors come out in tournament except for that one time. I think Kurokawa just really didn't like it. Oh, like seeing FT go with the thief pick instead. Like I mean, we saw the thieves just now. We don't really see thieves often, but right now we're seeing double thieves like back to back.
I do think that FT here just really wants to give back to Kurokawa what his teammates did to their poor hunter Kuga. So as we can see here, Kurokawa going in with the Disciple pick. Very, very interesting. We haven't seen this at all. I do believe the last time we did see a Disciple was in yesterday's matches. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see how Kurokawa is going to be playing his Disciple. Now, I do think that now that the Disciple has shown up, I do think that him letting the Antiquarian and the loose does make a lot more sense, because if you think about it, they're very short-ranged, survivor characters. The Antiquarian has to get right next to the hunter, and the forward has to run into the hunter to be able to get the stun. So with the Disciple just being able to toss down her cats and then mark them at her location right there, just keep them around, it means that they won't be able to stun the hunter without the Disciple stunning them back first. So now I do think that going for the Prospector instead of the Antiquarian does make a lot more sense.
However, I feel that yeah, like what you said just now, like going for a Prospector ban makes a lot more sense because Prospector actually counters End a lot. Because when the End jump towards you, there's a bit of like a pause in between, and that's where the Magnet takes in fact. So like in that sense, yeah, like it's not do too well against a Prospector, but against an Antiquarian, yes, maybe. And also kind of counters forward because when forward is around the area, I try to go in for a rescue, just like fly across there so he'll get stunned before he can like knock into you. Alright, going into the spawn location, we see the toy merchant taking the middle and not the factory, which is what that surprised me. But I think she wants to sell catapults to assist herself and also like teammates for Kite. And you see like and just spawning in front of like the toy merchant. So I think she might be potentially going towards toy merchant.
Yeah, I do think that if you can catch the toy merchant right before she sets up the catapults, she's going to be very, very fragile. But once she sets up the catapults and if she sets them up like to be perfectly like tossing you up onto the like the stairs area in front of the factory, that's going to be quite the trouble in Kurokawa's backside here. So you can see, as we can see, the disciple heading straight for the shack over to Mini Dragon, the thief right here, but Thief already setting up these two like flashlights at his position, meaning that if she was to break the pallet, he may get stunned. Yes, we do see the stun happening right here, and going to be cancelling his ability to use the flashlight as well. It seems that Kurokawa does not want to use or to deal with these flashlights at all. So going to be going in here and again with the cats and going to be jumping towards the thief and getting a very good stun here and cancelling the cats early to get the recovery early. That's a very, very good play by Kurokawa here, I think.
Right, and as effect of the catapults come into play, like we mentioned earlier, this can be very annoying for the hunters to deal with because once the catapult are set up, it really like assists you in like assist a teammate in kiting that can buy so much time, especially how it's sensitive. Oh, uses a blink to close out distance and getting a hit on the thief and just not wanting to deal with the flash at all, like resulting in a fast down. But they actually force out the blink, which is pretty good. So like Thief can have like a better chance of second kite later, but you can see like Mini Panda around the area. I believe I'm trying to scare the hunter into not trying near her.
Yes, as you can see. Oh, but the forward coming in instantly for the rescue on Mini Dragon here, and going to be like going up these stairs, and a very, very long stun as we can see by Kurokawa's stun time here. But the thief going to go back up into the window, back into this flashlight as we can see, and going to be getting the flashlight, but not getting stunned, but going to be knocking down his flashlight abilities and getting a very good hit off on Mini Dragon here. However, keep in mind, again, Mini Panda here going to be going in for these stuns and trying to harass Kurokawa as much as she can.
Oh, gets a balloon hit on Antiquarian. However, Antiquarian manages to rescue the thief. This doesn't look like too much of an issue for Ed, as actually managed to get the cat on the target to get a fast down. She only has to worry about Antiquarian. Oh, gets a hit on the Antiquarian, resulting in a double down. Like, I don't even know if I call this a double down because the thief is not on chair yet, and like it's not like she went in to rescue and actually fell down because of that. Things are looking very good on Kurokawa's side despite being kited early on by the thief's very annoying flashlight. I think this shows how well Aang can go against stunners and harassers such as the thief, Antiquarian, and forward.
Oh, and getting the very, very like good stun on the toy machine as she's about to go and go in for the rescue for the thief now. But unfortunately now she's not left with any cats left, so she's just going to have to standing here. But a very good stun by Kurokawa here and hitting the toy merchant, a very good body block there, allowing the thief to escape but dropping the cats again. And as we can see, the toy merchant going to be dropping the it seems that is the pocket watch in front of Mini Dragon here, but he doesn't pick it up and going for the flywheel instead, but going for the cat cancel and cancelling his ability to use the flashlight and then going for another hit. It seems that Antiquarian here is going to be around in the area trying to harass as well as possible, but going for a flywheel, a very well timed flywheel, and another set of the cats here going to be around the area and cancelling her items. Very, very well timed on Kurokawa's part. But as we can see by the ciphers, it will not be looking too good, even though Kurokawa is going to eliminate one of the survivors here. It's not going to be looking too good in terms of the cipher progress, I do think.
Also, looking at survivors of the looking at like the resources of survivors, things are not looking too good. And just using that little blink to just catch up distance. However, like the time merchant's catapult comes in play, and this is why you ban time merchant on like places where there are double stories, and allowing to like prolong a kite for a little more. However, I feel that the cat's cooldown almost done. She just decided to use the cat, just like goes to a regular swing and getting toy merchant down. Right now we are down to our last two ciphers. Cypher progress are actually looking pretty healthy. However, like it's looking a little not so good on the survivor side because right now Fault has to go in to rescue, and toy merchant's cipher is being harassed.
Yeah, it's going to be quite bad as well because the antiquarian going down as well. And I also don't believe that she has a self-heal, meaning that she can, this Kurokawa here can just leave the antiquarian down on the ground until one of these survivors has to go heal her up. I don't think she has a self-heal anymore. So right now it's just all on Mini Blue, the forward, to try and get a rescue off, and then it's going to be on Mini Shadow to try and kite as long as possible to try and stall for this last remaining ciphers.
Right, Forward just using all his ball to try and get to a chair to get a rescue on the toy merchant, but however gets the hit, gets the double star where he makes it, but however toy merchant couldn't make it in time for a catapult to take place. And as you mentioned just now, like Daniel Curry has already used self heal right now, and just has to chair the toy merchant and tunnel forward to get a 4 kill and also the win for his team.
That is very true, and as we can see, getting the forward down in the factory building very shortly after the toy mission. Very, very well played by Kurokawa here, and going to be chairing the forward immediately here instead of going for the toy merchant. So as you can see, the Antiquarian does not have the self-heal ability, so now just going over to the toy merchant and trying to pick her up before she can self-heal. But she tries to self-heal, but she ends up, oh no, she's just it seems that she's just given up and is just going to be standing there. A rather unfortunate rather unfortunate turn of events here. It seems that the FT survivors have just, accepted their fate and are going to be getting the 4 elimination here by Kurokawa's disciple. Very, very well done by Team AR for managing to get this 5-0 here. So, congratulations to Team Aquarius for getting not only winning this 5th round, but also getting the IVA champion. They are truly the dark horse, and I don't think anyone could have expected them to have win this tournament. It's just been very, very they've been very under the radar, and now they have made their appearance and are now going to be the champions of this season's IVA. So very well done. Can we get like a bunch of rounds of applause for Aquarius here, guys? This is a very big round of applause, guys. Congratulations. Yes, thank you.
It was a very long battle, like you think about it. We went all the way to BO5. And yeah, congratulations to Team Aquarius, and also thank you to FT for lasting so long with us. It's been a very intense and very, very long match. I'm sure like all of you are tired, and I hope like both teams will get like proper rest after this, because to last so many rounds throughout, like that's just insane, BK. And also their resilience really paid off for Aquarius. Like right now they're crowned champion, and for a new team to be champion, I think that's like the shocking factor.
Right, I mean, like, definitely, this is a very new team. I do believe that FT was the team that won the last IVA, so having them beat out by this new team is going to be a very, very nice turn of events. Very much an underdog story for the whole time. It's just a very pleasant turn of events here, seeing Aquarius win. And if we take a look at these like very quick statistics here. Oh no, we're not going to be looking at the statistics because we are going to run with this IVA championship. It's been a very, very wonderful experience being able to cast on this tournament. So, and I do think that it's been very, very nice for you as well, Kiera, right?
Yes, this is my second IVA, and I'm very happy to be able to cast again. I would also like to thank Mello for the chance to cast again, because he's the one who sponsored this tournament and actually hold everything together. So without him, I don't think I'll have the opportunity. And I'm also very happy to cast with BK Boy again. If you unaware, I've actually worked with BK Boy just once earlier this year under a small community tournament called SS. Those suckers. And like it was in a collaboration with Nello too as well.
Yes. Yeah. So yeah, big thank you to Nello Mello for helping to just being like the host and the sponsor of this tournament. So thank you for having us, and also thank you for all the other casters as well who have participated in this, and also big thank you to the production crew for helping to make all these streams and these visuals possible. It's just been very good. Thank you. Thank you for everything that you've been doing for us. It's just been a wonderful experience all around. So thank you again. Big thank you to everyone who helped to make this tournament possible.
And lastly, thank you to the audience. Without you, I don't think we'll be here. You guys are the ones supporting and upholding this tournament, and I hope you also continue to support our tournaments that Nello Mello will continue to host.
Yes, it's going to be absolutely wonderful. However, after this very long day of casting tournaments, I do think that it's time that we also get our break, don't you think, Kiara?
Yeah.
I think we will be going to go and eat our dinner soon-ish. Hopefully we will be getting another long rest. So and just like, you know, after this lots of effort is put into this organization, so we will finally get our break as well. So thank you to everyone for watching. Anything else, Kiara?
Nope. Thank you, and we'll see you guys soon, like if possible.
Yes, see you for the next IVA. Bye-bye.
Signing off. Bye bye.